When a covert rescue mission turns into a manhunt across a war-torn battlefield, survival becomes the only mission that matters. Cost of War. Chapter 1. The café in Espionage sat tucked behind the old market square, its windows fogged from the inside like a man breathing hard after a chase. Cole Walker pushed the heavy oak door and let the smell hit him first: burned chicory, spilled beer, and the sour edge of fear that clung to every refugee who walked in. He scanned the room once, shoulders loose, eyes flat. Two old Croatian men argued over a chessboard in the corner. A waitress wiped glasses behind the zinc bar. Nobody looked up. The Ukrainian sat alone at the table by the window, exactly where the cutout had said he would be. Mid-40s, thin as a fence rail, collar of his denim jacket turned up against a chill that wasn't in the room. His hands cupped a glass of Slivovitz like it might run away. Cole dropped into the chair opposite, set a pack of Marlboros between them, and slid one across. "Smoke if you want," Cole said. "Or don't. I'm not your mother." The man's eyes flicked to the cigarette, then to Cole's face. "You are the American? Tonight, I'm whoever gets you talking." Cole kept his voice low, easy, the way you talk to a spooked horse. "Name's not important. What matters is what you saw east of Kharkiv last week." The Ukrainian, Petro, the cutout had called him, swallowed. "I saw plenty. Tanks. Trucks. Men who looked like they already won the war." He lit the cigarette with a match that trembled. The flame painted his cheekbones sharp. "But I am not a spy. I drove a bread truck. That is all." Cole leaned in, elbows on the scarred wood. "Bread trucks see roads. Roads carry armor columns. You tell me how many T-90s you counted, what direction they rolled, what time they rolled, and maybe I buy you another Slivovitz. You tell me nothing. I walk out, and you go back to sleeping in the bus station with the rest of the ghosts." Petro dragged on the cigarette, coughed once. 3 columns. Night before last. I hid the truck in a culvert outside Vivchansk. First column, 20 tanks, maybe more. They had the new reactive armor, the kind that looks like scales on a fish. Headlights off. Only the moonlight on the turrets. Second column, troop carriers. BTRs. Soldiers sitting on top like they own the road. Third had the self-propelled guns. 2 S-19s. I counted 14 before I lost my nerve and ran. Cole filed the numbers away without writing them down. Any spetsnaz with them? Little green men without patches? Petro's gaze darted to the window, then back. 2 trucks at the rear. Black, no markings. Men inside wore balaclavas, even in the heat. One of them carried a Dragunov, like it was a walking stick. They stopped at the crossroads. Searched every car. I heard them shoot a dog that barked too loud. Cole nodded once. "Good. Keep going. Fuel trucks. Command vehicles. Anything with antennas that reached the sky." The Ukrainian talked faster now, words tumbling out between drags. He described the dust that hung in the air after the columns passed, the way the ground shook under the treads, the smell of diesel that clung to his clothes for 2 days. Cole listened, asked short questions, prodded when the man drifted. Outside, the square filled with the night market, stalls lighting up under strings of bare bulbs, vendors shouting in Croatian and Ukrainian and broken English. Music leaked from somewhere, an accordion fighting a radio. Normal noise. Cole liked normal noise. It covered things. Petro finished his Slivovitz. His hands had stopped shaking. "That is everything I know. Now you help me get my sister out of Dnipro." "We'll see," Cole said. He reached for the pack to offer another cigarette. Petro's eyes left Cole's face, traveled past his shoulder, and locked on something across the square. The color drained from the man's cheeks so fast Cole heard the blood leave. "Jesus Christ," Petro whispered. "He is here." Cole did not turn his head. "Who?" "Across the square. By the sausage stall. Gray coat. Short hair. He followed me from the bus yesterday. FSB. I know the look. Cole let his gaze drift to the reflection in the window glass. A man in a charcoal overcoat stood under the awning of a stall selling grilled kobasica, hands in pockets, watching the cafe door. The posture said bored tourist. The eyes said something else. Cole stood up slow. Stay put. Finish your drink. I'll handle it. Petro was already moving. Chair leg scraped. He knocked the empty glass over and bolted for the back door, shoulder clipping a waitress who cursed in Croatian. Cole cursed too under his breath and went after him. The back door spat them into an alley stacked with empty crates. Petro ran like a man who had practiced the route in his sleep, left at the corner between two dumpsters, out into the market chaos. Cole followed 10 feet back, boots slapping wet cobblestones. The night air smelled of paprika and wood smoke, and the river Drava a block away. People parted for Petro, then closed again. Cole shouldered through, elbowing a woman balancing a tray of pastries. Watch it, she snapped. He didn't answer. Ahead, Petro ducked under a string of hanging sausages, knocked over a pyramid of oranges. Fruit rolled everywhere. A vendor lunged for him and missed. Cole vaulted the spill, one hand on a stall post, and kept the gap from widening. The market square opened up around them. Bright awnings, tables of knockoff watches, racks of leather jackets, old women selling embroidered tablecloths. Music thumped louder. A circle of drinkers clapped along to a fiddle player. Petro cut straight through the dancers, head down. Cole stayed on him, eyes flicking left and right for the gray coat. He caught a flash of it 20 yards back, moving steady, not running yet. Professional. Cole felt the familiar itch between his shoulder blades. Petro reached the far side of the square and plunged into a narrow lane lined with shuttered shops. Cole followed. The lane smelled of urine and frying onions from an open window overhead. A dog barked once and thought better of it. Petro, Cole called low. Stop. I can lose him. The Ukrainian didn't slow. He cut left into another alley, then right, boots splashing through a puddle that reflected the neon of a distant bar sign. Cole closed the distance, grabbed the back of Petro's jacket, and yanked him into a doorway. Listen, Cole said, breathing hard. You run blind, you run into their net. Stay with me. I know these streets. Petro's eyes were wide, whites showing. He saw me with you. Now they think I am yours. They will kill me slow. Footsteps echoed behind them, measured, not panicked. Cole shoved Petro deeper into the doorway shadow and stepped out alone. The gray coat appeared at the mouth of the alley, 30 feet away. The man's hand came out of his pocket holding nothing yet, but the shape under the coat said it wouldn't stay that way. Cole walked straight at him, hands loose at his sides. Tourist, he called in English. Lost. The man didn't answer. He kept coming. Cole smiled the kind of smile that had ended bar fights before they started. Suit yourself. At 10 feet, he pivoted hard left and drove his shoulder into the man's chest, slamming him against the brick wall. The gray coat grunted. Cole's forearm pinned the man's throat. He felt the hard outline of a pistol under the fabric and ripped it free, tossing it into a trash pile. The man clawed at Cole's arm. Cole drove a knee into the soft spot below the ribs once, twice. The struggle went out of the FSB man like air from a punctured tire. Cole stepped back. The man slid down the wall, eyes unfocused. Stay down, Cole said. He turned to collect Petro. The alley was empty. Cole swore once, sharp and quiet. He jogged to the end of the lane and scanned the next street. No sign of the Ukrainian. Just a couple of kids kicking a soccer ball under a streetlight and an old man sweeping his stoop. Behind him, whistles cut the night. 2 short blasts, then a longer one. Croatian police. Flashlights swept the mouth of the alley. Cole ducked behind a parked delivery van and watched two uniforms trot past, hands on their holsters. One of them pointed at the downed FSB man and shouted something in Croatian that sounded like smuggler and market fight. Cole backed away slow, keeping the van between him and the lights. He slipped through a gap in a wooden fence, crossed a weed-choked lot, and came out on a side street 2 blocks from the square. His heart still punched steady against his ribs. The market noise drifted over the rooftops, unchanged. Nobody screamed. Nobody chased. But the FSB man had seen his face. The police had his description now. Tall, dark hair, leather jacket, American accent. The cutout would hear about it by morning. Petro was in the wind, probably already telling anyone who would listen that the American had sold him out. Cole Walker kept walking toward the river, hands in his pockets, shoulders loose again. His cover in Osijek was burned crisp as those market sausages. He lit a cigarette of his own and let the smoke trail behind him like a question mark. The night wasn't finished with him yet. It never was. Chapter 2. Cole slipped through the back door of the safe house on Radicova Street, the hinges whispering like they owed him money. The apartment smelled of stale coffee and the mildew that lived in every Croatian building older than the war. He locked the door, dropped the deadbolt, and crossed to the window. The street below lay quiet under sodium lamps, 2 drunks arguing, a cat sliding along a wall. No headlights. No footsteps that mattered. He peeled off the leather jacket, tossed it over a chair, and checked the Sig Sauer on the kitchen table. 1 round chambered, spare mags lined up like soldiers. The market chase still buzzed in his forearms. Petro gone. FSB man down, but alive. Croatian cops, now hunting a tall American with a bad attitude. Cover burned. Standard Tuesday. Cole poured 2 fingers of cheap bourbon into a water glass and killed half of it. The liquid burned clean down his throat. He sat on the edge of the sagging couch, burner phone beside him, and let the night settle. Tomorrow, he would move to the secondary safe house across the river. Tonight he needed sleep that would not come. The phone vibrated. He stared at it. Unknown number. Local prefix. He let it ring 3 times, then picked up but said nothing. A woman's voice came through, low and edged. Cole Walker. He took another sip. Depends who's asking. Kate Ellison. Embassy. Political attaché. We need to meet. Now. Cole leaned back, eyes on the ceiling crack that looked like a map of Bosnia. Lady, it's past midnight. I don't do house calls for diplomats. You don't understand. Her voice cracked on the last word, a hairline fracture in the professional shell. This is off books. Completely. Riverside Cafe on the Drava Promenade, the one with the blue awning. I'm already in a taxi. 10 minutes out. Cole stood up fast. Hold it. You're coming to me? In the open? I don't have time for your protocols, Mr. Walker. My husband? She stopped, breathed once. Just be there. Please. The line went dead. Cole looked at the dead phone like it had bitten him. Embassy attachés stayed behind desks, behind gates, behind polite cables that never smelled of cordite. Analysts and diplomats, same tribe. People who fought wars with fonts and conference calls. He had zero interest in whatever domestic drama she dragged through his door. He walked to the window again, scanned the street. Still clear. The bourbon glass sat empty on the table. He thought about ignoring her, packing his go bag, and vanishing north toward the Hungarian border before sunrise. Clean break. Smart play. Instead, he pulled on the leather jacket, checked the cig in his waistband, and grabbed a spare burner. Old habits died harder than covers. The promenade along the Drava stretched dark and wet, the river sliding past like black oil under the quarter moon. Streetlights cast long cones across the cobblestones. The cafe with the blue awning sat shuttered for the night, metal chairs stacked against the wall, but a single light burned inside. Cole approached from the shadows, boots quiet, eyes sweeping rooftops and parked cars. No obvious tails. No movement that didn't belong. He spotted her through the cafe's front window. Mid-30s, dark hair pulled back tight, wearing a navy coat that cost more than most Croatians made in a month. She paced the narrow space between tables, phone to her ear, free hands slicing the air as she argued with whoever listened on the other end. Even from outside, he read the tension in her shoulders. Cole stepped to the door and tapped twice with a knuckle. Kate Ellison turned fast. Their eyes met through the glass. She ended the call and unlocked the door. Inside smelled of lemon cleaner and yesterday's espresso. Cole closed the door behind him and flipped the lock. You always drag field officers into public meetings, or am I special? She didn't smile. You're the only one who can help. Langley says you're the best human asset in the region right now. Langley says a lot of things from their cubicles. Cole moved behind the counter, found 2 clean cups, and poured coffee from the thermal carafe someone had left warming. He slid one across to her. Drink. You look like you might fall over. Kate wrapped both hands around the cup, but didn't sip. My husband, Marcus. Doctors Without Borders. He's east of Kharkiv with a small team, 3 nurses, 2 volunteers. They were running a field clinic. The Russians pushed hard 2 days ago. They're cut off. Hiding. Moving every night. Cole leaned against the espresso machine, arms crossed. Sounds like a Red Cross problem. Or Ukrainian Special Forces. Not mine. Her eyes flashed. The Ukrainians think they're double agents, feeding intel to Moscow. The Russians think the same thing in reverse. Both sides have them on kill lists. Marcus got one shortwave message out yesterday. They're alive but trapped. No extraction plan. No one else will touch this. Cole studied her. Sharp cheekbones, tired green eyes, the kind of posture that came from too many years behind a desk pretending the world outside the cable traffic didn't bleed. And you think I'm going to saddle up and ride in because you asked nice? I think you're the only one who operates without 10 layers of approval. She set the cup down hard enough that coffee sloshed. I pulled every string I have. This is off books. No support. No rescue if it goes bad. Just you and me, and whatever we can scrape together. Cole laughed once, short and dry. You and me. Lady, I work alone. Always have. Analysts and attachés get people killed because they read spreadsheets instead of streets. Kate stepped closer. She stood maybe 5'8" in boots, but the anger made her taller. My husband is operating on kids with shrapnel wounds by flashlight. They've got maybe 48 hours before one of those kill teams finds them. I'm not asking you to like me. I'm asking you to do your damn job. Footsteps scraped on the promenade outside. Cole's hand drifted toward the cig. He moved to the window, peered through a gap in the blinds. 2 men in dark jackets walked past, talking low, cigarettes glowing. They didn't slow. Cole watched until they disappeared around the corner. When he turned back, Kate had her phone out, thumb hovering. I can send you the coordinates, he transmitted. Partial. Enough to start. Cole rubbed the back of his neck. Every instinct screamed to walk away. Entanglements like this ended with body bags and official denials. But the crack in her voice earlier still echoed. Real panic. Not the polished kind. He exhaled through his nose. One condition. You stay behind the wire. I go in, I get them, I get out. No heroics from the embassy. Kate met his stare. I'm coming with you. Cole stared at her. The hell you are. I know Marcus's habits, his codes, how he thinks under pressure. You need me. I need a bulletproof vest and decent maps. Not a diplomat who's never heard gunfire outside a 4th of July ceremony. Her jaw tightened. Then I guess you'll have to get used to me. Taxi's waiting 2 blocks up. We move now, or I go alone. Cole looked at the river through the window, black water sliding east toward the conflict. He thought about Petro running scared, the FSB man sliding down the alley wall, the fresh burn on his cover. Another night, another fire to walk through. He drained his coffee, set the cup in the sink with a soft clink. Fine, he said. But if you slow me down, I leave you in the first ditch we find. Clear. Crystal. Kate pulled her coat tighter. Let's go. They stepped out into the night. The Drava murmured beside them. Somewhere far off, thunder rolled that wasn't thunder. Cole Walker kept his hand near his pistol, and wondered how deep this particular hole went. Chapter 3. The blue awning creaked in the river wind outside. Inside the cafe, Kate Ellison set her phone face down on the table and slid a manila folder across the scarred wood. The folder carried the faint scent of embassy printers and fresh panic. Cole didn't touch it right away. He stayed on his feet, back to the wall, eyes on the promenade. You already painted the picture out there. Husband trapped. Kill lists. Russians and Ukrainians both sharpening knives. I heard you. Open it, she said. Cole flicked the folder with one finger. Inside lay satellite shots printed on glossy paper, timestamps from 48 hours ago. A bombed clinic, roof half gone, walls pocked with artillery scars. Next page, intercepted FSB traffic, Russian Cyrillic with English translation blocks. Then Ukrainian SBU intercepts. Both flagged the same names. He read aloud, low. Dr. Marcus Ellison. Suspected dual asset. Terminate on site. Cole looked up. 3 nurses. Elena Petrova, Sofia Koval, Anna Berg. 2 volunteers, ex-military types by the look of their files. Your husband's running a mobile OR in a basement now. Moving every few hours. Kate leaned forward, elbows on the table. Her coat hung open, revealing a crisp white blouse already wrinkled from travel. Marcus sent the shortwave burst at 3:17 local. They have 1 working generator, dwindling antibiotics, and a 12-year-old girl with a perforated bowel he's keeping alive with prayer and sutures. The Russians rolled a column through yesterday. FSB follow-on teams are sweeping every village. Cole closed the folder. This is why you dragged me here? I run sources, not rescue missions for aid workers who got too close to the fire. You run sources who give you exactly this kind of intel, she shot back. Now the source is my husband. And I'm asking you to act on it. Cole crossed to the counter, poured more coffee, and brought the pot over to refill hers. Steam curled between them. Diplomats don't come into the field, Ellison. Spouses sure as hell don't. You stay behind the embassy walls, file your reports, light candles at night. That's the deal. Kate's fingers tightened around the cup. I've spent 8 years reading casualty reports that never mention names. Never mention the sound a mother makes when her child bleeds out on a table made from doors. Marcus is out there doing the work while I type talking points. She tapped the folder. Those kill orders came from both sides within 6 hours of each other. Someone fed bad information. Or someone wants them erased. Cole dropped into the chair opposite her at last. The wood groaned under his weight. Even if I said yes, which I haven't, crossing into that sector right now is suicide. Russian armor pushing west, Ukrainian irregulars shooting anything that moves funny, FSB hunting ghosts. I'd need a platoon, air support and a miracle. None of which Langley will approve, for a doctor who should have pulled back 3 days ago. Marcus couldn't pull back, Kate said. His last patient coded while the column rolled past. He stayed. She pulled another sheet from the folder, a grainy thermal image. This is them, right now. 7 heat signatures in a root cellar outside a place called Stary Saltiv, 40 kilometers behind the forward line. Cole studied the image. Blurry white shapes clustered together. One larger signature, probably Marcus, bent over a smaller one. Thermal's cold comfort when Spetsnaz has the same toys. Kate's voice dropped, steady but edged. I pulled every favor. This stays off books. No extraction team. No drone overwatch unless you call it in. Just you. And me. Cole laughed once, sharp. There it is again. You. In the field. With me. Lady, you've never cleared a room or dragged a body through mud. You've never smelled a man's insides after a mortar round. You'll freeze the first time boots hit the floor above you. I cleared 3 checkpoints to get here tonight without embassy wheels, she countered. I ditched my security detail. I'm already in the mud, Walker. And I know my husband. The way he caches supplies. The frequencies he uses. The routes he'll try if he moves again. You need that. Cole rubbed his jaw, feeling the stubble rasp. Outside, the Drava slapped against the stone embankment. A distant truck rumbled across the bridge, headlights cutting yellow tunnels through the dark. He pushed the folder back toward her. My mission is human on Russian advances. Refugees. Armor columns. Not playing knight to some aid worker who ignored the evacuation order. Take this to station chief. Let him burn assets on it. Kate stood up fast. The chair legs scraped loud against tile. The station chief already said no. Too risky. Deniable. Same words you're using. She planted both hands on the table and leaned in. My husband is not an asset. He's a man who stayed to operate on a girl whose village got flattened. If you walk away, they die slow. And you'll carry that. Cole met her stare. Green eyes, no flinch. The kind of look that survived embassy cocktail parties and congressional hearings. He respected it. Didn't mean he liked it. Even if I went, he said. You stay here. You coordinate from the safe house. Feed me whatever scraps Langley gives you. No. She shook her head once. I go. Or I find someone else who will. Cole rose slow. He towered over her by half a foot, but she didn't step back. You slow me down, I cut you loose. No discussion. No second chances. You bleed, you die quiet. Same rules I live by. Kate nodded once. Understood. He picked up the folder, folded it once, and tucked it inside his jacket. We move at first light. Gear up light. No embassy stamps on anything. And if this blows back on me, I'll make sure the only report that reaches Washington says you forced my hand. Kate allowed herself the ghost of a smile, tight and humorless. Wouldn't be the first time a diplomat ruined a field man's day. Cole checked the promenade through the blinds again. Clear. He killed the interior light, plunging the cafe into shadow lit only by the river's reflection. Stay close. And keep that mouth shut until we're off the street. They stepped out. The night air carried the smell of rain coming down from the north. Somewhere east, the real thunder waited. Cole Walker felt the weight of the folder against his ribs and wondered how many rules he had just broken for a woman he barely knew and a doctor he'd never met. The cost was already climbing. Chapter 4. Cole killed the engine of the stolen Škoda 2 blocks from the secondary safe house on the edge of Osijek. Dawn bled gray across the rooftops. Kate sat rigid in the passenger seat, eyes scanning every alley mouth. She hadn't spoken much since the cafe. Smart. Words carried weight when bullets waited east of the border. They slipped inside the apartment, through the rear courtyard gate. Cole cleared each room fast, cig first, then eyes, while Kate locked the door and dropped the chain. The place smelled of fresh paint over old cigarette smoke. A folding table held 2 encrypted laptops and a satellite phone. Cole powered up the main rig, plugged in the tablet, and dropped into a chair that creaked under him. "Gears in the closet," he said. "Basic load. Change into something that doesn't scream embassy." Kate moved without argument. She emerged 3 minutes later in dark jeans, a black thermal shirt, and a worn canvas jacket. She looked less like a diplomat, more like someone who might survive the first night. Cole's tablet chimed. "Secure link." He accepted. Tara Voss's face filled the screen. Early 30s, sharp features, hair pulled into a no-nonsense ponytail. Behind her, the soft glow of Langley's operations center hummed like a hive that never slept. She didn't smile. "Walker, good to see you're still breathing after last night's market rodeo." Cole leaned back. "Boss, still fighting the war from your ergonomic chair?" Kate stepped into frame beside him, arms crossed. Tara's eyebrows rose a fraction. "Attaché Ellison," Tara said. "Didn't expect you in the field." "Plans change," Kate replied. "What do you have?" Tara tapped keys off screen. Satellite overlays flooded Cole's tablet. High-res thermal infrared, recent passes. Clinic site outside Stary Saltiv. Confirmed 7 signatures as of 0400. Movement minimal. They're holed up tight. Cole scrolled through the images, jaw tight. "Pretty pictures. I can get those from tourist apps." Tara ignored the jab and kept feeding data. FSB chatter spiked at 0315. Voice intercept, spetsnaz detachment, call sign Raven diverted from main column. They're vectoring straight for the village. Estimated arrival window, 6 hours max. They have the same thermal coordinates we do. Cole zoomed in on a grainy intercept log. Russian voices translated in real time. He read the orders aloud. "Eliminate all medical personnel. Suspected forward observers." Cute. Kate leaned closer, shoulder brushing his. "Marcus wouldn't observe. He treats whoever bleeds." "Doesn't matter what he does," Tara said. Both sides painted targets on them. Ukrainian SBU just issued their own termination order 20 minutes ago. Someone fed them the same bad story. Cole pushed the tablet away like it carried disease. "PowerPoint war. You sit there stacking pixels while real people dodge bullets. I've walked those villages. I know the smell of fresh graves. Your overlays don't tell me which farmer will sell us out for a pack of smokes." Tara's voice stayed flat, professional. "These overlays show Raven Team has 2 Mi-8 helos on standby and foot patrols already pushing from the east. They'll sweep the root cellars at first dark. You move in 6 hours or you won't find anyone breathing." Cole stood up fast, chair legs screeching on tile. He paced to the window, peered through a slit in the blinds. A delivery truck rumbled past. "Normal. For now. Street smarts beat screen smarts every time," he said. "I go dark, use local fixers, move on foot. No signatures for their drones to chase." Kate blocked his path. "And waste 6 hours reinventing what she already has. Marcus moves at dusk. He always does." Tara's data lines up with his last burst. Tara cut in. "I'm sending route overlays now. Smuggler paths, weak points in Russian lines, dead spots for their direction finders. Plus a fresh list of working frequencies your doctor might still monitor." Cole snatched the tablet, scanned the new files. The spetsnaz timeline stared back, red clock ticking down. 6 hours became 5 hours 50. The images showed armor columns, exactly where Petro had described them last night. Details matched. "Too clean," he muttered. Cubicle ghosts telling field men how to hunt. Tara leaned toward her camera. "Mock it all you want, Walker. But those ghosts just saved you from walking into a prepared ambush. Raven Team brought thermals and night vision. You roll without this, you die in the first tree line." Kate touched Cole's arm. He shook it off, but didn't step away. The weight of the folder from the cafe pressed against his ribs. 7 lives. One of them operating by flashlight on a dying kid. Cole exhaled through his teeth. Fine. We use it. But I make the calls on the ground. Your data is a suggestion, not scripture. Understood, Tara said. I'll stay linked, as long as the SAT connection holds. One more thing. Croatian police circulated your description from the market. Keep your head down crossing the border. Cole killed the video feed, but left the data channel open. The tablet glowed with overlays, routes, and that merciless countdown. He turned to Kate. Pack light. Water, ammo, trauma kits. We cross before noon. You still sure you want in on this suicide run? Kate zipped a small backpack, checked the pistol Cole had given her earlier. Her hands moved steady. Marcus is waiting. 6 hours. Let's not waste any of it, arguing. Cole slung his own pack, felt the familiar tug of extra magazines and the compact med pouch. Outside, the town stirred, bakers opening shutters, dogs barking at nothing. Normal life sliding past while the east burned. He glanced once more at the tablet. Spetsnaz icons crawled across the map like black spiders. The screen offered answers. The field would offer bullets. Cole Walker killed the lights and headed for the door. Move. Chapter 5. Cole shoved the steel door of the back alley safe house shut with his shoulder and threw the 2 deadbolts. The room smelled of gun oil and damp concrete. A single bulb swung overhead, throwing hard shadows across the folding table. Kate dropped her pack and started sorting gear without being told. Trauma shears, pressure dressings, extra magazines for the Glock he'd handed her. Journalist IDs, Cole said. He flipped open a battered aluminum case and spilled out blank Croatian press cards, a laminator the size of a brick, and a stack of forged passports. We're Reuters stringers chasing the refugee story. Names on the cards: Daniel Cole and Catherine Ellis. Close enough, we won't trip over them. Kate picked up one blank card, turned it under the light. Marcus always said my poker face sucked. Hope it's improved. You'll need it. Cole fed the first card into the laminator. Heat hissed. He peeled the finished product and tossed it to her. Clip it to your jacket. Look bored when they ask questions. She pinned the ID, then checked the fit of a shoulder holster. Her movements stayed crisp, but her eyes kept darting to the window that faced the narrow lane. I'm still coming, Walker. Every habit Marcus has is burned into my head. Where he hides extra insulin, how he signals with 3 clicks on the radio, the exact tone he uses when he's scared but won't admit it. You need that on the ground. Cole slammed a fresh mag into his cig. What I need is someone who won't freeze when the first bullet snaps past her ear. Stay here, run the SAT-link with Voss. Feed me what I ask for. Kate stepped close enough that he caught the faint trace of embassy shampoo under the street grit. You already agreed. Backing out now wastes the 6-hour window Tara gave us. The tablet on the table buzzed. Cole glanced at the screen. Tara's text only. Croatian Sea just tagged your embassy pool car. 2 watchers on the street outside the compound. Move. Cole swore under his breath. He crossed to the window, edged the blind aside with one finger. Down the lane, a gray Opel idled at the corner, 2 men inside pretending to read newspapers. They're already here. Watching the embassy ride we were supposed to use. Burn bags time. Kate moved beside him. How long? 20 minutes before they spread the net wider. Cole yanked open a closet, pulled out 2 black rain jackets and a set of local plates. We improvise. You stay inside until I signal. He slipped out the rear door, into the alley. Rain had started, thin and cold, turning the cobbles slick. Cole kept to the shadows, jogged 2 blocks, and found the embassy pool car parked where Kate had left it earlier, an obvious black Mercedes with diplomatic plates. He popped the trunk, grabbed the emergency bag inside, then wedged a brick on the accelerator and wired the ignition to run. The engine roared to life. Cole jammed the shifter into drive and let the car lurch forward unmanned. It scraped along the alley wall, sparks flying, then straightened and picked up speed toward the main road. The gray Opel's headlights snapped on. Both watchers gave chase, tires howling. Cole sprinted back to the safe house. Decoys rolling. We've got maybe 10 minutes. Kate already had both packs ready. Where's our ride? Stealing one. Cole grabbed a Slim Jim from the gear case and a flathead screwdriver. Stay glued to my left shoulder. Eyes open. They exited through the rear courtyard and cut across a weed-choked lot behind a shuttered bakery. Rain drummed on corrugated roofs. At the end of the next block sat a battered white transit van, local plates, parked behind a closed auto repair shop. Cole approached low, checked the cab, empty, then slid the Slim Jim down the window sill. 2 quick pumps, a twist, and the lock popped. Inside, he ordered. Kate tossed the packs in back while Cole worked under the steering column. He stripped wires with his teeth, twisted them together. The starter ground once, twice, then caught with a diesel cough. Gauges flickered to life. 12 minutes gone, Kate said, checking her watch. Cole pulled out slow, no lights, and threaded the van through narrow side streets. Headlights swept behind them once, another patrol car, but he killed the engine at a corner and let them pass. The van smelled of old motor oil and damp hay. Rain streaked the windshield. Kate twisted in her seat. They'll put out a description on the Mercedes soon. Then they'll look for anything that left that alley. Which is why we ditch this van before the border and find another. Cole accelerated onto a wider road that led west toward the Hungarian frontier. You still think this is a good idea, riding along? Kate checked the load on her Glock, racked the slide. Marcus taught me how to stitch a wound in a moving ambulance during shelling in Yemen. I've seen worse than Croatian cops. She looked at him sideways. Question is, can you trust me when the shooting starts? Cole downshifted for a tight turn. The van rocked. Trust gets people killed. Competence keeps them breathing. Show me competence. A police siren wailed 2 streets over. Cole killed the headlights again and swung into an abandoned gas station lot. They sat in the dark while blue lights flashed past the entrance. Rain hammered the roof. When the siren faded, Kate spoke first. Forged IDs are good, but my Croatian accent is embassy polished. You'll have to do most of the talking at the border. Plan to. Cole restarted the engine. You play the quiet photographer. Keep your head down, camera around your neck. And if Croatian counterintelligence grabs us, you remember one thing: you're my pain-in-the-ass colleague who dragged me into this story. Nothing more. Kate clipped a cheap Nikon around her neck and adjusted the journalist badge. Understood. Now drive, Walker. We've burned 17 minutes. Cole pulled back onto the road. The van's wipers slapped steady rhythm. Ahead, the highway stretched toward the border, toward the real dark. Behind them, sirens still hunted the decoy Mercedes somewhere in the rain-slick streets of Osijek. He glanced at Kate once. She sat straight, jaw set, checking her pistol again. No tremors. Not yet. Chapter 6. Cole killed the van's engine at the tree line and let it coast the last 30 meters down the muddy track. Rain drummed on the roof like impatient fingers. Ahead, the Hungarian-Ukrainian border cut through pine forest, nothing but a sagging wire fence, a rutted dirt road, and a single wooden shack that leaned hard to the left. No floodlights. No watchtowers. Just the smuggler's route Tara had marked in red on the tablet. End of the ride, Cole said. He grabbed both packs from the back and tossed Kate's to her. We walk from here. Keep your mouth shut until I say otherwise. Kate slung the pack, checked the Glock under her jacket, and fell in beside him. Mud sucked at their boots. The air smelled of wet pine and wood smoke, drifting from the shack. A generator chugged somewhere behind it, coughing diesel fumes. 2 Ukrainian border guards stepped out as they approached. One tall and thin, attaché slung loose. The other shorter, built like an oil drum, cigarette dangling from thick lips. Both wore mismatched camouflage and expressions that said they had seen too many desperate faces. The thin guard raised a hand. "Stop." "Papers." Cole handed over the forged press cards and passports with a casual flick. "Reuters. Chasing the refugee story. You know how it is." The guard scanned the documents under a weak flashlight. Rain hissed on the plastic sleeves. "Reuters. Always Reuters." He looked up, eyes narrow. "Why this road?" "Official crossing is 20 kilometers south." "Official crossing has too many cameras," Cole said, flashing a quick grin. "Our editor wants the real pictures. The ones that don't make the evening news." The stocky guard circled them once, boots splashing. His gaze lingered on Kate. "Woman travels light for war zone." "She's tougher than she looks," Cole said. The thin guard disappeared into the shack. Cole heard the scanner beep as it read the barcodes. Kate stood perfectly still, rain streaking down her face. Cole kept his hands visible but loose, weight balanced on the balls of his feet. The stocky guard spat his cigarette into a puddle. €200 each. Cash. Then you walk. Cole counted out the bills from a wad in his jacket, slow and deliberate. 400. And you forget you saw us. The guard pocketed the money with a grunt. The thin one came back out, holding the passports. His face had changed, eyes wider, jaw tighter. He stared hard at Kate. "You," he said, voice low. "I know this face." Cole felt the shift in the air like a blade leaving its sheath. The guard pulled a crumpled printout from his pocket, unfolded it with wet fingers. A leaked diplomatic cable, grainy but clear enough. Kate Ellison's official embassy photo stared back. Bold letters across the top, high-value extraction target. Suspected involvement in cross-border operations. "Shit," Kate whispered. The stocky guard unslung his AK. "Hands. Now." Cole moved first. He stepped between them, voice calm but edged. "Easy, boys. She's just a photographer. Mistake on the paper." The thin guard reached for Kate's arm. Cole pivoted hard and drove his elbow into the stocky guard's throat. The man staggered, choking. Cole followed with a knee to the groin that folded him into the mud. "Run," Cole snapped at Kate. She bolted for the fence gap, 10 meters away. The thin guard swung his rifle toward her. Cole grabbed the barrel, yanked it sideways, and slammed his forehead into the guard's nose. Cartilage crunched. Blood sprayed hot across Cole's cheek. The stocky guard rolled to his knees, gasping, and clawed for his pistol. Cole stomped on the man's wrist, bones grinding under his boot, then kicked the AK into the underbrush. "Kate, go," he shouted. She ducked through the wire, tearing her jacket on a bar but not slowing. Cole backed toward the fence, fists up. The thin guard came at him again, blood streaming from his broken nose, swinging wild. Cole slipped the punch, hooked a left into the ribs, then an uppercut that lifted the guard onto his toes. The stocky one fired a wild shot from the ground. The round whined past Cole's ear and thudded into a pine. Cole dove sideways, rolled through mud, and came up with a handful of dirt. He flung it into the stocky guard's eyes and lunged for the fence. Kate waited on the other side, pistol drawn but not raised. "Walker, move." Cole dove through the gap. Barbed wire ripped his sleeve and laid open his forearm. Pain flared hot, but he kept running. Behind them, the guards shouted in Ukrainian, one of them on a radio now, voice cracking with anger and pain. They sprinted 50 meters into Ukrainian trees before Cole grabbed Kate's arm and pulled her behind a thick pine trunk. Both breathed hard. Rain lashed the branches overhead. "You okay?" Cole asked, wiping blood from his forehead. Kate nodded once, eyes wide but steady. They had my face. That cable. Leaked, Cole finished. Someone inside wants this messy. He tore a strip from his shirt and bound the gash on his arm tight. Blood soaked through fast. We keep moving. No lights. Stay off trails. Shouts echoed behind them. Flashlights swept the fence line. A dog barked, sharp, excited. Cole checked his compass by feel. Northeast. 2 kilometers to the first village, Tara marked. We steal new wheels there. Kate holstered her Glock. Mud streaked her face. You took both of them for me. I took them because hesitation gets you killed. Cole started forward, crouched low. Next time they recognize you, we won't have trees to hide in. They pushed deeper into the forest. Branches whipped their faces. Boots slipped on wet leaves. Somewhere behind, engines coughed to life, more guards rolling up to the shack. Kate matched his pace, breath steady. Marcus is worth it. Cole didn't answer. He just kept moving, forearm burning, rain cold on his neck, the taste of blood still sharp in his mouth. The first border was behind them. The real war waited ahead. Chapter 7. Cole pushed through the last stand of scrub pines and pulled Kate down behind a rusted tractor hulk on the edge of the village. Dawn smeared the sky the color of old ash. The place clung to a low ridge, maybe 30 houses, half of them roofless, smoke rising from the ones still lived in. A checkpoint blocked the dirt road in. Sandbags, a machine gun nest, and 6 men in mismatched fatigues who looked like they'd been fighting since breakfast. Stay behind me, Cole muttered. Eyes down. Let me handle this. They walked in slow, hands visible. The militia spotted them at 50 meters. Rifles came up. A short, barrel-chested commander stepped forward, beard streaked with gray, eyes flat as winter pavement. Sergeant stripes cut from an old Soviet uniform decorated his sleeve. Stop right there, he barked in Ukrainian, then switched to rough English. Who the fuck walks out of the trees at first light? Cole kept his voice easy. Reuters. Daniel Cole. This is Kate Ellison. We're shooting the refugee routes. He offered the laminated press cards. The commander took them, flipped them over, held them to the weak light. His thumb rubbed the edges like he expected the ink to smear. Too clean, he said. No mud. No creases. These look fresh from a printer in Lviv. He jerked his chin at Kate. And her. She moves like someone who never carried her own water. Kate kept quiet. Cole felt her tension through the 6 inches between them. The commander waved them toward a concrete shed that still had half a roof. 2 militiamen fell in behind, rifles ready. Inside smelled of wet wool, cigarette smoke, and engine grease. A folding table held a radio, maps pinned with thumbtacks, and half a loaf of black bread. Sit, the commander ordered. He dropped into a chair that creaked under his weight. I am Captain Bowden. These papers say you crossed south. But my scouts say no one came through the official points. So tell me, American journalist, how exactly did you reach my village? Cole leaned forward, elbows on knees. We paid smugglers. Dangerous road. Lost our ride 2 kilometers back when their truck threw a rod. Walked the rest. Bowden's eyes narrowed. Smugglers don't leave clean press cards. And your boots, good American souls. Not local. He tapped the radio. We caught FSB chatter last night. Looking for 2 operatives. Man and woman. Clean papers. Sound familiar? One of the militiamen muttered something and chambered around. Kate spoke for the first time, voice steady. We're not FSB. My husband is trapped east of here with Doctors Without Borders. We're trying to reach them. Bowden laughed once, short and ugly. Doctors. Sure. Every spy has a story about doctors. He picked up the radio, hand set. I should call this in. Let SBU sort it. They like asking questions with pliers. Cole's hand drifted closer to the cig under his jacket. Not yet. Captain, listen. You've got Russian columns pushing west. We saw armor last night, 3 columns T-90s with reactive armor. That's why we're here. To get the story out. Bowden's radio crackled to life before he could answer. A voice barked coordinates, grid numbers that matched the ones on the map in front of them. Then the words that turned the air to ice. Adjust fire. Target confirmed. Suspected forward observers at village checkpoint. The commander froze. His eyes snapped to Cole, then Kate. They're calling fire on us. Right now. Because you walked in. Cole stood up slow. Not us. Someone sold your position. Pull your men back. We move or we die. Bowden grabbed him by the collar. You brought this. A high whistle cut the air outside. First round incoming. The ground jumped. Dirt rained from the half-roof. The second shell landed closer, shattering windows in the house across the street. Militiamen shouted. Boots pounded. Cole twisted free. You want to shoot us, do it later. Right now, get your people into the ravine behind the ridge. We've got maybe 90 seconds before they walk the barrage onto this shed. Bowden hesitated half a second, then barked orders into the radio. Men scrambled. Cole grabbed Kate's arm and pulled her toward the back door. Bowden followed, rifle in one hand, map in the other. They sprinted across open ground as the next shells hammered down. Explosions stitched a line toward the checkpoint, bright flashes, black smoke, earth fountaining up. A machine gun nest disappeared in a roar of fire and twisted metal. Cole shoved Kate into a shallow drainage ditch. Bowden landed beside them, breathing hard. Shrapnel whined overhead. You still think we're FSB? Cole shouted over the next impact. The captain's face had gone pale under the dirt. Maybe not. But someone wants you dead bad enough to light up my whole position. Kate lifted her head. Then help us reach Starye Saltiv. We have the same enemy. Another shell screamed in. Closer. The concussion slapped Cole's ears. Bowden wiped blood from a cut above his eye. Fine, he growled. You live through this barrage, I give you a truck and a guide to the next village. But if more shells follow you, I shoot you myself. Cole nodded once. Deal. They pressed flat as the artillery walked across the ridge. Houses crumpled. Smoke choked the air. When the guns finally paused, Bowden rose first, face grim. Move, he said. Before they reload. Cole pulled Kate up. Her jacket smoked from a hot fragment that had landed on her shoulder. She brushed it off without a word. They ran for the tree line where 3 battered pickup trucks waited. Bowden pointed at the middle one. Keys in it. Driver knows the back roads. Don't stop until you're 20 kilometers east. Cole climbed behind the wheel. Kate slid in beside him. The engine coughed to life, rough but strong. Bowden leaned in the window. Whoever you really are, good luck or go to hell. Just don't bring more fire on my men. Cole put the truck in gear. Tell your radio man to change frequencies. They're listening. The captain stepped back. Cole gunned the engine and bounced down the rutted track away from the burning village. Shells started falling again behind them, lazy and deliberate, hunting anyone still moving. Kate checked the side mirror. That was too close. Welcome to Ukraine, Cole said. He kept his eyes on the road. Next time, they won't wait for the artillery to make the introduction. The truck rattled east, deeper into the gray morning, while smoke rose black behind them like a warning they couldn't outrun. Chapter 8. Cole wrestled the pickup along the rutted track, tires clawing for grip in the fresh mud. Smoke from the shelled village still stained the sky behind them. Kate rode shotgun, one hand braced on the dash, the other resting near her Glock. The truck smelled of diesel and scorched upholstery. The sat phone buzzed in Cole's jacket. He fished it out and thumbed the speaker. Tara's voice came through crisp. "Walker, you clear of the village?" "Barely. Got us a truck from the militia captain. Bowden. We're pushing east. Listen close. FSB has a mole inside that unit. Bowden. Repeat, Bowden is their asset. He fed your exact position to the artillery spotters. They lit up his own checkpoint to sell the story that you brought the fire." Cole glanced at Kate. "You hear that?" "I heard." Her knuckles whitened on the grip. Cole kept the truck rolling. "Boss, we just left him. He gave us the keys himself. Why tip his hand now?" "Because the next phase is elimination. He'll catch up or radio ahead. Pull over at the next bend and ditch the truck. I have a drone feed up, Ukrainian asset low altitude. I can see heat signatures moving behind you." Cole snorted. "Drone feed? Never thought I'd need a goddamn video game to stay alive. Mock it later." Two signatures closing fast on foot from the tree line. One carries a rifle. "Move." Kate twisted in her seat. "There's dust on the road behind us." Cole spotted the second pickup gaining, Bowden's bearded face visible behind the wheel. The captain had ditched the militia jacket and now wore a plain field coat. No markings. Cole floored the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, engine screaming. "Too late to ditch. He's right on us." Bowden's vehicle pulled alongside. The captain waved them down like an old friend, then yanked the wheel and slammed their fender. Metal crunched. Cole fought the skid, tires sliding on mud. "Pull over," Bowden shouted across the gap. "Engine trouble." "I'll help." Cole braked hard. Both trucks slewed to a stop on the narrow track. Bowden climbed out first, rifle slung but hand hovering near the trigger. Two militiamen stayed in his cab, watching. Cole stepped down slow, sig still holstered. "Captain, you always ram friends." Bowden smiled without warmth. "Friends don't bring artillery. Hand over the woman. She's the one they want for questioning." Kate stayed behind the truck door, pistol now drawn low. "Your own men just died back there because of you." Bowden's eyes flicked to her. "FSB pays better than Kiev these days. Simple math." He raised the rifle. Cole lunged. He closed the distance in 3 strides and drove his shoulder into Bowden's chest. The rifle discharged into the air. Both men crashed into the mud. Bowden twisted, trying to bring the barrel around. Cole clamped both hands on the weapon and wrenched it sideways until the stock cracked against Bowden's jaw. The captain roared and headbutted Cole in the mouth. Blood flooded Cole's tongue. He tasted iron and spat it into Bowden's eyes. "Walker, left flank." Tara's voice barked from the dropped sat phone. Second man circling with a knife. Cole rolled sideways. One militiaman charged from the trees, bayonet fixed. Cole kicked Bowden's rifle away, came up on one knee and drew the sig. 2 shots cracked. The charging man stumbled and dropped. Bowden tackled him from behind. They slammed into the truck's fender. Cole's head rang. He drove an elbow backward, caught Bowden in the throat. The captain gagged but didn't let go. Strong hands locked around Cole's wrist, twisting the pistol. "Drone shows third man 200 meters back, setting up a machine gun," Tara said, calm as a chess instructor. "You have 40 seconds. Angle right, there's a stump for cover." Cole rammed the back of his skull into Bowden's nose. Cartilage gave way with a wet pop. The grip loosened. Cole spun, slammed Bowden face first into the truck hood, then drove a knee into his spine. Bowden crumpled, gasping. Kate fired twice from cover. The third militiaman screamed and fell behind the second truck. Cole pressed the sig to Bowden's temple. "Who else knows?" Bowden laughed through blood. Too late. They already have your route. The doctor dies tonight. Tara cut in. Walker, drone confirms 2 more vehicles 2 kilometers east. They're boxing you. Grab their radio and move. Now. Cole zip-tied Bowden's wrists with a flex cuff from his pack and shoved him into the truck bed. You ride with us, traitor. Insurance. Kate climbed behind the wheel this time. Cole took shotgun, sat phone in one hand, cig in the other. The engine caught on the first try. Which way, Voss? Cole asked, wiping blood from his split lip. Bear right at the fork. Old logging road. The drone will lose line of sight in 6 minutes when the cloud deck drops. After that, you're on your own again. Kate accelerated hard. The truck bounced over roots and ruts. Bowden groaned in the bed with every jolt. Cole looked at her. You good? Better than him. She jerked her chin at the bound captain. Told you I wouldn't freeze. Cole allowed a tight grin. Drone lady just saved our asses. Don't tell her I said that. Tara's voice carried a hint of dry amusement. I heard anyway. Keep the channel open. Next checkpoint is 12 kilometers. Try not to adopt any more moles. Cole tucked the phone away but left the line live. The logging road narrowed, branches scraping the roof. Behind them, distant engines growled, more hunters closing in. Kate kept the speed up, eyes locked on the muddy path ahead. Bowden cursed in Ukrainian from the bed, promises of slow death mixed with pleas. Cole reloaded the cig without looking. Keep driving. We've still got a doctor to reach before the real wolves catch up. The trees closed in tighter, swallowing the truck whole. Chapter 9. Cole killed the engine behind a stand of skeletal poplars and killed the headlights. The logging road emptied into a wider track, where headlights crawled east in a ragged line. Refugee trucks. A dozen battered vehicles loaded with people and bundles, and the sour smell of flight. Kate leaned forward in the passenger seat. Her breath fogged the glass. We blend here. Cole glanced back at Bowden, trussed in the bed. The captain's eyes burned hatred through the blood on his face. Cole zip-tied him tighter to the spare tire and dropped the tailgate. Stay quiet or I leave you for the drones. They walked the last 50 meters. A flatbed truck idled at the rear of the convoy. Canvas sides flapped loose. Faces peered out, old women clutching babushkas, a teenage boy with a rifle across his knees, a mother rocking a silent infant. The driver, thick-necked and unshaven, leaned from the cab. Room for 2 more? Cole asked. He kept his voice flat, local accent thick as he could manage. The driver spat. 200 euros. Cash. You ride in back. No questions. We roll in 5. Cole paid without haggling. He boosted Kate over the tailgate first. She landed soft, among sacks of potatoes and rolled bedding. He followed and pulled the canvas flap across. The truck lurched forward. The convoy picked up speed. Inside the dark cargo bed, bodies shifted. A woman pressed a loaf of bread into Kate's hands without a word. The teenage boy watched Cole's hands. You smell like trouble, stranger. Cole settled against the wooden slats. Trouble's behind us. We just want east. Kate tore the bread and passed half back. The mother with the infant whispered thanks. The truck swayed around potholes. Headlights ahead painted the road in weak yellow. Somewhere far off, artillery grumbled like distant thunder. Cole kept his cig under the jacket. Kate sat shoulder to shoulder with him. Her knee touched his. Neither moved away. Minutes stretched. The convoy rolled through open fields now. Stubble fields cut by narrow drainage ditches. No trees for cover. The canvas flap let in cold night air and the low drone of engines. A new sound cut the night. High and thin. Mechanical. Cole tilted his head. Drones. The teenage boy stiffened. Russians. They hunt at night. Cole eased the canvas aside an inch. 2 quadcopters circled 200 meters up. Their rotors caught faint moonlight. One banked lower. Its camera pod glowed infrared red. Kate whispered. They see heat. The mother clutched her baby tighter. The infant stirred and let out a single thin cry. The teenage boy clamped a hand over its mouth. The cry stopped. Cole watched the drone descend. It hovered directly above their truck. Red dots swept the canvas. The driver must have seen it too. The truck swerved hard. Bodies tumbled. Out, Cole said. He grabbed Kate's pack and his own. Now. He shoved the flap wide. Cold air rushed in. The convoy kept rolling, but the gap widened fast. Cole jumped first. Boots hit frozen dirt. He rolled once and came up running. Kate landed beside him. They sprinted away from the road. Open fields stretched black under the stars. Stubble stalks stabbed their ankles. Behind them the drone's whine rose to a scream. The teenage boy shouted from the truck. Run, you fools! Cole did not look back. He veered left toward a shallow ditch. Kate matched stride for stride. Their packs bounced. Breath sawed in their throats. The drone followed. Its infrared eye painted them white against the cold ground. A spotlight snapped on. White beam stabbed down. It swept left, then right, then locked. Cole grabbed Kate's sleeve and yanked her into the ditch. Mud sucked at their boots. They crawled along the bottom. Water soaked their knees. The drone hovered overhead. Its light probed the ditch edges. Cole pressed Kate flat. His body covered hers. The beam passed inches above their heads. A new sound rolled across the sky. Deeper. Heavy rotor blades. Hind gunship. Coming fast. Cole rose to a crouch. Tree line. 300 meters. Run like hell. They exploded out of the ditch. Legs pumped. Arms drove. The field felt endless. Stubble tore at their pants. A root caught Cole's boot. He stumbled but kept moving. The Heinz searchlight swept the field behind them. Tracers stitched the ground where the convoy had been. The flatbed truck veered off the road and flipped. Canvas tore. Screams cut the night. Cole and Kate ran harder. 200 meters to the trees. The gunship banked toward them. Its minigun spun up with a metallic whine. Kate's breath came in ragged bursts. Left. Ditch again. They cut sharp. Another drainage cut opened in front of them. They slid down the bank. Cole hit the bottom first and pulled Kate after him. The hind roared overhead. Rotor wash flattened the grass above them. Bullets chewed the far bank. Cole counted heartbeats. 10. 20. The gunship circled once more, then peeled off toward the burning truck. He risked a glance. The drone still hovered, but higher now. Its operator had lost the heat bloom in the cold mud. Cole stood. Move. Slow this time. Stay low. They crawled up the opposite bank and walked bent double toward the tree line. Branches reached out like black fingers. They crossed the last 50 meters at a trot and plunged into the pines. Inside the woods, the air smelled of resin and damp earth. Cole leaned against a trunk and listened. The Heinz rotors faded east. The drone's whine died. Kate dropped her pack and sank to her knees. She pressed both hands to the ground to stop the shaking. Cole crouched beside her. His forearm still burned from the border fence. His split lip throbbed. He said nothing. After a long minute, Kate looked up. Her eyes caught faint moonlight. We left them. Cole scanned the dark between the trees. They had their chance. Same as us. He pulled a bottle of water from his pack and handed it over. She drank. He drank. They sat in silence while the night settled, and the distant fire on the road painted the clouds orange. Cole checked his watch. 4 hours until first light. The doctor waited somewhere ahead. The wolves kept closing. He stood and offered Kate his hand. She took it. They moved deeper into the trees without another word. The convoy burned behind them. The real night had only just begun. Chapter 10. Cole crouched under a low pine bough and unpacked the shortwave set from his ruck. The metal case clicked open in the dark. He extended the whip antenna slow. Kate knelt beside him and kept watch toward the tree line. The woods held their breath after the convoy fire. Only the drip of rain from branches broke the quiet. Cole twisted the dial to the frequency Marcus used last. Static hissed back at him like bad breath. Kate shifted her weight. Anything. Give it time. Cole pressed the earpiece tighter. His split lip still stung from the fight with Boden. He scanned the darkness beyond the pines. No movement. Yet. A faint carrier wave crackled through. Then a voice. Marcus. Thin and edged but steady. Relay 1. Grid November Tango 478. 15 kilometers east of current Russian forward line. We hold position 20 minutes more. Then move. Cole scratched the coordinates into the dirt with a twig. He repeated them under his breath. Kate leaned close enough that her shoulder brushed his. She memorized the numbers without writing them down. The transmission cut dead. Cole killed the power switch. He folded the antenna fast. Kate spoke first. That's the signal. He's alive. Cole stuffed the radio back into the pack. His hands moved automatic. 15 clicks behind their lines. Right where Tara said the spetsnaz would hunt. A new sound cut the night. Low electronic hum. Direction finding gear. FSB teams sweeping the frequency. Cole recognized the pattern from a dozen border runs. They locked on fast. He stood and yanked Kate up. We've got 1 hour max. They triangulate that burst, and every patrol within 20 kilometers rolls here. Kate checked her Glock. Next relay point. The dead drop Tara marked on the map. Old barn, 2 kilometers northeast. Cole nodded once. They moved out at a fast jog. Branches whipped their faces. Boots sank into soft loam. The air carried the sharp bite of pine resin and distant diesel. They crossed a narrow stream without slowing. Cold water soaked their socks. Cole kept the pace punishing. Kate matched him stride for stride. Her breath came steady now. No complaints. Half a kilometer in, they heard the first engine. A UAZ jeep grinding along a parallel farm track. Headlights stabbed through the trees like search fingers. Cole pulled Kate down behind a fallen log. They pressed flat. Mud chilled their chests. The jeep rolled past 20 meters away. 2 silhouettes in the cab. One held a handheld DF antenna out the window. It swept slow arcs. The hum grew louder, then faded. Cole waited until the taillights disappeared. He rose. Move. They ran harder. The barn loomed ahead sooner than expected. Rooftop half-caved. Walls leaned like a drunk. Cole circled once and slipped through a gap in the planks. Kate followed. Inside smelled of old hay and rat shit. Moonlight sliced through roof holes. Cole found the relay box nailed under a crossbeam. He popped the latch. A fresh battery pack and spare antenna waited exactly where Tara promised. He swapped the battery into the shortwave set. 38 minutes left on the clock. Kate posted at the doorway. She scanned the tree line. You trust the analyst now. Cole powered up the radio. Trust the data. Not the chair she sits in. He keyed the transmit button. Relay 2. Package received. Confirm location. Static answered first. Then Marcus again. Weaker this time. Starry Saltiv outskirts. Root cellar, under the burned mill. 7 of us. 1 girl critical. We move at 0300, if no pickup. Cole locked the coordinates in his head. He killed the transmission. Outside, a second engine growled closer. This one, heavier. Armored, personnel carrier. Tracks chewed gravel. Kate eased the door wider. 2 vehicles now. They bracketed us. Cole packed the radio. He drew the SIG. We go out the back. Through the hayloft window. They climbed the rickety ladder. Wood creaked under their boots. Cole kicked the shutter open. Cold air rushed in. The APC idled 50 meters out. Spotlight swept the barn front. He dropped through the window first. Landed soft in tall weeds. Kate came down beside him. They crawled 20 meters on elbows and knees. Thorns tore at their sleeves. The DF hum grew louder. Another jeep joined the hunt. Voices carried on the wind. Russian. Short orders. They swept the barn. Cole and Kate reached a shallow gully. They rolled into it and kept crawling. Mud filled Cole's mouth. He spat it out and kept moving. Kate whispered, 40 minutes gone. We make the next ridge or we lose the link for good. Cole rose to a crouch. The gully ended at open ground. 100 meters of stubble field lay between them and the next tree line. No cover. He glanced at her. You ready to run? Kate chambered around. Born ready. They sprinted. Legs drove. Arms pumped. The field stretched forever. Behind them, boots hit the ground. Flashlights stabbed. A shout went up. Cole cut left. Kate stayed right. They split to confuse the aim. A rifle cracked. The round zipped past Cole's ear and buried in the dirt. He returned fire without breaking stride. 2 shots. Suppressive. The flashlight winked out. Kate fired once. Another light died. They hit the tree line together. Branches slapped their chests. They plunged deeper. The pursuit slowed but did not stop. Cole checked his watch under a faint patch of moonlight. 52 minutes. He pulled the shortwave out again while they ran. 1 quick burst. Relay 3. We are inbound. Hold position. Marcus answered immediate. Copy. Hurry. Cole killed the set. The FSB direction finders would lock the new signal any second. Kate glanced back. They're still coming. Cole shoved the radio deep into his pack. Then we stay ahead. They ran on. The night closed around them like a fist. 15 kilometers to the doctor. 1 hour almost gone. The link held by a thread. And the wolves closed tighter with every stride. Chapter 11. Cole slipped through the gap in the chain-link fence and pulled Kate after him. The shelled town lay quiet under a thin moon. Half the buildings stood as empty shells. Brick dust coated every surface like gray snow. They moved single file along a cracked sidewalk. Cole kept the SIG low and ready. Kate followed 3 steps back. Her boots crunched softly on broken glass. Every few meters, she glanced behind them. The night pressed close. Wind carried the faint stink of burned rubber from the last artillery strike. The fixer's house squatted at the end of the block. A single-story wreck with plywood over the windows. Cole approached the side door and tested the knob. It turned without a sound. He eased inside first. The front room smelled of cordite and spoiled meat. A desk lamp still burned on a rickety table. Its bulb cast a weak yellow circle across the floor. The fixer sprawled across the floorboards. Execution style. 1 bullet behind the ear. Blood pooled black under his head and soaked into the cracks. His eyes stared at nothing. A half-smoked cigarette lay burned out beside his outstretched hand. Cole knelt and checked the pulse anyway. Cold skin met his fingers. No flutter. FSB beat us here by maybe an hour. Kate stepped into the room behind him. Her breath caught once. She swallowed hard and kept her Glock pointed at the floor. Does he still have the route? Cole moved to the desk. A battered laptop glowed on the scarred wood. The screen showed an open map program. Their exact path from the barn relay to the root cellar lit up in red lines. Waypoints. Timestamps. Marcus's last known position. A small green dot pulsed at the fixer's current location. Damn it. Cole dropped into the chair. His fingers flew across the keyboard. He killed the Wi-Fi first. Then he dragged every file to the trash and emptied it. The hard drive spun loud in the silent room. Kate posted at the front window. She peeled back a corner of plywood and peered out. The street stretched empty. No movement. Yet. Her free hand rested on the windowsill. It shook once before she steadied it. Cole worked faster. He wiped the browser history. He scrubbed the temp files. He ran a full drive overwrite. The progress bar crawled. 30%. 40. 5 minutes and we burn this place. Kate's voice came low and tight. Walker. She did not move from the window. Her body went rigid. A Russian patrol crept along the opposite sidewalk. 4 men. Kalashnikovs slung low. They moved house to house. Boots scraped on rubble. The lead soldier carried a flashlight that swept slow arcs across boarded doors. Cole kept typing. He did not look up. Stay calm. Do not breathe loud. The patrol reached the corner. 10 feet from the fixer's door. The lead soldier paused. He lit a cigarette. The match flare lit his face for a heartbeat. Hard eyes. Fresh scar across the cheek. He took a long drag. Smoke curled up into the night. Kate stood frozen. Her Glock trembled once in her grip. She stared straight at the soldier. He stared back at the boarded window. Nothing between them but thin plywood and 10 feet of night air. Cole's fingers never stopped. He pulled the final drive wipe command. The progress bar hit 60%. 70. Sweat slid down his spine. The soldier took another drag. He spoke quiet to the man behind him. They laughed once. Short and sharp. The sound carried like glass breaking. Then they moved on. Boots faded down the block. Kate let out a breath she had held too long. Her shoulders dropped. Sweat beaded on her upper lip. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. Cole closed the laptop lid. He yanked the battery and smashed the drive against the desk edge. Plastic cracked. He stuffed the pieces into his pack. Done. We need wheels. He crossed to the back room. A narrow garage attached to the house. Inside sat a dusty motorcycle. Old Soviet model. Fuel tank half full. Keys dangled from the ignition. Cole checked the oil with a quick dip of his finger. Clean enough. He wheeled it out the rear door. Kate followed. She kept glancing over her shoulder. Keys work? She asked. Cole swung a leg over and thumbed the starter. The engine coughed once, then caught with a ragged growl. Better than walking. Climb on. Kate climbed on behind him. She wrapped her arms around his waist without hesitation. Her grip stayed firm. Cole eased the bike through the back alley. He kept the throttle low. Headlight off. They rolled past the fixer's house one last time. Smoke already drifted from the front window. Cole had dropped a thermite grenade on the desk before they left. It would eat the rest of the evidence in minutes. The town fell behind them. Open fields opened ahead. The motorcycle bumped over ruts. Wind whipped cold across their faces. Kate leaned close to his ear so he could hear her over the engine. I almost pulled the trigger back there. Cole kept his eyes on the dark road. You didn't. That's what counts. You held it together. He twisted the throttle. The engine snarled louder. They picked up speed. The root cellar waited somewhere east. The doctor and his people waited with it. Cole felt Kate's heartbeat against his back. Steady now. She had stood the watch. She had not frozen. The fixer's blood still smelled in his nose. The laptop's map still burned in his memory. He leaned the bike into a long curve. Headlights stayed dark. The night swallowed them whole. One more problem solved. The next one already waited over the next ridge. Chapter 12. Cole cut the motorcycle engine behind a collapsed silo and let the bike coast into tall weeds. The night air hung thick with diesel and wet earth. He killed the headlight before it drew eyes. Kate slid off the back and landed soft. Her boots sank into mud. She scanned the dark ridge ahead. The root cellar coordinates burned in her head like fresh ink. A low moan drifted from the ditch 20 meters left. Cole raised the sig. He moved first. Kate followed close. They found her wedged between broken concrete and brambles. A woman. Mid-30s. White coat torn and stiff with blood. Her left thigh wrapped in a dirty bandage that leaked fresh red. Fever sweat plastered hair to her forehead. Her eyes fluttered open when Cole's shadow fell across her. American? She whispered. Her accent carried the sharp edges of Kiev. Kate dropped to her knees beside her. She touched the woman's forehead. Hot as a kettle. Who are you? Elena Petrova. Nurse with Kate Ellison. Doctors Without Borders. Elena coughed once. Blood flecked her lips. I slipped out 2 nights ago. Patrol caught us at the mill. I ran. They shot me, but I kept running. Cole kept watch on the ridgeline. His finger stayed off the trigger, but ready. Marcus still alive? Elena nodded slow. Her breath came shallow. He moves the group every night. Root cellar to root cellar. Keeps the girl alive with what we have left. Antibiotics almost gone. She bleeds inside. Marcus says 3 more nights max. Kate tore open her own med pouch. She pulled fresh gauze and a field syringe. We take her with us. Cole glanced down. Kate. She knows their exact route tonight. Kate's voice stayed low but steel hard. She knows the signals Marcus uses. We leave her, and she dies here alone. Elena grabbed Kate's wrist. Her fingers burned hot. Please. I can walk. Just help me stand. Cole scanned the horizon again. Headlights flickered far off. 2 sets. Moving slow. Sweep line. Russian patrols work this sector in pairs. We carry her, we lose speed. They catch us all. Kate ignored him. She looped Elena's arm over her shoulder and hauled the nurse up. Elena gasped but stayed on her feet. I won't slow you. I swear. Cole swore under his breath. He took the other side. Together, they half-carried Elena toward the next tree line. Her good leg dragged. The bad one left a dark trail in the mud. They made 50 meters. Elena's weight pulled them down. Cole felt the drag in his shoulders. His forearm still ached from the border fence. He kept moving. Kate spoke soft to the nurse. Tell me what Marcus said last. Exact words. Elena's head lolled. Fever made her words slur. He said the girl needs surgery in a real hospital. He said, if the Americans come, they come quiet. No helicopters. No lights. She laughed once. Bitter. Then the patrol found us. Cole spotted the first Russian jeep crest the ridge. Its spotlight swept lazy arcs across the field. He pulled them both down into a shallow depression. Mud sucked at their knees. Elena whimpered. Kate clamped a hand over her mouth. The nurse bit her lip to stay quiet. Blood trickled down her chin. The jeep rolled closer. 20 meters. 15. The spotlight passed over their depression and kept going. Cole let out a slow breath. Elena's eyes rolled back. She sagged heavier. Kate shook her. Stay with me. Elena. Stay awake. The nurse blinked hard. I left them a note. In the cellar. Told them I would find help or die trying. Her voice cracked. I found you. Cole rose to a crouch. We move now. Double time. They pushed on. Elena tried to help. Her good leg pumped, but the bad one trailed useless. Every step jarred her wound. She bit back groans. Kate kept talking to her. Low. Steady. What does Marcus do when the shells start falling? Elena managed a weak smile. He sings. Old American songs. Keeps the patients calm. Sings terrible. Cole cut in. Save the breath. We hit the next gully and rest 30 seconds. They reached the gully. Cole lowered Elena to the ground. She lay back and stared at the stars. Her chest rose and fell fast. Kate checked the bandage. Blood soaked through again. She packed fresh gauze tight. Elena winced but grabbed Kate's hand. You sound like his wife. He talked about you. Said you would come. Kate's eyes glistened, but she kept working. I'm here. We're all getting out. Cole watched the ridgeline. The second jeep joined the first. They paralleled each other now. Sweep line tightening. 30 seconds up. We move or they pin us. Elena tried to stand alone. Her leg buckled. She caught herself on Kate's shoulder. I can crawl. Leave me the pistol. I cover you. Kate shook her head hard. No. We carry you. Cole looked at the jeeps again. Then at Elena. Then at Kate. His jaw tightened. Fine. But we ditch the packs. Ammo and water only. We lighten up or we die here. They stripped the rucks down. Cole kept the shortwave and one trauma kit. Kate kept the extra magazines. Elena kept nothing but the arm around her waist. They moved again. Slower now. The sweep line gained ground. Headlights swept closer. Voices carried on the wind. Russian commands. Short. Sharp. Elena's fever made her talk more. I saw the girl's mother die. Shrapnel. Marcus held her hand till the end. He never cries where we see. Kate adjusted her grip. Save it. We need you alive to tell him we're coming. Cole spotted movement ahead. 2 more soldiers on foot. They swept the gully line. He pulled the women down behind a fallen tree trunk. Bark scraped his cheek. The soldiers passed 10 meters away. One paused to light a cigarette. The match flare lit his face. Young. Scared. Elena started to shiver hard. Her teeth clicked. Kate wrapped her own jacket around the nurse's shoulders. Cole waited until the soldiers moved on. He rose. We cross the open stretch now. Fast as we can. They broke cover. Elena between them like a broken puppet. Her feet barely touched the ground. They half dragged her across the stubble field. The jeeps turned toward them. Spotlights stabbed the dark. A shout went up. Rifles cracked. Rounds zipped past. One punched the dirt at Cole's heel. He returned fire. 2 shots. Suppressive. The spotlight on the nearest jeep shattered. Glass rained. Kate fired once. The second jeep swerved. Elena cried out. Her weight went dead. She had passed out. Cole grabbed her legs. Kate took the shoulders. They ran flat out. Bullets chased them. Dirt kicked up in fountains. They hit the far tree line and crashed through brush. Branches tore at their faces. They kept moving deeper. The shooting stopped. The jeeps could not follow through the thick woods. Cole lowered Elena to the ground, under a thick pine. Kate checked her pulse. Still there. Weak but there. Elena's eyes opened a slit. She looked at Cole. You risked it. For me. Cole wiped sweat from his eyes. His chest heaved. Yeah. Now shut up and stay alive. Kate pressed a fresh bandage tighter. Her hands shook but her voice stayed steady. We rest 10 minutes. Then we push for the cellar. Marcus waits. Cole reloaded the cig. He stared back the way they had come. The sweep line regrouped in the field. Flashlights swept the tree line. He looked at Kate. Then at the wounded nurse. Then at the dark ahead. One life. The mission. The choice sat heavy in his gut. But they had made it. For now. The woods swallowed their breathing. The night pressed closer. Marcus and the others waited somewhere in the black. Cole stood first. 10 minutes up. We move. Chapter 13. The ruins of the starry salted flour mill smelled of scorched wheat, wet ash, and cold iron. Cole Walker pressed his back against the blackened brick of the exterior wall. Rain slicked his leather jacket. He eased his breath out through his nose, listening. To his left, Kate supported the dead weight of Elena Petrova. The nurse's chin rested on her chest, eyes rolling beneath half-closed lids. The fever baked off her in waves. Cole tapped the earpiece. Boss. Talk to me. Static popped, then Tara's voice threaded through, clinical and tight. You're at the south wall. I have you on thermal. Walker, you're out of time. Raven team just threw a cordon around the entire block. 4 Tigger infantry mobility vehicles. 24 dismounted spetsnaz. Where? Everywhere. They are collapsing the perimeter. I'm painting 2 heat signatures inside the mill's ground floor. Stationary. Guarding the interior stairwell that leads down to the root cellar. What about Marcus? Kate whispered, her voice rough from the cold. I still have 7 cold signatures in the basement, Tara said. But the Russians have thermals too. They're running mobile sweeps. You have maybe 3 minutes before a squad pushes into that mill and finds the basement hatch. Cole looked at Kate. Rain dripped from her nose. She gripped the Glock in her right hand, but her knuckles were white, her arm trembling from the exhaustion of carrying the nurse. She was an analyst pushed past her breaking point, running purely on adrenaline and the ghost of a promise. She was no killer. She didn't need to be. Wait here, Cole said. Keep her quiet. Walker. Don't move, Cole said. He holstered the cig. Gunfire would draw the entire block down on them. He drew the fixed-blade combat knife from his belt. 7 inches of matte black carbon steel. He slipped around the corner and through a jagged hole in the brickwork. The interior of the mill lay in absolute darkness, broken only by the pale gray slats of moonlight cutting through the collapsed roof. Massive rusted hoppers hung overhead like dead iron spiders. Rubble crunched under the soles of his boots. He adjusted his stride, rolling heel to toe, keeping his weight centered. Voices murmured ahead. Russian. Lowboard. Cole melted into the shadow of a concrete pillar. 10 feet away, the 2 sentries stood by a heavy iron grate set into the floor. The cellar hatch. One spetsnaz soldier leaned against a support beam, assault rifle slung across his chest, the cherry of a cigarette glowing bright orange in the dark. The scent of cheap black tobacco hit Cole's nose. The second soldier stood opposite him, face bathed in the eerie green glow of a ruggedized thermal tablet. "Movement in the north sector," the tablet operator muttered in Russian. "Rat maybe." "Check the basement," the smoker said. "Lieutenant wants it cleared before we move on." "It's a steel hatch. Heavy. Takes two." Cole stepped out of the shadow. He crossed the 10 feet in 3 strides. The smoker saw the movement, eyes widening, mouth opening to shout. Cole drove his left hand into the man's throat, crushing the larynx, silencing the yell before it formed. In the same motion, Cole's right hand brought the knife up, driving the blade under the edge of the Kevlar helmet, sinking it deep into the base of the skull. The man went rigid, brainstem severed. Cole caught the heavy body before it could hit the floor. The tablet operator looked up from his screen. He reached for his sidearm. Cole let the dead man drop, pivoted, and closed the distance. He grabbed the operator's wrist, twisting it outward until the bone snapped with a wet crack. The man hissed, pain flaring, but Cole was already moving past his guard. Cole hooked his left arm around the soldier's neck, sinking in a rear naked choke. He wrenched backward, applying brutal mechanical torque. 10 seconds. The soldier thrashed, boots kicking the dust. Cole held the pressure, clamping his legs around the man's torso to control the weight. 15 seconds. The thrashing slowed. 20 seconds. The body went limp. Cole lowered him to the concrete. He didn't check for a pulse. He knew the pressure required to shut off the brain. He tapped the earpiece. "Clear. Kate, bring her in." Cole grabbed the iron ring of the cellar hatch and hauled upward. The hinges screamed in protest, a rusted wail that echoed in the cavernous mill. A blast of foul air rushed up, sweat, gangrene, iodine, and raw terror. Kate stepped out of the shadows, dragging Elena. She saw the 2 bodies on the floor. She stopped. Her eyes locked on the pool of dark blood spreading under the smoker's head. She swallowed hard, her chest heaving, but she didn't look away. "Down the stairs," Cole ordered. "Go." Kate shifted her grip on Elena and guided the semi-conscious nurse down the steep concrete steps. Cole grabbed the thermal tablet from the dead sentry, tossed it down the hole, then followed, pulling the heavy iron hatch shut above them. The metallic clang sealed them in absolute black. "Hold your fire," Cole said into the dark. A flashlight clicked on. The beam hit Cole's chest, blinding him. "Hands away from the weapons," a voice said. English. American accent. Exhausted and raw. "Marcus," Kate breathed. The flashlight beam wavered, then dropped. Dr. Marcus Ellison stood in the center of the cramped root cellar. He wore a surgical apron, slick with drying blood. His face was gray under a layer of brick dust, eyes sunken into dark, bruised hollows. Behind him, huddled on cots made of rotting wooden pallets, sat the survivors. 3 women, 2 men, and a pale little girl lying on a table, an IV bag taped to the ceiling above her. Marcus stared at Kate. The flashlight trembled in his grip. "Kate. What the hell are you doing here?" "I came to get you out." She let go of Elena, moving past Cole. She wrapped her arms around her husband. Marcus stiffened, then returned the embrace, holding onto her like a drowning man. For 3 seconds, the war stopped. Then, the reality of the room crushed back in. "You brought a gun to a hospital," Marcus said, pulling back, looking at the Glock in her hand, then at Cole. "Who is this?" "Cole Walker," Cole said, stepping fully into the room. He scanned the corners. Stone walls, dirt floor. No exits save the stairs. "I'm the guy getting you out. We have to move." "We can't," Marcus said, gesturing to the table. "She's critical. Internal bleeding. I just stabilized her. Moving her will tear the sutures. Staying here will put a bullet in her head," Cole said. "And yours. And your wife's." Marcus's jaw tightened. "My wife shouldn't be here. This is a combat zone." "Save the marital dispute for the debrief," Cole said. "Boss, talk to me." Walker, they're inside, Tara's voice crackled, loud enough for Kate to hear. I've got 10 thermal signatures flooding the ground floor. They found your dead sentries. They are clustering around the hatch. Heavy boots pounded on the concrete floor above them. Muffled shouts in Russian filtered through the iron grate. Cole pointed to the far wall. Tell me there's another way out of this tomb. Marcus wiped a bloody hand across his forehead. Storm drain. Built in the Soviet era. Connects to the river runoff system. The grate is rusted shut. I couldn't budge it. Show me. Marcus led him to the back corner, behind a stack of rotted potato crates. A circular iron grate, 3 feet wide, sat embedded in the stone wall. Cole gripped the rusted bars and pulled. Nothing gave. He planted a boot against the stone, wrapped both hands around the iron, and recruited every muscle in his back and shoulders. Above them, the metal latch of the ceiling hatch screeched. They're opening it, Kate said, panic bleeding into her voice. She raised her Glock, aiming at the ceiling. Help me get the girl. Marcus yelled to the other nurses. Cole roared, straining until his vision starred. The rust cracked like a gunshot. The grate tore free, sending Cole tumbling backward into the dirt. A blast of cold, putrid air washed over them. Move! Cole shouted, scrambling to his feet. Get them in the pipe. Now. The nurses scrambled, lifting the 12-year-old girl on a makeshift stretcher of blankets and broom handles. Kate shoved the first civilian, a terrified old man, into the dark pipe. Walker, Tara said, her voice dropping an octave. They are picking up your heat signatures inside the tunnel. The squad leader is looking at his tablet. He sees the cluster. Let him look, Cole growled. The ceiling hatch slammed open. A beam of harsh white light slashed down the concrete stairs. Contact, a spetsnaz soldier shouted from above. Marcus pushed the stretcher into the pipe, Kate pulling from the other side. Go, go, go. Marcus yelled. An assault rifle barked. Concrete chips exploded off the wall, inches from Marcus's head. Cole stepped in front of the doctor, raising the SIG. He didn't aim. He fired 3 rounds rapid up the stairwell. A scream echoed. A heavy body tumbled down the concrete steps, crashing into the cellar floor. Get in the hole, Doc. Cole shoved Marcus toward the storm drain. More boots hit the stairs. 2 flashlights swept down. Cole grabbed the iron grate from the floor. He dove into the storm drain feet first, hauling the heavy metal cover behind him. He slammed it back into the stone housing, just as the cellar flooded with spetsnaz. Bullets hammered the iron grate, sparking wildly in the dark. Cole pressed his back against the cold brick of the tunnel, listening to the rounds pinging inches from his face. Keep moving, Cole yelled down the pitch-black pipe. Don't stop until you smell the river. He keyed his radio. Boss. We're in the pipe. I see you, Tara said. But so do they. And they're dropping flashbangs down the manholes ahead of you. Chapter 14. Black water rushed over Cole's boots. The storm drain smelled of rotting fish, methane, and decades of stagnation. He kept his left hand flat against the slick brick wall, guiding himself in the absolute dark, his right hand gripping the SIG. Behind him, boots splashed. Heavy, uneven breathing echoed off the curved ceiling. Marcus and the other male nurse, a kid named Anton, struggled with the makeshift stretcher. The 12-year-old girl whimpered with every jolt. Kate flanked them, one arm hooked under the wounded Elena, dragging the feverish woman through shin-deep muck. Keep moving, Cole ordered. The curved pipe amplified his voice, distorting it into a metallic scrape. 50 yards ahead, a sliver of pale gray light marked a manhole cover. A heavy scrape of iron ground against stone. The gray light vanished, replaced by a silhouette dropping into the shaft. A small metal cylinder clattered against the brickwork, bouncing down into the pipe. Cole recognized the sound. Down, Cole roared. He dove backward, tackling Marcus and Anton. The stretcher crashed into the foul water. The flashbang detonated. A sunburst of magnesium fire ignited the tunnel. The shockwave hit a microsecond later, a solid wall of air that punched the breath from Cole's lungs. The blast magnified inside the concrete pipe, driving a spike of pure agony through his eardrums. Total darkness returned. The ringing in Cole's head drowned out everything else. He tasted copper. He pushed himself up from the muck, shaking his head. White spots danced in his vision. He grabbed the front of Marcus's surgical apron and hauled the doctor to his feet. Cole could not hear his own voice, but he felt the vibration in his throat. Go. Go. He shoved Marcus forward. Cole drew the SIG and fired 2 blind rounds up the manhole shaft. He saw no target, just put lead in the air to keep heads down. He grabbed the front of the stretcher, replacing Anton, and hauled the girl forward. The water grew deeper, reaching his knees. The pipe angled downward. The current gained strength. The air turned colder, carrying the sharp, muddy scent of the open river. A rusted iron grate blocked the outfall. Beyond it, the Donets River slid past under the rain, black and indifferent. Cole let the stretcher drop. He grabbed the iron bars. Locked tight. A heavy brass padlock secured a thick chain woven through the metal. He stepped back, raised the SIG, and fired point-blank into the brass. The lock shattered. Cole kicked the grate. It groaned. He kicked it again, driving his heel into the center bar. The hinges gave way with a screech, spilling the grate into the river. Out, Cole gasped, his hearing returning as a high-pitched whine. They scrambled out of the pipe, sliding down a muddy embankment into the tall reeds. The rain fell in sheets, washing the sewer filth from their faces. Cole directed them south, away from the outfall, under the concrete overhang of a ruined pumping station. The overhang offered shadow and cover from the sky. The ruins smelled of wet concrete and crushed river grass. Marcus dropped to his knees beside the stretcher. He ripped a penlight from his pocket, shielding the beam with his hand, and checked the girl's bandages. Fresh red soaked through the white gauze. Sutures tore, Marcus said. His voice shook. He looked up at Kate. Rain plastered her hair to her skull. She stood shivering, her chest heaving, the Glock hanging loose in her grip. I told you, Marcus said, his tone turning jagged. I told you we needed to stay put. They were opening the hatch, Kate fired back. You had seconds. We were hidden. Marcus stood up, closing the distance between them. He pointed a blood-stained finger at her chest. They swept that mill twice today and walked right past us. Then you show up. You cross the border, you start shooting, and suddenly a spetsnaz kill team drops right on our heads. Kate flinched. I came to get you out. You transmitted an SOS. I transmitted a medical update to Geneva. Marcus yelled. I asked for a negotiated corridor, not a cowboy extraction. Look at this. He gestured to Elena, passed out in the mud, and the girl bleeding out on the stretcher. You endangered everyone by coming here yourself. You brought the war right to our front door. He's right. Cole leaned against a concrete pylon, reloading the SIG. He slammed a fresh magazine home and racked the slide. Kate spun on him, betrayal flashing in her green eyes. Excuse me? Tourists don't belong in the field, Cole said. His voice lacked heat. It was just arithmetic. You leave a trail. Every bribe you pay, every border guard who sees your face, it ripples. They weren't hunting a rat in that mill. They were hunting us. Kate shook her head, rain flying from her face. I covered my tracks. I burned the embassy car. I used false papers. Your papers got made at the first fence, Cole reminded her. He felt the dull throb in his forearm where the barbed wire had chewed him up. He checked the perimeter. The river murmured. No sirens yet. No searchlights sweeping the bank. But they were coming. The sat phone in Cole's chest pocket vibrated. He pulled it out. The screen glowed faint blue. He tapped the earpiece. Boss. Status. You have a brief window Tara said. Her voice lacked its usual clinical detachment. It sounded strained. Raven team is securing the mill. They think you're trapped in the sewer network. It'll take them 20 minutes to realize you blew the outfall lock. But Walker, we have a bigger problem. Make it fast, Cole said. I pulled the data packets from the drone intercept, Tara said. I wanted to know how Raven team pinpointed the root cellar so fast. They didn't triangulate the doctor's radio burst. They didn't need to. Cole's eyes flicked to Kate. She stood in the rain, arms wrapped around herself, watching him. Why not? Cole asked. Because they already had the coordinates, Tara said. I just decrypted the command order, sent to the spetsnaz lieutenant. The target package included the exact grid square of the mill, a floor plan, and a list of personnel inside. Complete with your names. Cole pushed off the concrete pylon. The air turned heavy. Where did they get it? It's an intercepted diplomatic cable, Tara said. Sent 8 hours ago from the U.S. Embassy in Zagreb. Addressed to the State Department Emergency Action Committee, requesting immediate Black Ops extraction for Dr. Ellison. Cole went completely still. An embassy cable. Yes, Tara said. And I pulled the digital signature. It wasn't hacked from the outside. The encryption was bypassed internally. The cable originated from Terminal 4 in the political section. Whose terminal? Cole asked, though his gut already knew the answer. Kate Ellison, Tara said. Walker, she sent the cable. She gave them the map. Cole cut the connection. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. The rain hammered the river. He took 2 steps forward. He raised the Sig Sauer. He leveled the tritium sights dead center on Kate's chest. Marcus shouted, lunging forward, but Cole threw a brutal left elbow that caught the doctor in the chest, dropping him back into the mud. Kate froze. The muzzle of the gun sat 3 feet from her heart. Drop the Glock, Cole said. Kate stared at him, bewildered. Walker, what are you doing? Drop it. Now. Kate let the pistol fall into the muck. She raised her empty hands. Are you insane? They're right behind us. Cole kept his arm rigid. He read the micro-expressions on her face. Fear. Confusion. Not guilt. But field men died trusting faces. He trusted data. He trusted blood. Boss just pulled the spetsnaz target package, Cole said. His voice cut through the rain like broken glass. They knew exactly where the cellar was. They knew our names. Because someone at the embassy sent a cable detailing the entire extraction plan to Washington. On an open back channel, the FSB monitors. Kate's face went chalk white. No, I didn't. Terminal 4, Cole said. Your desk. Your login. Marcus scrambled up, standing between his wife and Cole's gun. She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't sell us out. People do a lot of things for money, Doc. Or maybe she just panicked and didn't check the encryption protocols. Cole didn't lower the weapon. You told me you pulled strings. You told me this was off the books. But you lit a beacon that brought a kill team straight to your husband's door. I sent a request. Kate yelled, her voice breaking. I logged in and typed a drafted request for an extraction team. But the station chief killed it. He denied the request. I never transmitted it. I deleted the file. Computers don't delete, Cole said. Somebody sent it. Then someone used my terminal after I left to meet you, Kate said. She stepped around Marcus, walking straight toward the muzzle of the Sig until it brushed the wet canvas of her jacket. She looked up into Cole's eyes. She did not blink. Someone inside the embassy wants Marcus dead. Someone leaked that cable using my name to make sure they found us. Cole stared down the barrel. The pulse in her neck beat erratic, frantic. The rain washed the dirt from her cheeks. He searched her eyes for the lie. He looked for the hesitation, the slight shift in posture that gave away a burned asset. He found nothing but raw, desperate anger. Kate grabbed the barrel of the cig and pressed it harder against her own chest. "Pull the trigger or give me back my gun," she said. "Because my husband has a patient dying in the mud, and we have 15 minutes before the Russians figure out we're gone." Cole held her gaze for 5 long seconds. The river rushed behind them. The thunder rolled in the east. He lowered the pistol. "Pick it up," Cole said, nodding to the Glock in the mud. "But you walk in front of me from here on out." Chapter 15. Kate walked point. She pushed through the dense river reeds, the Glock heavy in her right hand. The rain fell in hard, cold sheets, beating the tall grass down. Cole stayed 2 paces behind her, the cig leveled, his eyes tracking the dark tree line to their left. Marcus and Anton brought up the rear, wrestling the makeshift stretcher through the thick mud. No one spoke. The accusation hung in the damp air between them, heavier than the rain. Someone had used Kate's terminal. Someone had painted a target on their backs. Cole didn't trust her, but he needed her moving forward. The reeds gave way to a desolate stretch of fallow farmland. Rotted cornstalks jutted from the muck like broken teeth. A ruined concrete aqueduct flanked the field to the north. To the south, a steep embankment dropped 30 feet into the churning Donets River. The sat phone vibrated in Cole's pocket. He tapped his earpiece. "Talk to me, Voss." "Stop moving," Tara said. Her voice lacked its usual sterile calm. The words clipped, rushed. "Walker, halt the column right now." "Halt," Cole hissed. Kate froze. Marcus and Anton stopped, chests heaving, lowering the stretcher to the wet earth. "Give it to me," Cole said. "Raven team shifted tactics," Tara said. Keyboard keys clattered rapidly over the link. "They found the blown outfall. They aren't chasing you down the riverbank. They leapfrogged. 2 Tigger vehicles cut east on the highway. They just dumped a dozen spetsnaz infantry ahead of your position. They are pushing south from the aqueduct in a sweep line." Cole crouched, scanning the dark. "Distance 400 meters and closing. You have a second squad pushing up from your rear. You are boxed on 3 sides. The river is the 4th. Cole looked at the black water sliding past the drop-off. "We swim." "With a 12-year-old girl bleeding internally?" Marcus asked, hearing Cole's side of the conversation. "The current will drag her under in 10 seconds. Elena, too." "The doctor is right," Tara said. "You can't cross the water. And you can't go back. You have one gap in the cordon. A 50-meter bottleneck straight ahead, between the aqueduct footing and the river cliff. But there's a catch." "Always is," Cole muttered. He felt the cold seeping into his bones. His forearms throbbed. "What's the catch?" "It's a designated denial zone," Tara said. "Russian combat engineers hit that exact bottleneck 3 days ago. I pulled the satellite passes. The Earth is disturbed. It's a minefield." Cole stared into the black stretch of mud ahead. "What kind of ordnance?" Sappers laid a mix. PMN-2 anti-personnel pressure mines, and at least 2 OZM-72 bounding fragmentation mines. A frog mine. Cole knew the OZM. Nasty piece of work. Tripwire activated. A small charge launches the mine 3 feet into the air before the main charge detonates, throwing 2,000 steel fragments in a lethal 360-degree arc. It would shred everyone on the riverbank. "I need a path, Voss." "I have thermal imaging from the drone," Tara said. The mud cooled the plastic casings, but the metal components hold a fractional heat differential. "I can see the layout." "Barely. It's a staggered pattern. But the bottleneck pinches tight at the end. 2 OZM-72s block the exit completely. The tripwires overlap. You can't walk the stretcher around them. You have to clear them." "I don't have an EOD kit." You have a knife, Tara said. And you have me. Cole looked at Kate. Rain dripped from her chin. She watched him, terrified but steady. He looked at Marcus, who knelt over the girl, shielding her face from the downpour. All right, Cole said. Talk me in. He holstered the SIG and drew his combat knife. He dropped to his hands and knees in the mud. Kate. Watch the aqueduct. The spetsnaz sweep line will hit the ridge any minute. You see a shadow move, you don't ask for ID. Kate moved to a crumbling concrete pylon, resting her forearms on the jagged stone, bracing the Glock in a two-handed grip. She stared into the dark. 10 paces straight, Tara guided. Cole crawled. The mud sucked at his knees. He probed the ground ahead of him with the blade of the knife, sliding the steel into the earth at a shallow 30-degree angle. Never push straight down on a pressure plate. Stop. PMN 2, 2 feet to your left. Steer right. Cole shifted right. He heard Marcus dragging the stretcher through the mud behind him, matching his path exactly. 15 paces, Tara said. Keep your angle sharp. The rain intensified, washing the mud into Cole's eyes. He blinked the grit away. Every slide of the knife felt like playing Russian roulette with the earth. Stop, Tara said. Her breath hitched over the comms. You are at the choke point. First OZM is directly in front of you. 3 feet. Cole stopped probing. He wiped his face with a muddy sleeve. He strained his eyes. A faint metallic glint caught the moonlight. The tripwire. Thin as fishing line, strung ankle-high between a wooden stake and the mine's firing pin. I see the wire, Cole whispered. Do not cut it, Tara said instantly. If it's under tension, clipping the wire releases the striker. It jumps, you die. I know how a bounding mine works, Voss. I need to pin the striker mechanism before I cut. Cole reached back without looking. Doc. Give me a safety pin. A needle. Anything metal. Marcus fumbled in his trauma kit. He pressed a thick, curved suture needle into Cole's palm. Cole inched forward. He located the central fuse, protruding from the mud. A small metal plunger sat held back by the tripwire tension. A tiny safety hole bored through the plunger shaft remained empty. I'm at the fuse, Cole said. His fingers went numb from the freezing rain. He needed fine motor control. He took a deep breath, held it, and threaded the thick suture needle through the safety hole, locking the striker in place. Pinned, Cole said. He took his wire cutters from his belt pouch and snipped the tripwire. The line snapped back. The plunger jerked, but the suture needle held. The mine stayed dead. One down, Tara said. Second mine is 8 feet dead ahead. Overlapping wire. Got it. Cole crawled forward. Walker, Kate hissed from the concrete pylon. Movement. Cole froze. He looked up. 50 yards to their left, on the high ground of the ruined aqueduct, a single spetsnaz scout crested the ridge. The soldier wore bulky thermal goggles pulled down over his eyes. He carried a suppressed VSS Vintorez sniper rifle. He was sweeping the reeds, moving slow, panning his head. He's got thermals, Tara said in Cole's ear. He's going to see your heat bloom against the mud. Walker, you have 10 seconds before he paints you. Cole looked down. The second tripwire stretched inches from his nose. He couldn't drop flat. He couldn't draw his weapon without triggering the mine. Kate, Cole said, his voice a low, hard rasp. You have to take him. Kate stared at the soldier. Her hands shook violently. She had fired on the range at Quantico during her familiarization course. Paper targets in the Virginia sun. This was a man. A professional killer hunting her husband. I can't make that shot, Kate whispered. It's too far. It's too dark. Let him get closer, Cole said. He ignored the soldier. He forced his eyes back to the mine. He found the fuse. Boss, talk to me. This fuse feels different. It's a MUV-4. Wait, let me check the specs, Tara said, keys clacking wildly. The spetsnaz scout stepped off the aqueduct, sliding down the embankment toward the field. 40 yards. He paused, adjusting the focus ring on his goggles. He's stopping, Kate whispered. Hold your fire, Cole said. Boss. The fuse. It's a delayed arming fuse, Tara said. Walker, there's no safety pinhole on a MUV-4. You can't pin the striker. You have to unscrew the entire detonator cap without jarring the spring. Are you kidding me? Counterclockwise, Tara said. Slow. If you feel resistance, stop. 30 yards. The scout raised the VSS rifle, peering through the thermal scope. He panned right. He panned left. The muzzle stopped, pointing directly at the mud patch where Cole lay. The scout reached for the radio on his shoulder. He sees us, Kate breathed. Do it, Kate, Marcus begged from the mud behind her. Do it now. Kate didn't close her eyes. She didn't hold her breath. She braced the Glock against the jagged concrete, lined the tritium front sight with the center of the soldier's mass, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked like a whip in the open field. The scout jerked backward. The 9mm round caught him high in the shoulder, spinning him. He didn't go down. He grunted, dropping his radio, swinging the suppressed rifle toward the muzzle flash. Kate pulled the trigger again. And again. And again. 3 rounds spat from the Glock. 2 missed wildly, chipping the aqueduct wall. The third slammed into the soldier's throat. Blood sprayed black in the moonlight. The scout dropped the rifle, clutching his neck. He pitched forward, tumbling down the muddy embankment, landing in the reeds with a wet thrash. He gurgled once, kicked his legs, and went still. The silence rushed back in, broken only by the rain. Cole's fingers never stopped moving. He twisted the detonator cap on the OZM-72. Metal ground against mud. A millimeter at a time. Counterclockwise. It's coming loose, Cole whispered. He gave it one final turn. The cap came free in his hand. He lifted it away from the explosive charge, rendering the mine inert. He dropped the cap into the muck. Cole let out a long, ragged exhale. He pushed himself up to a crouch. He looked at Kate. She still stood by the pylon, the Glock aimed at the dead soldier in the reeds. The slide had locked back. She had emptied the magazine. Her whole body trembled, shaking so hard her teeth chattered. Reload, Cole said quietly. Kate blinked, the trance breaking. She looked at the empty gun. She fumbled a fresh magazine from her pocket, dropping it once in the mud before slamming it home and releasing the slide. We're clear, Cole said, turning to Marcus. Push the stretcher through. Fast. They hurried through the 10-foot gap Cole had cleared. The bottleneck opened onto a narrow dirt track leading away from the river. Boss, Cole said. They heard the shots. They did, Tara confirmed. The sweep line is collapsing on your position. You have a 3-minute lead. Take the dirt track east. It connects to an old logging road. Move, Walker. I can't protect you from what comes next. Chapter 16. The logging road cut a muddy scar through the dense pines. Rain hammered the canopy, filtering down in heavy freezing drops. Cole led the column at a brutal pace. He carried the SIG low, his thumb riding the safety. He ignored the burning in his thighs and the sharp throb of the barbed wire gouge on his forearm. Behind him, the group of 9 dragged themselves through the dark. Marcus and Anton carried the makeshift stretcher. Kate hauled Elena. 2 other nurses, Sophia and Anna, flanked a terrified older man. They moved like ghosts, leaving a trail of dragged boots and fresh blood in the wet earth. Movement, Cole hissed, dropping to a knee. The column froze. 50 yards ahead, a break in the trees revealed a forward supply cache. Stacks of wooden ammunition crates sat covered by a heavy canvas tarp. Beside the crates idled a Russian UAZ 469 Jeep. The canvas roof snapped in the wind. The headlights were dead, but the engine purred, coughing thin blue exhaust into the rain. A single spetsnaz soldier stood by the driver's side door, taking a leak against the rear tire. An AK-12 hung from a tactical sling across his back. "Wait here," Cole said. He slipped into the brush. He bypassed the muddy road, stepping only on exposed roots and wet pine needles. Silence was a weapon. He flanked the jeep, coming up behind the tarp-covered crates. The soldier zipped his pants, shivering, and reached for the door handle. Cole stepped out from the canvas. He grabbed the heavy sling of the AK-12, yanking the soldier backward. The man lost his footing, boots sliding in the mud. Cole drove his knee into the man's lower spine, simultaneously bringing the heavy steel pommel of his combat knife down on the base of the soldier's skull. The wet crack sounded like a snapping branch. The soldier crumpled. Cole caught him, dragging the body behind the rear tire. Cole checked the ignition. Keys dangled in the cylinder. The fuel gauge read 3/4 full. "Clear," Cole said into the radio. "Bring them up." The group staggered out of the tree line. "Load the back," Cole ordered, throwing open the tailgate and the rear passenger doors. "It's going to be tight. Stack if you have to." Marcus and Anton shoved the stretcher into the rear cargo bed. The girl lay motionless, her face the color of old candle wax. Sophia and Anna climbed in beside her, pulling the old man in after them. Kate shoved Elena into the middle row of seats, then climbed in. Anton piled in next to Kate. Marcus took the front passenger seat. 9 bodies crammed into a vehicle built for 5. The suspension groaned, bottoming out against the axles. Cole dropped into the driver's seat. He slammed the door shut and slapped the gearshift into drive. "Boss, I have wheels." "UAZ Jeep." "Walker, wait," Tara's voice bit through the earpiece. Keys hammered on her end. "Do not take that vehicle." "Too late. The infantry sweep is 3 minutes behind us." Cole hit the gas. The UAZ lurched forward, tires spinning in the slop before catching traction. "I just picked up an encrypted VHF burst from your exact coordinates," Tara said. "The Jeep has an active GLONASS transponder. It's hardwired into the engine control module. The second you put it in gear, it lit up on the Russian tactical net. You are broadcasting your location to every mechanized unit in the sector." Cole swore, wrenching the wheel hard to avoid a submerged stump. "Kill it, Voss. Hack the feed." "I can't. It's a closed military loop. I don't have the decryption keys to spoof the signal. You have 2 BTR-80 armored personnel carriers pivoting toward your position right now. They are 5 kilometers out and closing at 40 miles per hour. Then we don't use the road." Cole killed the headlights. He yanked the steering wheel to the left, cutting off the logging trail and plunging directly into the tree line. The UAZ slammed into the brush. Branches whipped against the windshield, spider-webbing the passenger side glass. Cole drove by the pale slivers of moonlight cutting through the canopy, navigating purely on instinct and the faint thermal feedback Tara fed him. The terrain punished them. The Jeep bounced over exposed roots and slammed into deep, muddy ravines. In the back, the passengers slammed against each other. "Stop the car," Marcus yelled over the roar of the engine. "Not an option, Doc." Her sutures tore completely. Marcus pointed into the back. "She's hemorrhaging into her abdominal cavity. Her blood pressure is bottoming out. If I don't clamp the bleeder, she dies in 3 minutes." Cole kept his eyes on the dark trees rushing at the windshield. "Then clamp it." "I can't reach her." Marcus was pinned against the dashboard by Anton's knees pressing into the back of his seat. The crush of bodies made moving impossible. In the cargo area, the 12-year-old girl lay thrashing weakly, her abdomen a pool of dark slick red. Marcus twisted his head, looking at his wife. Kate sat wedged between Anton and Elena, directly in front of the stretcher. "Kate," Marcus barked. "You have to do it." Kate stared at the blood soaking the stretcher blankets. Her hands still shook from the adrenaline of executing the sniper at the river. The scent of copper hung thick in the cramped cab, mixing with diesel and wet wool. "I'm an analyst, Marcus. I don't know surgery. You know the anatomy. You proofread my field manuals," Marcus said, his voice stripping away the panic, leaving only cold, clinical command. "Open my trauma kit. Bottom compartment. 2 Kelly clamps and a retractor." The Jeep launched off a jagged rock, slamming Kate's head against the roof. She bit her tongue. The taste of her own blood snapped her focus. She reached back, fumbling in the canvas bag at Marcus's feet. Her fingers found the cold steel of the instruments. "I have them," Kate said. "Listen to me," Marcus said. He kept his eyes locked on hers in the rearview mirror. "The incision is already open. You have to push the muscle wall apart. It will be slippery. You will feel a pulsing rhythm deep inside the cavity. That is the severed artery. You have to find the pulse with your fingers, grab the vessel, and lock the clamp." "Walker, they're closing," Tara warned in Cole's ear. 3 kilometers. They found your tire tracks entering the woods." "Hold on," Cole growled. He downshifted, burying the accelerator to push the heavy Jeep up a steep, muddy incline. The engine screamed. Kate unzipped her canvas jacket. She rolled up her sleeves. She leaned over the back seat, hovering above the dying girl. "Do it now, Kate," Marcus said. Kate plunged her hands into the open wound. The heat of the blood shocked her. It was slick, thick, and everywhere. The Jeep bounced violently, throwing her off balance. She braced her elbows against the seat back to steady her hands. She pushed the torn muscle tissue aside, fighting the natural instinct to pull away from the gore. "I can't see anything," Kate panicked, her fingers sliding uselessly. "It's just blood." "Stop looking," Marcus ordered. "Feel. Close your eyes and feel." Kate closed her eyes. The suspension hammered her spine. The engine roared. She blocked it out. She pushed her fingers deeper into the hot, wet cavity. She felt the soft, spongy texture of organs. Then a vibration. A weak, rapid flutter against the tip of her index finger. "I feel a pulse." "Take the clamp," Marcus said. "Guide the jaws down your own finger. Do not bite the surrounding tissue. Grab the pulse and lock the ratchet." Kate opened her eyes. She took the steel Kelly clamp in her right hand. She slid the jaws down the slick channel her left hand had created. The metal slipped against the blood. She readjusted her grip, biting her lip until she tasted copper again. 2 kilometers, Tara said. "Walker, they are following the ping. They don't need tracks anymore." Cole scanned the dashboard. A thick metal plate covered the central wiring harness. "Anton," Cole shouted over his shoulder. "Under my seat. Tire iron. Grab it." Anton dug under the driver's seat, pulling out a heavy iron lug wrench. "Smash the center console," Cole ordered. "Behind the radio. Break the plastic. Find a black box the size of a cigarette pack with a silver antenna wire. Dig it out." Anton raised the tire iron and brought it down on the plastic dashboard. The plastic cracked. He swung again, shattering the radio faceplate. In the back, Kate guided the clamp over the pulsing vessel. The Jeep hit a deep pothole. Kate's hand jerked. The clamp missed. Fresh blood surged over her knuckles. "I lost it," Kate yelled. "Find it again," Marcus said. "Don't panic. Deep breath. Find the pulse." Kate wiped the sweat from her eyes with her shoulder. She plunged her hand back in. She found the flutter. She slid the clamp down, pinched the jaws together, and felt the satisfying click of the locking ratchet. The surging blood slowed to a trickle. "It's clamped," Kate gasped, her shoulders dropping in exhaustion. The bleeding stopped. "Pack it with gauze," Marcus said, his voice dropping an octave in relief. "Keep pressure on it." Got it, Anton shouted. He plunged his hand into the shattered dashboard, ripping out a small black metal box. Wires sparked and snapped. Throw it, Cole yelled. Anton rolled his window down and hurled the transponder box out into the dark pines. Cole immediately slammed the brakes, throwing everyone forward. He ripped the steering wheel hard to the right, cutting a sharp 90-degree turn down a steep embankment into a dry riverbed. He killed the engine. The UAZ slid to a halt in the deep gravel, shrouded by overhanging willow branches. Total silence fell inside the cab, broken only by the heavy breathing of 9 exhausted people. The smell of blood and ruptured plastic filled the air. High above them, on the ridge they had just abandoned, the heavy diesel roar of 2 BTR-80 personnel carriers ripped through the night. The massive 8-wheeled machines tore past, their spotlights cutting through the trees, chasing the discarded transponder deeper into the woods. Cole sat back against the headrest. He looked at the rear-view mirror. Kate sat slumped in the middle row, her hands and forearms coated in the girl's blood. She stared down at her trembling fingers, the reality of what she had just done warring with the reality of what she had survived. Cole tapped his earpiece. "Boss, we're clear. Give me a route to the border." Chapter 17. The UAZ's rear axle snapped 3 miles past the dry riverbed. The overloaded suspension finally surrendered with a metallic crack that echoed through the pines. They abandoned the crippled Jeep at a deserted collective farm. Cole hotwired 2 rusted Lada Nivas, left rotting behind a collapsed silo. He took the lead vehicle, packing Kate, Marcus, the wounded girl, and the nurses inside. Greg and David, the 2 ex-military volunteers who had joined Marcus's clinic in Kharkiv, took the second Niva with the old man. "Keep it tight," Cole had told Greg. "No headlights. Follow my taillights." That was 20 minutes ago. Now, Cole stared into the driver's side mirror. Only blackness reflected back. He tapped the brakes, slowing the lead Niva to a crawl on the muddy track. "Boss," Cole said, keeping his voice low. "I lost my tail." "Where are they?" Tara's keyboard clattered. "Scanning. Cloud cover is thick, degrading thermal." "Give me a second." Marcus leaned forward from the back seat, his hands still slick with the girl's blood. "Did they break down?" "Quiet, Doc," Cole said. "Walker," Tara said, her tone dropping its clinical edge. "I have them. 2 kilometers back. They didn't break down. They were intercepted. A spetsnaz mobile patrol cut through a logging road and T-boned them. The Niva is in a ditch." Cole threw the Niva into park. He kept the engine running. "Survivors?" "I have 2 heat signatures standing," Tara said. "Surrounded by 8 hostiles. They are loading your men into the back of a Tigger infantry vehicle. They left the old man in the ditch. He's cold, Walker." Cole gripped the steering wheel. The leather groaned under his hands. He looked at Kate. She sat in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, her face hollowed out by exhaustion. "Take the wheel," Cole said. Kate blinked, pulling herself out of a heavy daze. "What?" "Drive 2 miles east. There's an abandoned rail yard. Hide the car in the main shed and wait." Cole checked the magazine in his SIG, slapped it back into the grip and chambered around. He checked his combat knife. Marcus grabbed Cole's shoulder. "You can't go back alone. That's a full squad." "They have the coordinates for the extraction zone in their heads," Cole said, pulling his arm away. "If they talk, the Russians will be waiting at the Polish border. We all die." "They won't talk," Marcus insisted. Greg was a Marine. "Everyone talks, Doc," Cole said, opening the door. The cold rain hit his face. "Drive. Don't stop until the rail yard." Cole stepped into the mud. Kate slid over to the driver's seat. She didn't argue. She just looked at him, her green eyes reflecting the faint dashboard lights. "Bring them back." Cole shut the door. He watched the Niva roll away into the dark, then turned and broke into a steady, ground-eating jog back the way they had come. The rain masked the sound of his boots. He pushed through the dense pines, keeping parallel to the dirt track. 10 minutes later, Tara's voice cut through the static in his earpiece. "They didn't go far," Tara said. "They set up a temporary command post in a clearing 400 meters north of your position. 3 canvas tents. 2 Tigger vehicles. I count 12 hostiles on the perimeter." "Guard rotations?" Cole asked, slowing his pace, controlling his breathing. "Methodical. 2 static sentries at the motor pool. 2 at the perimeter edge. 3 roving patrols moving and overlapping figure eights. The remaining 5 are inside the center tent with your volunteers." Cole crested a low ridge. Below him, the camp glowed dull yellow through the trees. Camouflage netting draped over the armored vehicles. A portable diesel generator hummed a steady, throbbing rhythm, powering a string of halogen work lights inside the main tent. Cole crept down the ridge on his belly, sliding through the wet ferns. "I need a window to the center tent, Voss." "Roving Patrol Alpha is approaching the north side," Tara recited, her eyes locked on her screens thousands of miles away. "Patrol Bravo is on the south. In 40 seconds, they will cross paths behind the motor pool. You will have a 12-second blind spot on the east wall of the tent." "Copy." Cole moved. He stayed low, dragging himself through the freezing mud. He counted the seconds in his head. 35. 30. 25. He reached the shadow of the center tent. The heavy canvas smelled of waterproofing chemicals and wet earth. Inside, a fist cracked against bone. A heavy thud followed. Cole drew his knife. He pressed the tip against the canvas, slicing a 4-inch vertical slit. He pressed his eye to the gap. A spetsnaz captain in a dry uniform stood in the center of the tent, wiping blood from his knuckles with a rag. 2 guards flanked the entrance, rifles slung. Greg sat strapped to a folding metal chair, his face a bruised, swollen ruin. David lay curled on the dirt floor, clutching his ribs, coughing wetly. "You are not combatants," the captain said in heavily accented English. He tossed the bloody rag onto a table. "You carry no uniforms. You have no protections. I can shoot you both here and leave you for the feral dogs. Or you can tell me where the CIA operative is taking the doctor." Greg spat a glob of blood onto the captain's boots. "Go to hell." The captain didn't blink. He drew a heavy Tokarev pistol from his holster, racked the slide, and aimed it at David's head. "You are a Marine, yes?" the captain asked Greg. "You understand leverage. You do not talk, your friend loses an eye. Then a knee. Then his life. Where is the extraction zone?" David squeezed his eyes shut. "Don't tell him, Greg. Don't." The captain cocked the hammer. The metallic click snapped through the tent. Greg's shoulders sagged. The defiance drained out of him, replaced by the crushing weight of his friend's life. "Wait. Stop. We're heading for." "Boss," Cole whispered urgently. "He's breaking. I need a diversion. Now." "I have nothing, Walker," Tara said, her fingers flying across her keyboard. "You're out of range for drone support. I can't hack their local comms. You are on your own." Cole looked at the layout. The generator chugged 10 yards away, feeding thick black power cables into the tent. The roving patrol would be back in 10 seconds. Cole sheathed the knife. He crawled backward, slipping into the shadow of the Tigger vehicles. He found the main power line running from the generator. The cable was thick as a garden hose. "Boss, track the roving patrols." "Alpha is rounding the Tigger," Tara warned. 5 seconds to visual. Cole grabbed the power cable. He drew his knife, finding a spot where the heavy rubber insulation had frayed. He gripped the insulated rubber handle of his blade, pressed the steel edge against the exposed copper wire, and jammed the blade straight into the metal chassis of the generator. A massive blue arc of electricity exploded from the contact point. The generator shrieked, overloading instantly. The fuel line ruptured. The sparks ignited the spraying diesel fuel. A wall of orange flame erupted, blasting the side of the Tigger vehicle and instantly plunging the entire camp into darkness as the halogen lights died. "Fire!" a guard shouted in Russian. "Walker, the perimeter guards are collapsing on the motor pool," Tara said rapidly. "You have chaos." Cole didn't hesitate. He sprinted back to the center tent, slicing a massive hole in the canvas with his blade. He stepped through the gap just as the captain turned toward the noise outside. Cole grabbed the captain by the collar from behind. He drove his knee into the man's spine, simultaneously wrapping his forearm around the captain's throat. He twisted hard. The neck snapped. Cole let the body drop. The two guards at the front entrance spun around, raising their rifles in the dark. Cole hurled his combat knife. The blade buried itself to the hilt in the first guard's throat. The man choked, dropping his weapon. Cole closed the distance to the second guard before the man could pull the trigger. He grabbed the barrel of the AK-12, shoving it upward as the gun fired a burst through the tent roof. Cole drove a savage palm strike into the guard's nose, driving the cartilage upward into the brain. The guard collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Cole ripped the knife free from the first guard. He turned to Greg. He sliced the zip ties binding the man's wrists and ankles. "You the American?" Greg gasped, grabbing his bruised ribs. "Walk now, talk later," Cole said. He hauled David off the floor, throwing the man's arm over his shoulder. "Can you move?" "Yeah," David wheezed. "Boss, exit vector," Cole demanded. "Through the north slit," Tara guided. "The guards are fighting the fire at the motor pool. The tree line is clear for 60 meters. "Move," Cole ordered. They bolted through the torn canvas, plunging into the dark, freezing woods. Behind them, the camp descended into a frenzy of shouted orders and crackling flames. "We lost the old man," Greg said as they ran, his breath hitching. "They shot him in the ditch." "Keep moving," Cole said, his voice void of emotion. The cost was climbing. It always did. "Walker," Tara's voice returned, tight and urgent. "You got them out." But the noise drew attention. A Ukrainian Special Forces unit, operating in the sector, just altered their patrol route. They are heading straight for the rail yard, where Kate is waiting. Chapter 18. The abandoned rail yard smelled of creosote, rusted iron, and decades of stagnant rainwater. Massive steel skeletons of forgotten freight cars loomed in the dark like the ribs of dead leviathans. Cole hauled David over the weed-choked tracks. Greg stumbled a pace behind them, one hand pressed against his shattered ribs, his breath a wet rattle. Rain hammered the corrugated tin roof of the primary maintenance shed ahead. Inside the cavernous structure, the Lada Niva sat dark. Marcus met them at the threshold. He grabbed David's free arm, taking the man's weight. "Get them to the back," Cole rasped. "Away from the doors." Cole turned toward the rain. He swept the dark tree line with the tritium sights of his SIG. Nothing moved. A mile east, the diesel fire from the spetsnaz camp painted the low cloud cover a dirty, bruised orange. The Russian perimeter guards were still fighting the flames. Cole backed into the shed and slid the heavy corrugated door shut. The metal shrieked on rusted rollers. Total darkness consumed the space, broken only by the thin beams of Marcus's penlight. "Boss," Cole said, tapping his earpiece. "We made the shed. Status on the Ukrainian Special Forces unit." "They bypassed the rail yard," Tara replied. The clatter of her keyboard echoed over the link. The generator explosion drew their attention. "They are moving east toward the Russian camp. You have a perimeter lull." Cole dropped his back against the brick wall and slid down to the cold concrete floor. The adrenaline crash hit him like a physical blow. His muscles turned to lead. His lungs burned. Across the dark shed, Marcus worked over Greg and David. Kate sat near the front bumper of the Niva. She stared at her hands. The rainwater had washed away most of the 12-year-old girl's blood, but the dark stains remained deep in her cuticles. Cole unzipped his leather jacket. He pulled his left arm free, gritting his teeth as the fabric dragged across raw meat. The makeshift bandage he had tied at the border fence was soaked through, black and heavy. He peeled it off. The barbed wire gash ran 6 inches down his forearm. It was ugly. Ragged edges of skin curled back, exposing the striated muscle tissue beneath. The bleeding had slowed to a sluggish ooze, but the wound gaped open. He unclipped the small trauma pouch from his belt. Kate heard the zipper. She looked up, her eyes adjusting to the gloom. She saw the wound. She pushed herself off the bumper and crossed the concrete floor. "Let Marcus do that," Kate said. Her voice sounded hollow, scraped clean by the horrors of the night. "Doc has his hands full with actual casualties," Cole said. He pulled a small plastic bottle of iodine from the pouch. He unscrewed the cap with his teeth. "I've done this before." Cole poured the iodine directly into the open gash. The burn hit his nervous system like a live wire. The muscles in his forearm violently spasmed. He clamped his jaw shut, refusing to make a sound, riding the wave of white-hot agony, until it crested and broke into a dull, thudding ache. Kate winced, her own shoulders drawing tight. "You're going to shock your system." "Keeps me awake." Cole pulled a sealed foil packet from the pouch. He tore it open, extracting a curved suture needle pre-threaded with black nylon. He clicked on a small tactical flashlight and clamped it between his teeth, aiming the beam at his arm. He gripped the needle between his right thumb and forefinger. He drove the steel point through the healthy skin on the left side of the gash. The skin resisted, then popped. He pushed the curve through the gap, catching the flesh on the right side, and pulled the nylon thread tight. Kate knelt beside him on the cold concrete. She watched the brutal mechanics of his self-repair. She had just performed blind surgery inside a dying girl's abdomen, but that was desperate anatomy. This was practiced, calculated violence directed inward. Cole tied the knot with one hand, pulling the ragged edges of skin together. He snipped the excess thread with his combat knife. "You went back for them," Kate said quietly. "They had the LZ coordinates in their heads," Cole said around the flashlight. He drove the needle in for the second stitch. The thread hissed through his flesh. The spetsnaz captain was breaking them. "They talk, we all die." "You could have shot them." Cole paused. He looked at Kate. The flashlight beam illuminated her face, the pale exhaustion, the dirt, the dawning realization of the math he lived by. "I could have," Cole admitted. "It crossed my mind." He tied the second knot. "Boss," Cole said, shifting the flashlight. "You monitoring?" "Always, Walker." "I owe you," Cole said. He drove the needle in for the third stitch. "I mocked the screen. I mocked the PowerPoint war. But that screen saved our asses at the camp. It saved us in the minefield. Good work." A beat of static followed. When Tara spoke, her voice remained professional, but the sharp defensive edge had softened. "I'm just keeping the asset functional, Walker. Don't go soft on me now." Cole allowed a tight, grim smile. He tied the third knot. Kate watched his hands. She saw the map of older scars crisscrossing his knuckles and forearms. Burn marks. Knife tracks. Bullet grazes. "This is why you hate us, isn't it?" Kate asked. "I don't hate you, Ellison." "You hate the cubicles," Kate corrected. "You hate the attachés and the analysts. The people who read the reports." Cole wiped a bead of sweat from his eye. "A desk makes war a math problem. You sit in a climate-controlled room, in Langley or Zagreb. The coffee is hot. The floors are clean. You read a cable that says an asset was burned, or a team was compromised. It's just text on a screen. You calculate the geopolitical fallout. You draft a memo." He tied the fourth knot, pulling the thread hard enough to make the skin pucker. "Out here," Cole continued, his voice dropping to a low rumble, It's not a math problem. It's an anatomy lesson. It's the smell of a man's bowels releasing when a bullet hits his spine. It's the sound a mother makes when an artillery shell drops on her house. You can't put that in a memo. And when the people in the cubicles make a mistake, when they leak a cable or trust the wrong contact, they don't pay the tab. I do. Marcus does. That girl bleeding out in the back of a stolen car does. Kate looked away, staring into the dark recesses of the shed. I didn't send that cable, Walker. I know. Kate looked back, surprised. You do. You had the shot on that spetsnaz scout at the river, Cole said. You were terrified. You didn't want to pull the trigger. A mole who set up her own husband for execution wouldn't have hesitated, or she would have missed on purpose. You fought the gun, but you killed him to save Marcus. You're clean. Kate released a long, shaky breath. The tension she had carried since the riverbank seemed to fracture. Cole tied the final stitch. He cut the thread and wiped the blood away with a clean gauze pad. The gash was closed. It looked like a jagged zipper, but it would hold. We figure out who sent it when we cross the border, Cole said. He packed the trauma kit away. Right now we rest. 10 minutes. Then we push for the Polish line. Walker. Tara's voice snapped over the comms. It wasn't tight. It was frantic. Cole's hand dropped to his cig. Talk to me. Counter-battery radar just lit up, Tara shouted. Thermal blooms. 2 kilometers east of your position. Artillery launch signatures. Cole shot to his feet. Direction. They aren't aiming. They are firing blind. A suppression barrage blanketing the grid squares around their burned camp. They are walking the impacts west. Time to impact. 3 seconds, Tara said. Cole lunged toward Kate. He grabbed the collar of her canvas jacket and threw her backward, diving on top of her just as the sky ripped open. The high-pitched tearing whistle of the incoming 82mm mortar shell cut through the rain. It sounded like canvas ripping next to the ear. The shell slammed into the rusted locomotive, parked on the tracks outside the shed. The explosion shattered the night. The shockwave blew the corrugated tin doors off their tracks, hurling them into the interior of the shed. A tempest of shrapnel, splintered wood, and twisted iron tore through the cavernous space. The Niva rocked violently, its windows instantly blowing inward. Dust and smoke choked the air. Concrete rained from the ceiling. Cole lay flat, his body covering Kate, his ears ringing with the deafening roar of the blast. The ground shuddered as a second shell impacted 50 yards away, then a third. The Russians were walking the fire right over their heads. The lesson was over. The desk had warned them, but the field didn't care. Chapter 19. Concrete dust hung in the shed like thick gray flour. The ringing in Cole's ears receded to a high, persistent whine. He rolled his weight off Kate, shaking the chunks of shattered masonry from his leather jacket. Ellison, Cole rasped. He tasted pulverized brick and cordite. You hit. Kate pushed herself up onto her elbows. She coughed, a harsh, racking sound that kicked up more dust. No. Just deaf. Cole swept the beam of his tactical light through the gloom. The shed was a ruin. The corrugated doors lay twisted like crumpled foil. The Lada Niva sat on 4 shredded tires, steam hissing from a radiator gutted by shrapnel. Doc, Cole shouted. We're alive, Marcus answered from the rear of the shed. He crouched over the stretcher, shielding the 12-year-old girl with his own body. Greg and David leaned against the back wall, covered in plaster dust but intact. The nurses, Elena, Sophia, and Anna, huddled near the bumper of the dead Niva. Cole tapped his earpiece. The plastic housing was cracked, but the comms link held. Boss. The barrage lifted. I see the craters, Tara said. Her keyboard clattered, a frantic drumbeat over the static. Walker, they used the artillery to mask an advance. You have spetsnaz infantry pushing through the smoke right now. And they brought trackers. I have thermal blooms that look like Malinois attack dogs. A low, distant baying drifted through the torn roof of the shed. They have our scent, Cole said. He holstered his light and drew the sig. Everyone up. We're on foot. We can't, Marcus said, his voice cracking. Greg's ribs are pulverized. Alina's leg is dead weight. I can't carry this stretcher fast enough through the mud. You carry it or you dig a grave for it, Cole said, his voice stripping away the panic. Move. They piled out of the ruined maintenance shed, plunging back into the freezing rain. The mud outside the rail yard swallowed their boots to the ankles. Cole took the point, cutting a path through the dense waterlogged pines. Marcus and Anton hauled the stretcher. Sophia took Alina's weight. David practically carried Greg, the ex-Marine, leaving a trail of coughed blood on the pine needles. Kate walked beside Anna. The two women had barely spoken since the root cellar, the sheer velocity of the escape robbing them of breath. A sharp bark echoed through the trees behind them. Closer this time. Less than a mile. Pace is too slow, Cole muttered to himself. He checked his compass. North. The Polish border lay 4 miles ahead. A 4-mile sprint was nothing for him. For this column, it was a death march. They reached a steep ravine. A swollen creek rushed through the bottom, choked with deadfall and jagged rocks. The far bank rose 30 feet, slick with wet clay. Cole slid down the embankment, testing the water. Knee-deep and freezing. He scrambled up the opposite side, digging his boots into the mud, grabbing exposed roots to haul himself to the crest. Pass them up, Cole yelled down. It took 10 agonizing minutes to drag the casualties across the creek. Marcus and Anton slipped twice, nearly dumping the dying girl into the freezing water. Cole leaned over the edge, grabbing collars and belts, hauling bodies up the clay wall with brute strength. His freshly sutured arms screamed with every pull, the nylon thread pulling taut against his skin. When the last person crested the ridge, the group collapsed in the wet ferns. Chests heaved. Greg spat a dark wad of blood into the dirt. The hounds bayed again. The sound echoed off the ravine walls. Half a mile. They reached the rail yard, Tara said in Cole's ear. They found the Niva. The dogs are locked on your scent trail, Walker. They are moving twice your speed. Cole looked at the exhausted faces staring back at him. They had nothing left. The arithmetic was finally catching up to them. We stand here, Marcus said, pulling a scalpel from his trauma kit. It was a pathetic weapon, but his eyes held no surrender. We make a perimeter. A scalpel against a spetsnaz assault rifle, Cole said. You'll die in 3 seconds. We need a decoy. The rain hammered the ferns. Someone has to break west, Cole continued, his voice flat, emotionless. Take a flare from the Niva's kit. Make noise. Drag the dogs off the main scent trail while the rest of the column pushes north. Silence fell over the group, heavier than the storm. They all knew what a decoy meant. It meant a shallow grave in a foreign forest. Anna stepped forward. She was 32, a pediatric nurse from Chicago. She wiped the rain from her face and looked at Cole. Give me the flare. Kate scrambled to her feet. Anna, no. Are you out of your mind? I ran track at Hopkins, Kate, Anna said. She managed a weak, terrifying smile. I can outrun dogs for a mile. At least long enough for you to reach the LZ. I'm not leaving you, Kate said. She grabbed Anna's canvas jacket. We roomed together for 3 years. You introduced me to Marcus. You are not dying in this mud. Someone has to, Anna said. She pulled Kate's hands away. Look at the girl, Kate. Look at Greg. They can't run. I can. Cole pulled a red emergency road flare from his tactical pouch. He didn't hand it to Anna. He held it out toward Kate. She's your friend, Ellison, Cole said. His eyes locked onto Kate's, hard and uncompromising. You make the call. Kate stared at the red plastic tube. Walker, don't do this. You want to operate in the field. Cole stepped closer. The hounds barked again. The sound rode the wind, sharp and hungry. You want to bypass the desk and put boots in the mud. This is the mud. This is what it costs. You have 9 lives here. If we stay together, the Russians catch us in 10 minutes and execute everyone. If she goes, 8 people live. Do the math. It's not a math problem. Kate screamed, her voice tearing. It is right now, Cole said. Give the order. Kate looked at Marcus. Her husband looked away, unable to meet her eyes, his hands resting on the chest of the dying 12-year-old. Kate looked at Anna, her oldest friend. The woman who had held her hair back after bad breakups. The woman who had stood as her maid of honor in a Washington chapel a lifetime ago. Anna reached out and took the flare from Cole's hand. Don't put this on her, Anna said to Cole. She turned to Kate and pulled her into a tight, desperate embrace. Tell my sister I didn't suffer. Lie if you have to. Kate sobbed, a single violent sound that she choked down immediately. She gripped Anna's shoulders. Run fast. Hide deep. We will send someone back for you. I know, Anna lied. Anna turned and plunged into the brush, heading dead west along the ridge. The darkness swallowed her in 3 strides. Up, Cole barked at the rest of the group. Move north. Do not stop until I tell you. They scrambled to their feet. Marcus grabbed the stretcher. Kate took Alina's arm, hauling the wounded nurse forward. Kate's face was a mask of wet stone. She didn't look back. They pushed through the pines for 5 minutes. The terrain leveled out, the trees thinning as they approached the 3-mile mark from the border. To their left, a mile away, a brilliant red light flared into the sky. The magnesium road flare burned through the canopy, painting the low clouds the color of fresh blood. The baying of the hounds changed pitch. The dogs caught the visual. The spetsnaz pursuit line shifted west, drawn by the glaring red beacon in the dark. She pulled them, Tara confirmed over the radio. Her voice was quiet. The sweep line is turning west. Cole kept walking. He didn't slow the pace. A minute later, the sharp, distinct crack of an AK-12 assault rifle cut through the rain. A 3-round burst. Then 2 more shots. Then, nothing but the wind in the pines. Kate stumbled. Her knee hit the mud. She stayed there for a second, her head bowed, the rain washing the dirt from the back of her neck. She squeezed her eyes shut, but the tears leaked out, mixing with the cold water. Cole stopped. He walked back to her. He didn't offer a platitude. He didn't tell her it was going to be all right. He reached down, grabbed the collar of her jacket, and hauled her to her feet. She paid the tab, Cole said, his voice a low, rough rasp. Don't let it be for nothing. Walk. Kate opened her eyes. The analyst was gone. The woman who stared back at Cole had crossed a line that no amount of paperwork could ever erase. She adjusted her grip on Alina's arm, tightened her jaw, and walked north into the dark. Chapter 20. The rain quit an hour before dawn, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier than the storm. The temperature plummeted. A thick, freezing fog rolled off the Donets River, swallowing the pine forest in a bruised, impenetrable gray. Visibility dropped to 30 feet. Cole dragged his left boot. He couldn't help it. His thigh muscles cramped with every step, starved for oxygen and electrolytes. The nylon stitches in his forearm pulled tight, burning like hot wire against the swollen flesh beneath his leather jacket. He tapped his earpiece. Boss. Range to border. Static hissed back. A flat, dead hum. He tapped it again. Boss. Nothing. The Russian jamming net had finally blanketed the sector, or the sat phone's battery had frozen. It didn't matter. The desk was gone. The field was all that remained. Comms are down, Cole said over his shoulder. His voice sounded like cracked gravel. Kate walked a pace behind him, supporting Elena. The fog coated Kate's hair in a fine layer of frost. She didn't react to the loss of the analyst. She just kept putting one foot in front of the other, her eyes fixed on the mud. Marcus, Anton, David, and Greg followed, an exhausted train of the walking dead, the stretcher carrying the 12-year-old girl suspended between them. The tree line broke. The muddy track intersected a 2-lane asphalt highway. 50 yards down the blacktop, a roadblock materialized out of the mist. 2 BTR-80 personnel carriers sat parked in a V formation, blocking the northbound lanes. Sandbag emplacements flanked the armor. A heavy PKM machine gun rested on the eastern parapet, its barrel pointed directly down the asphalt. The dull orange glow of a burn barrel illuminated 6 Russian soldiers huddled around the flames, stamping their boots against the cold. No man's land stretched beyond the barricade. A flat, open expanse of frost-heaved asphalt, leading to the Polish border crossing, 2 miles away. Cole halted the column. "Listen to me," Cole whispered. He gathered them close. He smelled their unwashed bodies, the old blood, the sharp tang of sheer terror. That is the last hurdle. The tree line on the other side of that checkpoint is Polish territory. We cannot sneak a stretcher around it. The brush is too thick, and they likely mine the shoulders. "So we go through," Marcus said, his jaw tight. "We bluff through," Cole corrected. He pulled the laminated Reuters press passes from his jacket pocket. "Kate and I walk up first. We are journalists. You are our local fixers and medical evacuees. Keep your heads down. Do not speak English. Let me do the talking." Kate wiped the frost from her face. Her hands trembled inside her canvas pockets. "My papers burned at the first border crossing. That guard recognized me from the cable." "Different guard, different crossing, different day," Cole lied smoothly. He handed her the ID badge. "Clip it on. Look bored. Look annoyed by the cold. Analysts read reports on checkpoints. Now you walk through one." Kate clipped the badge to her lapel. She drew a slow, ragged breath, letting the freezing air fill her lungs. She nodded once. "Stay 10 paces back," Cole told Marcus. Cole stepped onto the asphalt. He adjusted his posture, forcing his spine straight, masking the limp in his left leg. He tucked his thumbs into his jacket pockets, keeping his hands near the SIG, but projecting the loose, irritated body language of a man inconvenienced by a war. They walked out of the fog. A sentry at the burn barrel spotted them. He shouted in Russian, racking the bolt of his AK-74. The other 5 men scrambled away from the fire, taking up positions behind the sandbags. The gunner on the PKM swung the heavy barrel toward Cole's chest. "Hold fire!" Cole yelled in Russian, his accent thick and deliberate. He raised his hands empty, holding the press credentials up. "Press. International press." A sergeant stepped out from behind the BTR. He wore a heavy winter coat over his fatigues, a cigarette clamped between his teeth. He gestured sharply with his rifle barrel. "Approach. Slow." Cole walked up to the sandbags. Kate stayed right at his elbow, her eyes fixed on the sergeant's boots. The rest of the column halted in the mist behind them. "Reuters," Cole said, handing the laminated cards over the sandbags. "Daniel Cole. Catherine Ellis. We have a medical transport. Civilians wounded in the Staryi Saltiv shelling. We need to cross." The sergeant didn't take the cards immediately. He stared at Cole, his eyes red-rimmed and bloodshot from lack of sleep. He smelled of cheap vodka and stale smoke. "Border is closed," the sergeant grunted. He finally took the IDs, holding them under the weak beam of a penlight. "No traffic. Military orders." "Orders change when the international cameras turn on," Cole said, flashing a tired, cynical smile. "My editor in London is waiting for the feed. You want to be the officer who let a 12-year-old girl bleed to death on CNN, or do you want to wave us through and go back to your fire?" The sergeant sneered. He flipped Cole's ID over, checking the laminate seal. He handed it back. He turned his penlight on Kate. The beam hit her face. Kate flinched, squinting against the harsh glare. She didn't reach for her gun. She didn't act like a warrior. She froze, her breath catching in her throat, looking exactly like a terrified civilian. The sergeant's eyes narrowed. He looked at the ID card. Catherine Ellis. "She's cold, Sergeant," Cole interrupted, stepping half a pace forward to draw the attention back. "We're all cold." The sergeant ignored him. He reached into his heavy coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. A printout. He smoothed it against the sandbags, shining his light on it, then back up to Kate's face. Cole recognized the layout of the paper. It was the same leaked embassy cable the border guards had carried 2 days ago. "You," the sergeant said to Kate, dropping the press card into the mud. He unholstered his sidearm. "Step away from the man. Hands on your head." Kate didn't move. Her eyes locked on the barrel of the pistol. Total paralysis. "I said, hands on your head." The sergeant reached across the sandbags, grabbing the collar of Kate's jacket. Cole didn't draw his gun. He was too close, the angle too tight, and the PKM gunner was already zeroed on his chest. He needed momentum. Cole grabbed the barrel of the sergeant's slung rifle with his left hand, ignoring the agonizing tear of the stitches in his forearm. He yanked the sergeant forward, pulling him off balance over the sandbags. At the exact same moment, Cole drove his forehead directly into the bridge of the sergeant's nose. Bone crunched. Blood sprayed across Cole's face. The sergeant fell backward, his pistol discharging wildly into the asphalt. "Run!" Cole roared at Kate. The checkpoint erupted. The PKM gunner pulled the trigger. The heavy machine gun roared, spitting a torrent of 7.62 mm rounds. Cole didn't try to dodge. He dove headfirst over the sandbags, throwing his entire weight onto the gunner. They crashed into the mud behind the parapet. The machine gun fired wildly into the sky, tracing the fog with bright red tracers. A third soldier swung his rifle down. Cole kicked out, his heavy boot catching the man's knee. The joint inverted with a wet snap. The soldier screamed, collapsing. The gunner beneath Cole thrashed, clawing for a combat knife on his vest. Cole didn't have the leverage to draw his own blade. He drove his elbow down, smashing the gunner's teeth, then grabbed a fistful of the man's heavy winter coat and slammed his skull against the steel wheel of the BTR. The gunner went limp. Cole scrambled up. The physical toll demanded a price. His vision swam. His left arm hung useless, the gash completely torn open, blood soaking his sleeve. He ignored it. He grabbed the mounted PKM machine gun. He spun the heavy barrel around, bracing the stock against his hip. The remaining 3 soldiers were rushing around the back of the BTR. Cole held the trigger down. The PKM thundered, a deafening continuous roar that shook Cole's bones. The heavy rounds chewed through the rear armor of the BTR, sparking violently. The suppressing fire ripped into the asphalt, kicking up chunks of tar and concrete, pinning the Russian soldiers behind the engine block. "Move!" Cole screamed over the gunfire, his voice tearing his throat raw. "Go! Go! Go!" Through the smoke and the fog, Marcus sprinted. He and Anton hauled the stretcher, their boots pounding the blacktop. Sophia and Elena hobbled past. Greg and David ran, ignoring their broken ribs, fueled by pure survival instinct. Kate stood frozen on the other side of the sandbags for 1 second more. She looked at Cole, his face masked in blood, standing in the open, holding the line with a heavy machine gun, drawing every ounce of return fire to himself. She turned and ran. She sprinted after her husband, disappearing into the thick, freezing mist of no man's land. Bullets snapped past Cole's head. One grazed the shoulder of his leather jacket, spinning him a fraction of an inch. Another sparked off the PKM's feed tray. Cole kept his finger clamped on the trigger. He fed the belt through, watching the brass casings cascade into the mud. He would hold the road. He would hold it until the belt ran. Chapter 21. The PKM machine gun clicked empty. The heavy bolt slammed forward on a dry chamber. A wisp of blue smoke curled from the blistering barrel. Cole didn't bother trying to reload. He shoved the massive weapon off the sandbags, letting it crash into the mud, and threw himself backward. Return fire immediately chewed the top layer of sandbags to dust. Cole rolled twice, scrambling to his feet, and sprinted into the freezing fog of no man's land. The cold air hit his lungs like shattered glass. His left arm swung useless at his side. The torn stitches leaked a steady hot stream of blood down his wrist, soaking the cuff of his leather jacket. Behind him, Russian voices barked orders. Boots pounded the blacktop. They were coming over the barricade. Cole ran blindly through the gray soup. Visibility ended at 20 feet. The asphalt beneath his boots was cratered and uneven, littered with the rusted hulks of civilian cars abandoned weeks ago. He caught up to the rear of the column, near a gutted transit bus. David and Greg leaned against the scorched metal husk, gasping for air. Marcus and Anton had lowered the stretcher to the pavement. The 12-year-old girl lay still, her breathing shallow, her skin the color of dirty snow. Kate stood next to Elena, her eyes wide, staring into the mist behind Cole. "Keep moving," Cole rasped. He tasted copper and bile. He leaned against the bus, fighting a wave of dizziness. "They're over the wire." "We need a minute," Marcus said, his chest heaving. "Anton is cramping. He can't hold his side of the stretcher." "You don't have a minute," Cole said. He drew the cig from his holster with his right hand. His grip felt slick. He wiped his palm on his jeans. "They have our blood trail. They just follow the red drops in the frost." A shadow moved in the fog to their right. Fast. Silent. Cole turned, raising the cig. He never got the shot off. The Russian lieutenant hit him from the blind side. The officer had bypassed the main road, flanking them through the ditch, using the fog as cover. He was young, broad-shouldered, and smelled of spearmint and gun oil. The impact drove Cole backward. His skull slammed against the ribbed metal side of the transit bus. White light exploded behind his eyes. The cig clattered to the asphalt, sliding out of reach under the bus chassis. The lieutenant drove a knee into Cole's gut, knocking the wind from him, and pinned him against the rusted metal. Cole swung his left arm out of pure reflex. The torn muscle screamed. The strike lacked power. The lieutenant easily swatted the blow aside, grabbing Cole's throat with a heavy gloved hand. The Russian's other hand drew a Makarov pistol from a chest holster. Cole choked, kicking out, trying to sweep the man's legs. The lieutenant shifted his weight, digging his knee deeper into Cole's abdomen, locking him in place. The officer racked the slide of the Makarov, pressing the cold steel muzzle directly into the soft flesh beneath Cole's jaw. Cole stared into the lieutenant's eyes. Pale blue. Dead calm. The look of a man who had done this 100 times before. "Walker!" Marcus shouted from the stretcher. The lieutenant didn't turn. He just tightened his grip on Cole's windpipe, his finger curling around the trigger of the Makarov. A shadow stepped out of the fog, directly behind the Russian. Kate. She held the Glock in both hands. Her arms extended, rigid, elbows locked. She didn't stand 20 yards away in the dark this time. She stepped within an arm's reach. The lieutenant sensed the movement. He started to turn his head, shifting the Makarov toward the new threat. "Hey," Kate said. Her voice broke on the single word. The lieutenant's pale blue eyes met hers. Kate pulled the trigger. The 9mm roared. At 3 feet, the sound was deafening, a physical shockwave that punched the eardrums. The bullet struck the lieutenant high in the cheekbone, just below the orbital socket. The impact snapped his head violently to the side. The hollow point round mushroomed, coursing through the skull, and exiting the back of his neck in an expanding cloud of red mist and shattered bone. The hot spray painted the side of the bus. The lieutenant's grip on Cole's throat vanished. The man's body went completely slack, folding in on itself. He crumpled to the asphalt, landing heavily across Cole's boots. The Makarov clattered onto the pavement. The fog seemed to swallow the echo of the gunshot, leaving behind a ringing, absolute silence. Cole sucked in a ragged, desperate breath, rubbing his bruised throat. He kicked the dead weight of the Russian off his legs and looked at Kate. She stood perfectly still. Her arms remained locked straight out, the Glock still aimed at the empty space where the lieutenant's head had been. Hot brass lay near her boot. A fine speckling of the Russian's blood dotted the right side of her pale face and the canvas collar of her jacket. She stared down at the corpse. The back of the man's head was gone. Dark blood pooled rapidly on the frosted asphalt, steaming in the freezing air. "Kate," Marcus said softly, taking a step toward her. She didn't blink. She didn't lower the gun. Her pupils dilated, swallowing the green of her irises. The physiological shock of a point-blank kill hit her central nervous system like a freight train. Her brain simply shut down the circuits required for movement. A sharp whistle pierced the fog from the direction of the checkpoint. Then a shout. Then the frantic barking of the tracking hounds. The gunshot had acted like a flare. Every Russian patrol, within a kilometer now, had a hard azimuth on their position. "They heard it," Greg gasped, pushing himself off the bus. "They're coming." "Move," Cole commanded. He scooped up his cig from under the bus and shoved it into his holster. Doc grabbed the stretcher. "Go." Marcus hesitated, looking at his frozen wife. "Kate." "I've got her," Cole said. "Run." Marcus grabbed the front handles. David took the rear. They hauled the girl up and plunged back into the gray mist, the nurses trailing close behind. Cole stepped up to Kate. He pushed the barrel of the Glock down toward the pavement. Her arms offered stiff resistance, locked in rigor. "Ellison," Cole said, his voice hard. "Look at me." She didn't. She stared at the dead man's open, lifeless blue eye. "He was going to kill you," she whispered. Her voice sounded thin, detached, like it belonged to someone else. "He was. Now he's not." Cole grabbed her shoulders, shaking her once hard. "Look at me." Kate's head snapped up. She looked at Cole. Her chest heaved, her breath coming in short, panicked hyperventilations. She looked at the blood on her coat, then wiped her face with her sleeve, smearing the red spray across her cheek. "I killed him," she stammered. "I saw his face. I saw it break." "You put him down to keep me breathing," Cole said. "That's the job. That's the math. Process it later. Walk." "I can't." Kate dropped the Glock. It clattered against the dead Russian's boot. Her knees buckled. Cole caught her. He ignored the screaming pain in his torn arm. He wrapped his right arm around her waist, hauling her upright, pinning her against his side. He bent down, snatched the Glock from the pavement, and shoved it into his waistband. "You don't get to quit," Cole growled in her ear. He physically dragged her forward, his boots scraping the asphalt. "You wanted the field. You're in it. Pick your feet up." Kate's boots dragged for 3 paces. The hounds barked again, closer. The sound of dogs hunting human meat stripped away the paralysis and replaced it with raw, primal fear. She stumbled, found her footing, and started to walk. Cole didn't let go of her waist. He kept his arm clamped around her, sharing her weight, forcing the pace. They left the dead lieutenant bleeding out on the cold blacktop, vanishing into the fog just as the first flashlight beams cut through the mist behind them. "Left side," Cole said, guiding her off the road and into a narrow drainage culvert that ran parallel to the highway. The concrete walls of the ditch offered concealment from the road. The fog settled thicker in the depression. They caught up to Marcus and the others 100 yards down the trench. Kate walked on her own now, but she moved like an automaton. Her eyes were blank. She didn't look at Marcus. She didn't look at the blood on her hands. She just stared at the back of Cole's jacket, following him blindly. Cole checked his compass. The needle wavered, then settled. 1 mile, Cole called back to the group. The Polish border crossing is 1 mile due north. We hold the ditch until we hit the wire. He glanced back at Kate. The cubicle warrior was gone, shattered by a 3-foot shot and a dead man's eyes. Cole knew the look. He had worn it himself a lifetime ago, in a dusty alley in Fallujah. The first one always broke something inside you that never quite healed right. He touched his torn arm, feeling the warm blood still seeping through his sleeve. "Keep moving," Cole said to the fog. The hounds howled, answering him from the dark. Chapter 22. The drainage ditch dead-ended against a wall of poured concrete. Cole leaned his right shoulder against the damp stone, gasping. His left arm hung completely numb, a dead appendage dragging him down. Blood dripped from his fingertips, pattering softly onto the frozen mud. The freezing fog pooled thick at the bottom of the trench, stinging his eyes and burning his throat. Above them, the silhouettes of 3 massive grain silos pierced the mist. They stood like decaying concrete monoliths on the edge of the Polish frontier. A rusted iron catwalk connected the domed roofs. "Up," Cole ordered, his voice a dry rasp. "Into the complex." Marcus and David hauled the stretcher up the muddy embankment. Greg pushed from behind, his broken ribs forcing sharp, agonizing grunts through his clenched teeth. Sophia and Elena scrambled up the slope, their hands caked in freezing clay. Kate remained at the bottom of the ditch. She stared at her empty hands. The Glock rested loosely in her right palm, her finger strictly indexed outside the trigger guard, but she held the weapon like it belonged to a stranger. She shivered violently, her canvas jacket offering no protection against the dropping temperature or the shock freezing her blood. Cole grabbed the collar of her jacket with his good hand. He didn't pull her. He just anchored her to reality. "One step at a time, Ellison," Cole said. Kate blinked, her eyes snapping to his face. "I can't wash it off. It feels hot." "You don't wash it off," Cole said. "You carry it. Now climb." He nudged her up the embankment. They broke out of the ditch and crossed 30 yards of open concrete loading pad. The baying of the hounds echoed through the fog, bouncing off the cylindrical walls of the silos. The dogs were close. Less than half a mile. They reached the base of the center silo. A heavy steel blast door stood slightly ajar, its tracks choked with decades of hardened wheat chaff and rust. Cole jammed his boot against the base of the door. He shoved with his right arm, recruiting his back and legs. The metal groaned. Marcus dropped his end of the stretcher and threw his shoulder against the steel. Together, they forced the door open wide enough to slide the stretcher through. The interior smelled of dry rot, fermented grain, and rat droppings. A towering central chute descended from the ceiling, surrounded by a metal grate floor. Decaying burlap sacks of winter wheat sat stacked in haphazard mounds against the curved concrete walls. "Get them behind the sacks," Cole said. He grabbed an iron pry bar resting near a hopper and jammed it through the locking handles of the blast door, wedging it against the concrete frame. Total darkness consumed the silo. Marcus clicked on his pen light. He dropped to his knees beside the stretcher. The 12-year-old girl lay motionless. Her lips held a faint blue tint. "She's crashing," Marcus said, his voice stripped of all remaining hope. "Her pulse is thready. She needs whole blood. She needs a surgical suite." "She needs another 30 minutes," Cole said. He slid his back down the curved wall, hitting the metal grate floor with a heavy thud. He let his head rest against the concrete. Kate sat on a rusted grain auger 10 feet away. The penlight cast long, skeletal shadows across her face. She looked at Cole. "Every time I close my eyes," Kate whispered, staring at the floor, "I see his face. I see the bone snap back. I see the hole." Cole pulled the SIG from his holster. He pressed the magazine release with his thumb. The empty mag dropped into his palm. He slid it into his pocket and fished a full one out, racking it home one-handed against his thigh. "You see it because you're not a psychopath," Cole said. Kate looked up. Her green eyes looked hollow, haunted. "You don't look like you see ghosts." "I see plenty," Cole said. He laid the pistol on his lap. He looked at his ruined left arm. The blood was finally clotting, freezing in the cold air. "They just stand at the back of the line now." The wind howled outside, rattling the heavy steel door. The hounds went silent. Cole's spine stiffened. "They stopped barking," Greg whispered from the dark, recognizing the tactical shift. "The handlers pulled them back," Cole said. "The spetsnaz assault element is taking the lead. They have us boxed." Kate hugged her knees to her chest. "We're going to die in a grain silo." "No," Cole said. He looked at her. He needed her functioning. He needed her to believe the desk mattered. "You want to know why I hate the cubicles, Ellison? Why I mocked Tara and her screens?" Kate didn't answer. She just watched him. 5 years ago. "Fallujah," Cole said. The words tasted like ash. "I was running a snatch and grab. High-value target hiding in a residential block. I had a partner. Kid named Miller. Good kid. Fast." Cole picked up the cig, checking the chamber in the dark. "We had an analyst back in Langley," Cole continued. "Just like Tara. Voice in the ear. She ran the drone feeds. She told me to hold our position. Said the thermal signatures in the target house looked wrong. Too cold. The arithmetic didn't add up. She called it a baited trap." Marcus paused his work, listening. "I ignored her," Cole said. He met Kate's eyes. "I thought the street was smarter than the screen. I told Miller we were pushing the door. We breached. It was a kill box. Rigged with command-detonated artillery shells. The trigger man was waiting in the alley across the street. He blew the house." Cole let the silence stretch. "I woke up under a collapsed roof," Cole rasped. "Miller didn't. I held his neck together for 20 minutes while he bled out in the dust. The analyst watched the whole thing on a thermal feed from 5,000 miles away. She screamed at me over the radio the entire time." Kate swallowed hard. "You blamed the analyst." "I blamed myself," Cole corrected. "But looking at the analysts reminded me of the failure. So I mocked them. I pretended raw instinct was all that mattered. Because if I admitted the desk was right, I had to admit I killed my partner." Cole pushed himself off the floor. His legs shook, but he locked his knees. "Tara's intel kept us alive today," Cole said, his voice hardening. "Your shot kept me breathing an hour ago. The math works, Kate. You did the math. Do not let that Russian lieutenant break you. He was a variable. You solved him." A sharp, metallic clink echoed from the blast door. "They're here," David whispered. Cole stepped away from the wall. He couldn't win a sustained firefight. His left arm was useless. He had one magazine left. He needed a dirty trick. He needed an analyst fantasy. "Doc," Cole said, keeping his voice a low hum. "Take the penlight. Move everyone into the access tunnel under the main chute. Wait behind the secondary blast door." "What are you doing?" Marcus asked, hauling the stretcher up with David's help. "Chemistry," Cole said. He walked to the nearest mound of decaying burlap sacks. He drew his combat knife. He slashed the heavy canvas bags open, kicking them over. Thousands of pounds of dry winter wheat spilled onto the metal grate floor. "Greg," Cole commanded. "Kick those bags. Rip them open. Toss the chaff into the air." Greg didn't question the order. He limped over, kicking the torn bags, sending massive plumes of fine, dry-grained dust billowing into the enclosed air of the silo. "Tara told me about this once," Cole muttered to himself, slashing another row of bags. "Particles per cubic meter. Confined space." Ambient oxygen. The spetsnaz didn't bother knocking. Two shaped thermal charges detonated simultaneously on the hinges of the blast door. The steel melted instantly. A heavy ram struck the center of the door, folding it inward. It crashed onto the concrete with a deafening boom. 3 flashbang grenades bounced through the opening. Eyes shut. Mouths open, Cole yelled. The grenades detonated. Blinding white light and concussive thunder filled the silo. Cole didn't flinch. He kept his eyes shut, letting the shockwave pass. He stood in the center of the silo, surrounded by a thick, suspended cloud of highly combustible grain dust. 4 spetsnaz commandos poured through the breach, their assault rifles equipped with heavy suppressors and laser sights. Red beams cut through the thick dust, hunting for targets. Cole raised the SIG. He didn't aim at the commandos. He aimed at the iron catwalk running 20 feet above their heads. He pulled the trigger. The 9mm round sparked violently against the rusted iron. A single spark drifted down into the thick cloud of suspended grain dust. Thermobaric physics took over. The grain dust ignited. The flame front propagated at supersonic speed, consuming the ambient oxygen in a microsecond. The air inside the silo instantly turned into a massive fuel-air explosive. A roaring fireball completely engulfed the front half of the silo. The explosion was catastrophic. The concussive wave picked up the 4 spetsnaz commandos and hurled them backward through the breached doorway, their Kevlar armor offering zero protection against the crushing overpressure. The blast blew the domed roof of the silo straight off its concrete moorings, sending massive chunks of stone raining down into the fog. Cole had thrown himself backward into the access tunnel a split second before the ignition, the secondary steel door shielding him from the primary blast. The heat washed over him, singeing his eyebrows and baking the damp leather of his jacket. Silence slammed back into the complex, replaced a moment later by the crackle of secondary fires burning in the spilled wheat. The spetsnaz assault element was completely obliterated. Cole stood up in the dark tunnel. He looked back at Marcus, Kate, and the survivors huddled in the gloom. "Desk fantasy," Cole rasped, a grim, blood-stained smile cracking his face. "Let's go. The border is half a mile away." Chapter 23. The access tunnel beneath the destroyed grain silo emptied into a shallow drainage basin. Cole kicked the rusted iron grate loose and crawled out. The freezing fog had thinned, replaced by the bruised violet light of false dawn. He dragged his left side. His arm felt like a block of ice bolted to his shoulder. He looked back. Marcus emerged first, his surgical apron stiff with frozen blood. He reached back into the pipe, helping David haul the stretcher out. The 12-year-old girl made no sound. Her chest barely rose. Kate followed, her shoulder hitched under Alina's arm, her canvas jacket coated in mud and gray concrete dust. "Half a mile," Cole said. He pointed down the sloping valley. Through the thinning mist, the Polish border crossing cut a hard line across the landscape. Razor wire gleamed atop steel fencing. High-mast floodlights cast overlapping pools of stark white light across the asphalt. It looked like a different planet. A planet where people didn't bleed out in the mud. The sat phone in Cole's chest pocket chirped. 2 short, sharp electronic bursts. Cole stopped. He pulled the device out. The signal strength indicator, dead for the last hour, showed 3 solid bars. The silo explosion had either destroyed the local Russian jamming emitter, or they had finally walked outside its radius. He tapped his earpiece. "Boss." "Walker." "Thank God." Tara's voice was breathless, the cadence stripped of all Langley protocol. "I lost you on thermal when the silo detonated. I thought you were vaporized." "Desk fantasy worked," Cole rasped. He leaned against a frost-heaved boulder, his lungs screaming for oxygen. "We have visuals on the Polish wire. 10 minutes out." "Stop right there," Tara said. Keys hammered in the background, frantic and heavy. Do not move down that valley. Cole signaled the group to halt. He dropped to a knee, pulling his sig. What is it? Did the Russians bypass the blast? It's not the Russians, Tara said. It's the Ukrainians. A special operations detachment. Call sign Velez. They are holding the tree line at the base of your slope. 200 meters between you and the border fence. They are in a spread ambush formation. Marcus overheard the tinny voice leaking from Cole's earpiece. He let out a breath that sounded like a sob. Ukrainians. They're friendly. We tell them who we are, they escort us across. No, Cole said, his eyes scanning the dark pines below. Walker is right, Tara said. I just intercepted their operational orders. It's a termination directive. The Velez unit commander was told a team of high-value Russian defectors is making a desperate push for the Polish border, disguised as a medical convoy. Kate stepped forward, letting Elena lean against the boulder. Who gave them that intel? Your desk, Tara said to Kate. The same terminal in the Zagreb embassy that sent the original extraction cable. The mole doubled down. When the spetsnaz failed to kill you at the river, the mole sent a flash override to Ukrainian military intelligence. They burned your aliases. They framed you as FSB. The order says, do not engage in dialogue. Shoot on sight. Cole looked at the tree line. 200 meters. He couldn't fight them. Ukrainian SSO were not conscripts shivering around a burn barrel. They were hardened, surgical operators equipped with Western gear and night vision. If he fired a single shot, they would wipe the hillside clean in under 10 seconds. He had one useless arm. He had one magazine. He had a column of dying civilians. Boss, Cole said. Give me a frequency. Patch me into their tactical net. I can't, Tara said. They use encrypted SINCGARS radios. It changes frequency 100 times a second. I can't break the encryption key from here in time. Cole looked down at his Sig Sauer. 9 rounds of 9mm. Utterly useless against a ghost. Then give me the commander's name, Cole said. Major Andriy Volkov, Tara replied instantly. 34 years old. 2 tours in the Donbass. Hardliner. He won't hesitate, Walker. Give me the routing number of the cable the mole sent. The exact timestamp. Everything you have. Cole memorized the string of alphanumeric codes Tara rattled off. He dropped the SIG's magazine, checked the brass casings in the dim light, and slammed it back into the grip. He holstered the weapon and engaged the thumb brake. He stood up. Stay behind the rocks, Cole told Marcus. Walker, what are you doing? Kate asked. She stepped in front of him, her green eyes wide. She still held her Glock, though the muzzle pointed strictly at the dirt. I can't shoot them, Ellison. They're allies. I drop a Ukrainian officer, I become a war criminal, and the CIA disavows me before I hit the ground. Cole unzipped his leather jacket, pulling the flaps wide, exposing his empty hands and his blood-soaked shirt. I'm going to talk. They have shoot-on-sight orders. Kate grabbed his good arm. You said it yourself. The street is ruthless. The street is, Cole said, looking down at her. But I'm taking the desk with me. He stepped away from the boulder and walked out onto the open slope. The frost crunched loudly beneath his boots. He didn't try to hide. He walked a straight, methodical line toward the dark pines, his arms held wide, palms open to the violet sky. Silence hung over the valley. At 100 meters, the first laser sight found him. A brilliant green dot painted the center of his chest. A second dot appeared on his forehead. A third on his thigh. Cole didn't stop. He kept walking. The lasers held dead steady. The operators holding the rifles were breathing between heartbeats, their fingers resting on the wall of the trigger brake. At 50 meters, a voice cut through the freezing air. Ukrainian. Flat, amplified by an electronic megaphone, and utterly devoid of emotion. Stop. Knees on the ground. Hands on your head. Cole stopped. He did not kneel. Major Andrei Volkov, Cole shouted. His voice echoed off the rocks, raw and booming. My name is Cole Walker. Central Intelligence Agency. I am an American operative, escorting an American doctor. We are not your enemy. The green dots did not waver. The silence stretched. You match the description of the FSB extraction team, the electronic voice replied. Knees. Now. The intelligence you received at 0200 hours is compromised, Cole yelled back. He ignored the burning in his chest. Your orders originated from a compromised terminal at the United States Embassy in Zagreb. Routing number Echo Tango 79er Delta. Timestamp 0145 Zulu. The green dot on his forehead shifted slightly. A fraction of an inch. Hesitation. Your SBU liaison received a flash override, Cole continued, pressing the advantage Tara had given him. They told you we were carrying Russian defectors. They told you we would use medical cover. It is a lie designed to make you do Moscow's dirty work for them. Brush rustled 30 feet ahead. 3 figures materialized from the pine shadows. They wore MTAC camouflage and fast helmets, their faces obscured by panoramic night vision goggles. They moved with terrifying, fluid silence. The lead operator carried a suppressed Zbroyar Z-10 rifle. The muzzle was locked perfectly on Cole's face. The operator reached up and flipped his night vision goggles up. Major Volkov had eyes like crushed ice. He stared at Cole's battered face, the torn and bleeding arm, the absolute lack of weapons in his hands. How do you know the routing number of my orders? Volkov asked. He spoke English with clipped precision. Because the analyst sitting at a desk in Langley, Virginia, is currently tracking your position via satellite, Cole said. He kept his hands open. And she is holding the raw intercept data, proving a mole in our own embassy is trying to get my people killed. Cole slowly reached his right hand toward his chest pocket. Hands. Volkov barked. The 3 rifles snapped up. I am pulling out a phone, Cole said evenly. I am putting it on speaker. He gripped the sat phone with 2 fingers, pulling it clear of his pocket. He hit the speaker button and held it out. Boss. Talk to the major. Tara's voice cut through the freezing air, crisp and authoritative. Major Volkov. This is Tara Voss, Operations Directorate, CIA. I have forwarded the decrypted network logs to your SBU headquarters in Kyiv 2 minutes ago. They confirmed the target package you received is a Russian fabrication. Volkov stared at the phone. The radio on his shoulder harness cracked to life. A rapid burst of Ukrainian flooded the channel. Volkov listened. His jaw muscles feathered. He looked back at Cole. He looked at the blood dripping from Cole's left hand into the frost. He looked past Cole, up the slope, to where Kate and Marcus crouched behind the boulder with the stretcher. Volkov lowered his rifle. The 2 operators flanking him immediately dropped their muzzles to the dirt. Kyiv confirms the recall, Volkov said. His voice lost the hard interrogator's edge. He slung his rifle over his shoulder. They say we are hunting ghosts. Cole let his arms drop. The tension snapped out of his spine, leaving him hollow and swaying. We're all hunting ghosts, Major. The border is half a mile. Can you cover our back? We hold the valley, Volkov said, nodding once. He gestured toward the Polish wire. The crossing is yours, American. Go. Cole turned and walked back up the hill. His legs felt like wet cement. He reached the boulder. Kate stood up. She looked past him, at the Ukrainian operators vanishing back into the tree line like smoke. You talked them down, Kate whispered, astonished. Tara talked them down, Cole said. He looked at the sat phone in his hand. He clicked the speaker off, putting it back to his ear. "Good work, desk." "Don't celebrate yet, Walker," Tara said. Her voice offered no relief. "The Ukrainians aren't the problem anymore." "What now?" "The Polish border guards," Tara said. "They aren't at the crossing. They pulled back. The LZ is empty. But I have thermal signatures moving into the pre-arranged extraction zone from the north and the south. Russian and Ukrainian. The mole sent the coordinates to both sides. It's a trap." Chapter 24. The Korchow-Krakovets border crossing looked like a graveyard of rusted bureaucratic ambition. Bleak gray daylight crept over the eastern horizon, stripping away the forgiving shadows of the night. Cole kicked the heavy steel pedestrian gate. The latch was completely disengaged. The gate swung inward, hinges squealing against the dead quiet of the morning. The complex stretched out in a maze of chain-link fencing, concrete barricades, and vehicle inspection bays. Nothing moved. "Inside," Cole said, waving the column through. Marcus and David hauled the stretcher past the turnstiles. Their boots scraped the frost-covered asphalt. Greg limped behind them, his face the color of old ash. Kate stayed close to Elena, guiding the wounded nurse toward the main customs building. Cole brought up the rear. He backed through the gate, his cig raised, sweeping the tree line they had just abandoned. The mist clung to the pines, thick and motionless. He turned and pushed through the glass double doors of the primary customs office. The heat hit him first. A portable electric radiator hummed in the corner, its coils glowing a bright, angry orange. 2 ceramic mugs sat on the main processing desk. One lay on its side, a dark puddle of coffee soaking into a stack of stamped passports. A handheld radio buzzed with a loop of static and faint Polish chatter. "They didn't pull back," Cole rasped, studying the spilled coffee. "They ran. 5 minutes ago." His earpiece cracked, the audio suddenly sharp and clear. "They ran because they saw the satellite feeds, Walker." Tara didn't wait for him to initiate contact. Her voice clipped, tight with a panic she fought to suppress. "I just tapped into the Polish Border Patrol's encrypted network. They evacuated the facility. They think a full-scale, armored incursion is happening." "Where is the Polish military?" Cole asked, moving toward the rear window of the office. "Holding a defensive line 3 miles west. You are completely alone in that compound." Cole looked at the concrete vehicle inspection garage attached to the office. Thick cinderblock walls. Steel roll-down doors. A defensive hardpoint. "Get the stretcher into the garage," Cole ordered Marcus. "Walker, listen to me," Tara cut in. "I requisitioned an MQ-9 Reaper drone out of Ramstein Air Base an hour ago. I have it on station right now, orbiting at 20,000 feet. I am looking at the infrared feeds." Cole felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. "Give me the tactical picture." "You are standing on a bullseye," Tara said. Keys hammered, a frantic rhythm over the link. "The mole didn't just burn your aliases to Major Volkov's unit. The mole sent your exact extraction coordinates to a rogue element within the SBU and to a spetsnaz rapid response team operating out of Lviv. Both forces are converging on your facility." Cole checked his magazine. 8 rounds of 9mm. Distance. "They have the compound surrounded," Tara said. "Spetsnaz holds the eastern and southern approaches. The rogue SBU team has the road west blocked. They are dismounted, moving on foot through the scrub brush. 30 hostiles minimum." "You have a Reaper," Cole said. "Light up the tree line." Silence stretched over the comms for 3 agonizing seconds. "I can't," Tara said. Cole froze. "Repeat." "The Reaper is armed. I have 2 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles locked and hot. But I do not have weapons release authority. This is a sovereign European border. Firing a missile here Requires a direct, authorized sign-off from the President of the United States. Cole slammed his right fist onto the customs desk. The coffee mugs jumped. You're flying a loaded gunship over my head, and you can't pull the trigger. Cole roared. The request is routing through the National Security Council right now. Tara fired back, her own frustration bleeding through the sterile link. The director is on a secure line with the White House. But bureaucracy moves at the speed of paper, Walker. They are analyzing the geopolitical fallout. I need 30 minutes to get you a green light. We don't have 3 minutes. Cole killed the comms. He turned to the room. Kate stared at him, her face stripped of all color. We're trapped. We hold, Cole said. He scanned the office. A heavy steel security locker sat bolted to the concrete wall behind the supervisor's desk. The word ZBROJOWNIA was stenciled across the door in chipped black paint. Armory. Cole pressed the muzzle of his cig against the heavy brass padlock and pulled the trigger. The gunshot deafened the small room. The lock shattered. Cole yanked the steel doors open. The Polish guards had taken their primary rifles, but they had left the contraband and secondary weapons. Cole pulled a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun from the rack and a heavy bandolier of 12-gauge buckshot. He dug deeper, finding a short-barreled Globerite submachine gun and 3 stick magazines. He tossed the Mossberg to Greg. The ex-Marine caught it, wincing as the weight pulled on his shattered ribs. Can you shoot? Cole asked. I can hold a door, Greg grunted, jacking a shell into the chamber. Cole grabbed the Globerite. He slapped a magazine home and pulled the charging handle. The compact weapon felt heavy in his right hand. His left arm was completely useless, a slab of dead meat hanging from his shoulder. He couldn't grip the forward handguard. He would have to brace the weapon against cover. Into the garage, Cole barked. They funneled through the interior doorway into the massive freezing inspection bay. 2 concrete mechanics pits ran down the center of the floor, designed for searching the undercarriages of transport trucks. Doc, Cole pointed to the pits. Get the patients down in the hole. Keep their heads below the concrete lip. Marcus and David lowered the stretcher into the grease-stained pit. The nurses huddled around the dying girl. Cole moved to the rolling steel doors facing east. They were pulled down, secured by heavy chains. He found a pedestrian side door and cracked it open 3 inches, creating a narrow firing port. He propped the barrel of the Globerite on the steel frame, taking the weight off his ruined arm. He looked at Kate. She stood in the center of the garage, gripping her Glock. She looked lost, her eyes darting between the concrete walls. Ellison, Cole snapped. She flinched, looking at him. Cole pointed to a small, reinforced glass window on the northern wall. Take that angle. You have a narrow field of view. 50 yards of cracked asphalt, ending at a rusted chain-link fence. Kate walked to the window. She raised the Glock, her hands shaking slightly. Listen to me, Cole said. His voice dropped the bark, becoming a steady, grounding anchor. You do not calculate the geopolitical fallout. You do not wonder if the man in your sights is Russian or Ukrainian. If a shadow crosses that chain-link fence, you pull the trigger until the gun clicks empty. Understand? Kate swallowed. Cross the fence, pull the trigger. That's the math, Cole said. High above the clouds, a faint mechanical whine drifted down. The drone. Circling uselessly in the freezing gray sky, watching the heat signatures close like a tightening noose. The first shot cracked from the eastern tree line. A heavy 7.62 millimeters round punched through the corrugated steel of the garage door, whining over the mechanic's pit and burying itself in the cinder block wall behind Kate. Concrete dust rained down on her shoulders. Down, Cole yelled. A hail of suppressive fire erupted. Dozens of rifles tore into the customs building. Glass shattered in the front office. The steel doors of the garage drummed a deafening metallic beat as armor-piercing rounds shredded the thin metal. Cole crouched behind the reinforced concrete doorframe. He didn't return fire. He couldn't afford to waste a single bullet on the brush. He waited for a target to break cover. Through his narrow slit, he saw 3 figures dart from the pines, rushing forward to take cover behind a concrete barrier in the compound lot. Cole leaned his shoulder into the doorframe. He sighted down the globerate and squeezed the trigger. The submachine gun chattered, a sharp 3-round burst. One of the sprinting figures stumbled, his leg buckling, as a 9mm round shattered his femur. He crashed onto the asphalt. The other 2 dragged him behind the barrier. South door. Greg shouted. The blast of the Mossberg 500 echoed through the garage. Greg pumped the action, firing again through a shattered side window. They're pushing the chain link. Hold the choke point, Cole yelled back. He checked his watch. 4 minutes gone. 26 minutes left, until Tara could bring the fire. A sudden, sharp crack echoed from the north wall. Cole glanced back. Kate stood at her window. The Glock recoiled in her hands. She fired twice more. Her face was set in a rigid, terrifying mask of absolute necessity. She didn't freeze. She didn't hesitate. She watched the fence line, and she held her angle. Another volley of automatic fire ripped through the steel door, inches from Cole's head. The air inside the garage filled with the acrid stench of burning powder and pulverized concrete. Chapter 25. The concrete cinder blocks of the inspection bay vibrated with every impact. Spall rained down like coarse gray snow. Cole checked the globerate's magazine. 10 rounds left. Walker. Tara's voice pierced the gunfire through his earpiece. The static was gone. Her tone carried a sharp, vindictive edge. I have the mole. Not the time, Voss, Cole yelled over the deafening roar of Greg's Mossberg. The ex-Marine racked another shell, blowing out the last remaining shards of a reinforced glass window. It's the station chief in Zagreb, Tara insisted. Her fingers hammered her keyboard, the sound bleeding over the open mic. He bypassed internal security protocols to use Kate's terminal. I just tracked a massive offshore crypto transfer. $3 million. Originated from a Moscow shell company and landed in his Cayman accounts an hour ago. Kate crouched beneath the windowsill, slamming a fresh magazine into her Glock. She heard the audio bleed from Cole's earpiece. The color drained from her dirt-streaked face. The chief, she gasped. He recruited me. He stood at my wedding. He's a dead man, Cole said flatly. File it, Tara. Give me an exit before we're all dead men. I have one, Tara said. The spetsnaz rapid response team didn't hike in. They flew. I've got a modernized Mi-8 AMTSH helicopter idling on the access highway, 800 yards south of your position. The pilot is holding it hot for their exfiltration. It's heavily armored. Keys? Cole asked. Digital avionics lock, Tara said. But it's a newer model with a remote diagnostic backdoor. I just pulled the manufacturer's override code. I can feed you the startup sequence. Give it to me. Tara rattled off a 6-digit alphanumeric code. Cole burned it into his memory. We break the southern perimeter, Cole shouted to the room. He pointed to the rusted pedestrian door at the back of the bay. Doc, get the stretcher ready. Greg, you're on point. Blow a hole in the wire with that 12-gauge. Ellison, cover our 6. I can't carry this stretcher and shoot, David yelled over the din, clutching his ribs. You carry, Cole said. I shoot. Greg kicked the pedestrian door open. The freezing air rushed in. 2 Russian commandos sprinted across the gap between the buildings. Greg didn't hesitate. He leveled the Mossberg and fired. The heavy buckshot caught the lead commando in the chest, lifting him off his feet and throwing him into the mud. The second commando scrambled behind a concrete pylon. Cole followed Greg out, raising the globret. He fired a 3-round burst at the pylon, keeping the commando pinned. "Move!" Cole roared. Marcus and David hauled the stretcher through the door, boots slipping on the frosted asphalt. Elena hobbled beside Sophia, her breath coming in ragged white plumes. Kate backed out last, her Glock raised, sweeping the shattered windows of the customs building behind them. They reached the southern perimeter fence. Rusted chain link, topped with razor wire. Greg pressed the muzzle of the shotgun directly against the locking mechanism of the double gate. He pulled the trigger. The lock vaporized into a spray of jagged metal. Greg kicked the gates open. They plunged into the freezing scrub brush. The spetsnaz assault element focused their heavy fire on the northern and eastern walls of the garage, assuming the Americans were pinned. The southern flank remained light. They covered 400 yards in a brutal, lung-burning sprint. The scrub tore at their clothes. Cole dragged his left side, his arm completely useless. Blood seeped fresh through his leather jacket, hot and sticky. The brush gave way to the blacktop of the secondary highway. The Mi-8 sat in the center of the road. Massive, ugly, and lethal. The twin turboshaft engines whined a high-pitched scream. The 5-blade main rotor spun lazily, chopping the freezing mist into a rhythmic whump whump whump. A spetsnaz crew chief stood outside the rear clamshell doors, smoking a cigarette, an AK-74 slung over his shoulder. Cole didn't break stride. He closed the distance across the asphalt. The crew chief spotted the movement. He dropped his cigarette, grabbing for his rifle. Cole raised the globret and squeezed the trigger. The bolt locked back on an empty chamber. He was out of ammo. Cole let the submachine gun drop to the pavement. He lunged. He drove his right shoulder into the crew chief's chest, slamming the man backward into the fuselage of the helicopter. The impact knocked the breath from the Russian's lungs. Cole drove his knee upward into the man's groin, then followed with a savage right hook to the jaw. The crew chief crumpled. Cole scrambled up the metal steps to the cockpit. The pilot sat in the right seat, wearing a flight helmet, his hands resting near the collective. He turned, his eyes widening at the blood-soaked American invading his bird. The pilot reached for a Makarov pistol strapped to his survival vest. Cole lunged across the narrow center console. He grabbed the pilot's wrist with his right hand, pinning the weapon against the instrument panel. The pilot fought back. He threw a brutal left elbow, catching Cole in the ribs. Cole grunted, tasting copper. He couldn't use his left arm to block. He was fighting one-handed, in a space the size of a closet. The pilot shoved Cole backward, leveling the Makarov. Cole dropped his weight, driving his skull forward. He head-butted the pilot squarely in the faceplate of the helmet. The polycarbonate visor cracked. The pilot reeled backward, stunned. Cole grabbed the heavy fire extinguisher mounted to the bulkhead. He swung it like a club, smashing the red steel cylinder into the side of the pilot's helmet. The pilot slumped unconscious against the side window. Cole shoved the heavy body out of the seat and strapped himself in. The cockpit was a sea of Cyrillic lettering and glowing green dials. He smelled aviation fuel and old sweat. He reached across the console, his fingers finding the digital avionics keypad. He punched in the 6-digit override code Tara had given him. A green light flashed. The electronic locks disengaged. "Boss, I'm in," Cole gasped, grabbing the cyclic stick with his right hand and resting his left knee against the collective lever. "Walker, we have a major problem," Tara's voice crackled through his earpiece. "The Russian command just realized you seized their bird. 2 Mi-24 Hind gunships orbiting Lviv just broke their holding pattern. They are vectoring to intercept." Cole looked out the cockpit window. Marcus, David, and Greg were shoving the stretcher through the rear clamshell doors. The nurses scrambled aboard. Kate stood on the asphalt, her Glock aimed at the tree line. "Ellison," Cole roared over the engine whine. "Get in." Kate jumped into the massive cargo bay. Cole grabbed the intercom headset. Ellison. There's a PKT machine gun mounted on the starboard door. Get behind it. Kate stared at the heavy, belt-fed weapon mounted on a swivel arm by the open side door. A long belt of brass 7.62 millimeters ammunition hung from the feed tray. I don't know how to use this, she yelled back, her voice barely carrying over the deafening turbines. Pull the charging handle back twice, Cole yelled. Point it at anything ugly and squeeze the spade grips. Cole rolled the throttles to maximum power. The turbine whine climbed to an ear-splitting shriek. The massive airframe shuddered. He pulled the collective upward, using his knee and sheer willpower. The heavily armored Mi-8 lifted clumsily off the Polish highway, tilting nose down as it gained altitude. A stream of green tracer fire erupted from the eastern tree line. The spetsnaz rapid response team broke through the brush, firing wildly at the ascending helicopter. Rounds pinged off the belly armor like angry hail. Kate stood at the open starboard door. The freezing wind whipped her hair across her face. She looked down at the soldiers swarming the asphalt. She grabbed the heavy steel charging handle of the PKT and hauled it back with all her strength. She let it slam forward, then racked it again. She grabbed the dual spade grips. She didn't aim through the sights. She just pointed the heavy barrel downward at the tree line and squeezed the butterfly trigger. The machine gun roared, spitting a torrent of hot lead and empty brass. The recoil shuddered through her entire body, bruising her shoulders, but she didn't let go. She screamed, the sound lost entirely in the thunder of the weapon, pouring suppressive fire into the mist as the helicopter clawed its way into the gray morning sky. Hold on, Cole yelled, banking the heavy bird hard to the west, aiming for the safety of Polish airspace. But the radar warning receiver on the dashboard suddenly shrieked to life. A high-pitched, steady tone. The Hinds had found them. Chapter 26. The radar warning receiver shrieked. A continuous, nerve-shredding electronic squeal. Cole gripped the cyclic stick with his right hand, his knuckles white against the black rubber. The Mi-8 handled like a flying school bus, sluggish and heavy. He shoved the stick forward, burying the nose to pick up speed. The twin Klimov turboshaft engines howled above his head, vibrating the deck plates so violently his teeth ached. Boss? Cole yelled into the boom mic, fighting the massive torque of the rotor blades. Talk to me. The RWR is screaming. You have two Mi-24 Hinds closing from your 6 o'clock, Tara's voice snapped back. Distance 4 miles. They carry air-to-air ordnance. But they aren't painting you yet. That tone is ground-based. Cole glanced at the threat display on the Russian dashboard. An orange strobe flashed in the upper right quadrant. Mobile SAM, Cole rasped. Panzer or Tor system. They moved armor up to the borderline. I see the thermal plume, Tara confirmed. It's a Tor M1 track. Sitting in a clearing 2 miles east of your flight path. Walker, they are locking on. I need the deck. Cole shoved the collective lever down, using the deadweight of his left knee. The massive helicopter dropped out of the gray morning sky like a stone. In the cargo bay, the sudden loss of altitude stripped gravity away. Kate lost her footing. The deck dropped out from under her boots. She let go of the PKT machine gun's spade grips and crashed onto the ribbed metal floor. The freezing wind howling through the open clamshell doors ripped at her clothes, threatening to suck her out into the mist. She scrambled on hands and knees, grabbing the nylon webbing of a troop seat to anchor herself. Marcus threw his body over the stretcher. He pinned the 12-year-old girl to the floorboards as the helicopter plunged. Greg and David clung to the bulkhead netting, their faces pale gray. Loose medical supplies, gauze rolls, saline bags, empty plastic syringes, floated in the cabin for a terrifying second before slamming back down as Cole leveled the bird out. Through the open rear doors, the tops of the pine trees rushed past mere feet below the landing gear. 50 feet, Cole grunted into the mic. The windshield filled with dark green branches. He pulled the cyclic back a fraction, skimming the canopy. Am I under their radar horizon? Negative, Tara said. The Tor system elevates. You are too big and too slow. You have a hard lock. A new sound erupted from the dashboard. A rapid, oscillating chirp. Launch. Tara screamed. Missile in the air. Time to impact, 12 seconds. Cole couldn't evade a Mach 2.5 missile in a transport chopper. He couldn't yank the bird into a hard break. His left arm hung useless against his ribcage. He couldn't reach the countermeasure panel on the overhead console. Boss, I need chaff and flares. Where is the dispenser panel? Above your head. Center cluster. Yellow toggles. Cole looked up. A dizzying array of Cyrillic-labeled switches stared back at him. He couldn't read them. He couldn't lift his left arm. He took his right hand off the cyclic stick. The helicopter instantly yawed, the nose dipping violently toward the trees. Cole grabbed the stick again, pulling the nose up, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had to fly. He couldn't release the controls. I can't reach it. Cole yelled. I'm flying one-handed. In the back, Kate heard the panic in Cole's voice over the open intercom channel bleeding from his headset. She looked at the cockpit bulkhead. She let go of the nylon webbing and crawled forward against the tilt of the floorboards. Kate, stay down. Marcus yelled over the engine roar. She ignored him. She reached the open cockpit door and grabbed the back of the pilot's seat. She hauled herself up, staring through the windshield at the blur of pine trees rushing past. Walker, what do you need? She shouted over his shoulder. Countermeasures. Cole didn't look back. He kept his eyes locked on the tree line. Overhead panel. Look for the yellow switches. Kate looked up. Row after row of toggle switches and push buttons covered the ceiling. She found a cluster of 3 switches capped in chipped yellow plastic. I see them. Tara, walk her through it. Cole shouted into the mic. 8 seconds to impact. Kate, listen to me. Tara's voice blasted from the cockpit speakers. Flip all 3 yellow toggles up. Now. Kate reached up, her hands shaking so hard she missed the first switch. She forced her fingers to steady, snapping all 3 toggles upward. A row of green indicator lights flickered to life. They're up. Kate yelled. Below the toggles, there's a red square button covered by a clear plastic guard, Tara directed. Flip the guard. When I say mark, press the button and hold it down. Walker, when she presses it, you brake hard right. Copy, Cole gritted his teeth. He braced his right boot against the anti-torque pedal. 5 seconds, Tara counted down. The audio link hissed. 4, 3, 2, mark. Kate flipped the plastic guard and smashed the heel of her hand against the red button. A series of loud percussive thumps hammered the tail boom of the helicopter. A massive cloud of burning magnesium flares and radar-reflecting fiberglass chaff exploded from the dispensers, blossoming behind the Mi-8 like a brilliant blinding tail of fire and metallic smoke. Cole slammed his boot into the right pedal and yanked the cyclic stick hard to his right thigh. The heavy transport bird banked violently. The horizon tilted 90 degrees. The rotor blades chewed into the uppermost branches of a massive pine, showering the windshield with shattered wood and green needles. Cole fought the cyclic, ignoring the agonizing tear of muscle in his shoulder, keeping the bird in the air through sheer kinetic willpower. Hold on. Kate screamed, bracing herself against the bulkhead. The Tor missile struck the decoy cloud 200 yards behind them. The proximity fuse detonated the high-explosive fragmentation warhead. The explosion ripped the morning sky open. The shockwave hit the helicopter a fraction of a second later. The Mi-8 shuddered violently, thrown forward by the invisible fist of the blast. Jagged chunks of shrapnel tore through the thin aluminum skin of the tail boom. The impact sounded like handfuls of gravel thrown against a tin roof. A warning klaxon blared in the cockpit. Master caution lights ignited across the dashboard, bathing the small space in flashing red. "We took shrapnel in the exhaust port," Cole yelled, fighting the controls as the tail began to fishtail. "Engine 2 is choking." Thick, acrid gray smoke billowed from the ceiling vents, pouring into the cargo bay. It smelled of burning oil, scorched electrical wiring, and melting plastic. Kate choked on the fumes. She abandoned the cockpit, stumbling back into the cargo bay. The smoke was blinding. It pooled near the ceiling and sank rapidly toward the floorboards. "Get low!" Kate screamed, dropping to her knees. She crawled back to the stretcher. Marcus huddled over the girl, using his surgical apron as a makeshift tent to shield her face from the toxic smoke. Anton lay flat against the deck, coughing violently. Greg and David pressed their faces into the crooks of their elbows. "We're losing altitude," Greg shouted. The starboard engine sputtered, a mechanical death rattle echoing through the airframe. The rotor RPM gauge on Cole's dashboard began a steady, terrifying drop. "Tara," Cole rasped into the mic. Smoke stung his eyes, watering his vision. He blinked rapidly, searching the gray mist ahead. "I'm losing the starboard turbine. Transmission pressure is dropping. We are going down." "Hold the stick, Walker," Tara commanded. Her voice offered zero sympathy. It was pure, icy mathematics. "Do not dump the collective. You have forward momentum. The border crossing is exactly 2.4 miles ahead. You have enough kinetic energy to clear the wire." "I can't see the wire." "Fly heading 270, Tara said. "Keep the nose level. I am watching your telemetry." Cole held the heading. The ground rushed up to meet them. The pine trees vanished, replaced by open fields of frozen mud and shattered farmhouses. The smoke in the cabin grew thicker, suffocating them. Kate grabbed Alina's uninjured arm, pulling the nurse tight against her side. She looked at Marcus. He met her gaze through the swirling gray haze. He reached out with a blood-stained hand, and Kate gripped his fingers tight. They didn't speak. The roar of the dying engine and the screaming warning klaxons drowned out all sound. 1 mile, Tara called out. 1/2 mile. Altitude 50 feet. Cole felt the cyclic stick turning to mush in his hand. The hydraulic pressure was failing. The bird was becoming a dead weight of iron and fuel. "I see the fence," Cole croaked. Through the windshield, a towering wall of chain link and razor wire materialized out of the fog. Concrete guard towers loomed behind it. "Pull up," Tara yelled. Cole hauled the cyclic back with everything he had left. He shoved the collective up with his knee, burning the last reserve of power in the failing engines. The heavy nose of the Mi-8 pitched upward. The landing gear clipped the top strand of razor wire. The metal screamed, tearing free. They cleared the fence. "Cut the throttles," Tara ordered. "Put it down now." Cole chopped the throttles, killing the engines. The helicopter dropped out of the sky. It hit a frozen Polish cabbage field, 30 yards beyond the border fence. The impact shattered the front landing gear. The nose slammed into the dirt. The massive airframe skidded forward, plowing a deep trench through the frozen mud, throwing up a blinding wave of dark earth. The fuselage groaned, buckled, and finally tore to a grinding, violent halt. Silence rushed in, absolute and total, broken only by the hiss of venting steam and the settling of warped metal. Chapter 27. Aviation fuel spilled across hot exhaust metal, hissing like a nest of angry vipers. Cole hung in the 5-point harness. The cockpit of the Mi-8 rested at a violent 30-degree angle, buried nose deep in the frozen Polish mud. Smoke filled the compartment, thick and choking. The master alarm klaxon had died, leaving a heavy, ringing silence. He punched the harness release buckle with his right hand. Gravity dumped him against the shattered polycarbonate windshield. His left arm dragged behind him, dead weight. He ignored it. He kicked the cockpit side door. The jammed frame groaned but held. He pulled his right leg back to his chest and drove his boot squarely against the latch mechanism. The door snapped open, spilling him out into the freezing gray morning. He hit the dirt hard. The shock rattled his teeth. "Ellison?" Cole roared, scrambling to his knees. He coughed, spitting a dark wad of blood and grit onto the frost. He staggered to the rear of the fuselage. The clamshell doors had warped on impact, wedged open in a jagged V-shape. Black smoke poured from the gap. Kate tumbled out first. She hit the mud on her hands and knees, retching violently, her lungs rejecting the toxic fumes. Her canvas jacket was blackened with soot. "The stretcher," Kate gasped, pointing back into the smoke. Cole grabbed the warped metal of the doorframe with his right hand. He braced his boots against the fuselage and hauled the gap wider, his shoulder muscles screaming under the strain. Marcus emerged through the smoke, pulling the front handles of the stretcher. David pushed from behind, his face a mask of agony, clutching his ribs. Cole grabbed the front handle from Marcus. "I've got it. Get her clear." The fuel lines ruptured. They dragged the 12-year-old girl 20 yards away from the downed helicopter. Greg stumbled out next, helping Sophia and Elena. The survivors collapsed in the frozen cabbage rows, gasping for the clean, biting air. Marcus fell to his knees beside the stretcher. He ripped the smoke-stained blanket away from the girl's abdomen. The pressure dressings were soaked black. "She has no pulse," Marcus said. His voice carried zero panic. Just cold, mechanical dread. He crossed his hands over her sternum and locked his elbows. He began chest compressions. "Anton, I need an airway. Now." Anton crawled through the mud, fumbling with the trauma kit. He pulled a plastic intubation tube and a laryngoscope. Cole drew his cig. The slide felt slippery in his blood-slicked hand. He turned his back on the medical triage, facing the west. The Polish interior. The horizon rumbled. Heavy diesel engines throbbed through the morning mist. Headlights cut through the gray, bouncing violently over the uneven farm fields. "Vehicles?" Cole rasped. "Multiple tracks." 3 Rhizomic armored personnel carriers tore through the fog, throwing massive rooster tails of mud. A pair of lightly armored Humvees flanked them. They formed a tight half-circle 50 yards from the crashed helicopter, cutting off any route of escape. Turret-mounted heavy machine guns pivoted, locking dead center on the survivors. Dozens of Polish border guards and mechanized infantry poured out of the troop compartments. They wore heavy winter gear, Kevlar helmets, and carried barrel assault rifles. They spread out in a disciplined, overlapping skirmish line, advancing behind the blinding glare of the vehicle spotlights. "Gleba. Risna Glau," a voice boomed over a vehicle loudspeaker. "Ground. Hands on your heads." "Doc," Cole said, stepping in front of the stretcher. "Keep working. Do not stop." Marcus didn't look up. He drove his weight down on the girl's chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cole holstered the cig. He raised his right hand empty. He let his left arm hang limp. He stood between the advancing Polish infantry and the dying girl, the crashed Russian gunship smoking behind him. A Polish captain stepped ahead of the skirmish line. He kept his rifle raised, the holographic sight leveled at Cole's face. "Erzik Braun." "Na zimi," the captain shouted. Cole didn't move. He didn't drop to his knees. "I am an American citizen. We are a medical evacuation team. We have critically wounded civilians." The captain stopped 10 paces away. He glanced at the smoldering Mi-8, then at the blood-soaked man in the leather jacket. The arithmetic didn't track for him. A Russian military helicopter crashing over his border full of Americans. "You will lie face down," the captain switched to heavily accented English. His finger tightened on the trigger guard. "Or we will fire." Cole felt the adrenaline finally cracking. His knees trembled. He had fought through the spetsnaz, the blast over pressure, the Tor missile lock. He could not fight a NATO infantry company. A hand grabbed his right shoulder. Kate stepped around him. She walked straight toward the Polish captain. She left her Glock in the mud by the stretcher. Her canvas jacket hung in tatters. Soot and dried blood masked her face. "Ellison, stay back," Cole hissed. She ignored him. She stopped 5 feet from the muzzle of the captain's barrel rifle. She stood perfectly straight, squaring her shoulders, adopting the rigid posture of a diplomat holding court. "Captain," Kate said. Her voice carried no tremble. It projected crisp and clear over the rumble of the diesel engines. She spoke in flawless, unaccented Polish. The captain blinked, surprised by his native tongue. He lowered the rifle a fraction of an inch. "I am Kate Ellison," Kate continued in Polish, her tone dripping with bureaucratic authority. "Senior political attaché, United States Embassy, Zagreb. Identification, number Alpha 794. She reached slowly into her pocket. A dozen rifles clicked off safe. She pulled out a crumpled, laminated State Department identification card and tossed it into the mud at the captain's boots. "You are currently pointing weapons at a designated American diplomatic convoy," Kate stated, her voice hardening into a reprimand. "Under the provisions of the NATO Status of Forces Agreement, Article 7, we are invoking immediate sovereign protection. I have a civilian casualty bleeding out behind me. I require an immediate medevac to the nearest Level 1 trauma center in Rzeszów." The captain stared at the ID card in the mud. He looked at Kate. "You fly a Russian gunship into our airspace." "We seized a Russian gunship to escape an illegal incursion," Kate corrected sharply, not yielding an inch. "My presence here is classified Title 50. You will contact the United States Defense Attaché in Warsaw immediately. Tell Colonel Hayes that Attaché Ellison has crossed the border and requires immediate airlift. Do it now, Captain, before your superiors spend the next 10 years answering for why an American doctor died in your cabbage field." The captain hesitated. The sheer audacity of the demand, delivered in perfect Polish by a soot-covered woman stepping out of a Russian wreck, short-circuited his tactical training. He looked over her shoulder at Marcus, still frantically compressing the girl's chest. The captain tapped his shoulder mic. He fired off a rapid string of Polish to his command element. He waited 10 seconds. The radio chirped back. The captain slung his rifle over his back. "Medic?" the captain roared toward the APCs. "Medic." The skirmish line broke. Polish combat medics carrying heavy red jump bags sprinted from the Humvees, rushing past Cole and Kate toward the stretcher. They pushed Marcus aside, instantly taking over the compressions, hooking up IV lines, and strapping a defibrillator to the girl's chest. Kate watched the medics take over. The diplomatic mask held for 3 seconds. Then it shattered. Her shoulders slumped. The iron rigidity vanished from her spine. Her knees buckled. Cole caught her with his right arm before she hit the mud. He hauled her against his side, supporting her weight, just as he had in the fog after she killed the spetsnaz lieutenant. "Status of Forces Agreement?" Cole rasped, a weak bloody smile cracking his face. "Really?" "I read the treaties, Walker," Kate breathed, leaning her head against his chest. "I memorized the sub-clauses." "Good desk work," Cole said. A Polish medic jogged over to them. He shined a penlight in Cole's eyes, then looked down at the mangled, blood-soaked ruin of Cole's left arm. The medic swore softly in Polish and reached for his trauma shears. "Don't cut the jacket," Cole grunted, waving the man off. "It's vintage." The medic ignored him, slicing the heavy leather open to expose the wound. Behind them, the defibrillator whined. A sharp, clear command in Polish. The machine thumped. The girl's body jerked on the stretcher. Marcus stood a few feet away, his hands covered in blood, staring at the monitor. "We have a rhythm," a Polish medic shouted in English. "Faint." But we have her. Load her up. Move. They hoisted the stretcher, running it toward the open back doors of the nearest Rhizomic APC. Marcus and the nurses piled in after them. Cole looked at Kate. The sun finally broke the horizon, casting a pale, freezing light over the wreckage of the morning. "We made it," Kate whispered. "We survived the extraction," Cole corrected. The adrenaline was rapidly leaving his system, replaced by a cold, heavy ache that settled deep in his bones. The edges of his vision began to blur. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the sat phone. He pressed it to his ear. "Boss, I have visual on the Polish medevac walker," Tara said. "You're safe." "The field is clear," Cole said, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "Now we clean house. Give me everything you have on the station chief." Chapter 28. The military trauma ward in Rzeszów smelled of industrial bleach and sterilized steel. It was a sharp, chemical purity that burned the back of Cole's throat, erasing the scent of cordite and wet earth. He sat on the edge of a stainless steel examination table. He refused the paper gown. He sat bare-chested, his bruised ribs mapped in deep shades of purple and black. A Polish combat surgeon meticulously cleaned the ruined flesh of Cole's left forearm. The doctor used a stainless steel debridement tool to pick out microscopic shards of barbed wire and dirt from the muscle tissue. He worked in silence under the harsh glare of a halogen surgical lamp. Cole watched the man's hands. He didn't look away when the steel scraped against a nerve. His jaw muscles feathered. A fine sheen of cold sweat coated his forehead, but he kept his breathing shallow and regulated. "The muscle fascia is completely torn," the surgeon said in accented English. He threaded a curved needle with heavy-gauge surgical silk. "I can close the epidermal layer. I can stop the infection. But you have partial motor nerve damage. You will not hold a rifle with this hand for months. Perhaps never with the same grip." "Stitch it," Cole said. The surgeon nodded. He didn't offer a local anesthetic. He had seen Cole's eyes when he walked through the triage doors. He knew the American wouldn't take the needle. The door to the trauma bay hissed open. Kate walked in. She had scrubbed the soot from her face, but dark circles hollowed her eyes. She wore borrowed blue hospital scrubs that hung loose on her frame. She carried a thick, ruggedized Panasonic Toughbook under her arm. "Status?" Cole grunted, wincing as the surgeon drove the first silk stitch through his skin. "Marcus is still in surgery," Kate said, her voice stripped of emotion. "The 12-year-old girl is critical, but she's on a bypass machine. The vascular team is rebuilding her abdominal artery. Sophia and Anna are being treated for exposure. Greg has 4 fractured ribs and a punctured lung. David is asleep. Elena. Stable." They set the leg. Kate walked to a rolling metal tray table and set the heavy laptop down. She flipped the screen open. "We got them out." Cole tested his left hand. The fingers twitched, sluggish and numb. The surgeon was right. The grip was gone. "We got them out," Cole agreed. He looked at the laptop. "Now we find the man who tried to put them in the ground. Is the connection secure?" Kate tapped a sequence on the keyboard. Hardwired through a Polish military encrypted node. VPN routed through Ramstein. The screen flickered. Tara's face appeared in a high-resolution window. She sat in a dark room, illuminated only by the glow of multiple monitors. The Langley bullpen was gone. She was operating out of a secure, isolated SCIF. "You look terrible, Walker," Tara said. "I feel great. Give me the station chief." Tara typed off screen. A dossier window popped up next to her video feed. A photograph of a man in his late 50s, silver hair neatly parted, wearing a tailored charcoal suit. Richard Sterling. "Sterling initiated a ghost protocol 3 hours ago," Tara briefed, her tone crisp. "He wiped his terminal at the Zagreb embassy. He scrubbed his hard drives with a magnetic overwrite and walked out the front door. He didn't take an embassy vehicle. Kate stared at the photograph of the man who had recruited her. He stood at my wedding. He bought Marcus a bottle of scotch when he opened the clinic in Kharkiv. He also opened an offshore account in the Cayman Islands 6 months ago under a dummy corporation, Tara countered gently. 2 days ago, a shell company tied directly to Russian military intelligence wired $3 million into it. The FSB bought his access, Kate. They bought the extraction coordinates. When the spetsnaz failed, Sterling panicked and tipped off the Ukrainians to tie up the loose ends. Cole gritted his teeth as the surgeon tied off the final knot on his arm and wrapped it in heavy white gauze. He's running, Cole said. Where? He can't fly commercial, Tara said. I flagged his passport an hour ago through Interpol and the TSA databases. If he tries to board a flight at an international terminal, alarms will ring. He can't use diplomatic plates to cross borders because the embassy reported him missing. So he's trapped in Croatia, Cole deduced. Kate shook her head. She didn't look at the screen. She stared at the blank white wall behind the surgeon. No, Kate murmured. He isn't in Croatia. He's already gone. Cole slid off the examination table. His boots hit the linoleum floor. The room spun for a fraction of a second before he locked his knees. Explain. Kate turned to the laptop. Tara, pull the flight logs for the private airfield in Poprad, Slovakia. It's a tiny transit strip 50 miles south of our current location. Tara's eyes darted across her monitors. Keys clacked. Looking. Poprad to Tree Airport. Mostly cargo and wealthy ski tourists. What am I looking for? Look for a chartered Gulfstream or a Learjet scheduled to depart in the next 2 hours, Kate said. Her voice gained momentum, the analyst brain locking onto a pattern. Destination likely Dubai or a non-extradition Gulf state. I have a Dassault Falcon 900, Tara said, surprise coloring her tone. Tail number registered to a Swiss holding company. Filed a flight plan for Dubai 30 minutes ago. Scheduled departure is 0900 local time. How did you know? Because Richard Sterling wrote the embassy manual on exfiltration protocols, Kate said bitterly. If a high-value asset needs to vanish without tripping border alarms, you don't use passports. You use the courier exemption. Cole grabbed his blood-stained shirt from the chair and pulled it over his good shoulder. Translate. Under the Vienna Convention, diplomatic pouches cannot be opened or delayed by border customs, Kate explained. She looked at Cole, the bureaucratic rules forming a tactical map in her head. But there's a loophole Sterling exploited years ago for moving sensitive personnel. If you designate a specific vehicle as a mobile diplomatic pouch and seal the doors with State Department tamper wire, customs officials wave it right through the checkpoints. They never look inside. Sterling kept a sealed transit van in a secure garage in Zagreb for emergencies, Kate continued. He drove it straight out of Croatia, through Hungary and into Slovakia. No passport checks. No flags. He parks it on the tarmac in Poprad and walks straight onto the jet. Cole checked the heavy steel watch on his right wrist. It's 0630. Poprad is a 90-minute drive through the mountains. You aren't driving anywhere, the Polish surgeon interrupted, stepping in front of Cole. Your body is in profound trauma. You have lost 2 pints of blood. Your arm requires immobilization. Cole reached around the doctor with his right hand and grabbed his leather jacket off the hook. He shrugged it over his shoulders, leaving the left sleeve hanging empty. Doc, I appreciate the needlework, Cole said. But the man who put holes in my people is about to board a plane. I'm leaving. Cole looked at the laptop. Tara. Send the coordinates for the Poprad airfield to my phone. I need a vehicle. A vehicle is waiting in the ambulance bay, Tara said. Polish intelligence provided an unmarked Audi sedan. The keys are in the ignition. But Walker, you don't have a weapon. You left the submachine gun in the helicopter, and your SIG is empty. I'll figure it out, Cole said. He turned toward the door. I'm coming with you, Kate said. Cole stopped. He looked at the exhaustion radiating from her. He remembered the blank, shattered look in her eyes after she pulled the trigger on the highway. No, Ellison. You did your job. The desk work is done. You stay with Marcus. Marcus is in good hands, Kate said, stepping away from the laptop. She didn't ask for permission. She stated a fact. Sterling knows you. He expects the agency to send a trigger puller. He doesn't expect me. He thinks I'm a desk jockey. He thinks I'm dead in a field. Cole studied her. The green eyes didn't waver. The fear was gone, replaced by a cold, settling anger. It's not a revenge tour, Cole warned. It's a sterile op. We isolate the target, we neutralize the flight plan, and we detain him for interrogation. If he resists, it gets loud. You aren't equipped for loud. Kate reached into the deep pocket of her hospital scrubs. She pulled out the heavy Glock 19. She had retrieved it from the mud before they boarded the Polish APC. She checked the magazine, slapped it back into the grip, and racked the slide with steady, deliberate force. I have 8 rounds left, Kate said. She slid the pistol into the waistband of the scrubs. I'm equipped. Cole didn't argue. He didn't have the energy, and he knew the look of a person who couldn't be stopped by logic. Follow me, Cole said. They walked out of the sterile trauma bay, leaving the screen glowing on the metal table, stepping back into the cold reality of the hunt. Chapter 29. The unmarked Audi tore through the switchbacks of the Tatra Mountains. The 3-liter V6 engine snarled, echoing off the sheer rock faces. Cole drove with his right hand clamped to the steering wheel. His left arm rested in his lap, heavily bandaged and completely immobilized. He pushed the heavy sedan through the hairpin turns at 70 miles an hour, tires screaming against the cold asphalt. Kate sat in the passenger seat. The tough book balanced on her knees, tethered to her phone. She watched a green blip pulse on the digitized map. 10 miles, Kate said. She braced her hand against the dashboard as Cole threw the Audi into another violent curve. The Falcon 900 is still on the tarmac. Tarmac designation, pad 4. They are finishing refueling. Security? Cole asked. He kept his eyes on the winding mountain road. It's a private transit strip. Kate read the satellite overlay. Minimal local police. But Sterling won't trust airport rent-a-cops. He'll have hired private contractors to guard the air stairs until the doors seal. Ex-military. Heavily armed. I have no gun, Cole stated the brutal fact. I have a knife and 1 working arm. Kate looked at the Glock resting in her lap. 8 rounds. I have a gun. You aren't clearing an air stair against 2 trained PMCs, Ellison. You survived a point-blank encounter. Do not mistake survival for tactical proficiency. They will shoot you before you clear the holster. Then what is the plan? Momentum, Cole said. The tree line broke. The Poprod to Tree Airport sat nestled in a high-altitude valley, surrounded by snow-capped peaks. A chain-link fence separated the 2-lane mountain highway from the private aviation tarmac. Cole didn't slow down. He killed the headlights. He drove parallel to the perimeter fence, searching the flight line. 2 small Cessnas sat tied down near a rusted hangar. Beyond them, bathed in the harsh glare of a mobile light cart, sat the Dassault Falcon 900. Sleek, white, and built for transcontinental flight. A fuel truck was just disconnecting from the right wing. Parked 20 feet from the air stairs was a black Mercedes Sprinter van. A thick red wire seal dangled broken from the rear doors. The diplomatic pouch. 2 men stood at the base of the jet's stairs. They wore dark winter coats over tactical vests. Both carried short-barreled MP5 submachine guns slung across their chests. Cole stopped the Audi 50 yards down the fence line. He shifted into park, but left the engine running. "Switch seats," Cole ordered. Kate blinked. "What?" "I can't fight them head-on. I need them looking the wrong way." Cole unbuckled his seatbelt. "You are going to drive this car through the service gate. You are going to accelerate straight at the jet. Honk the horn. Flash the brights. Act like a drunk tourist who took a wrong turn off the ski slopes. They'll shoot the car." "They will aim at the car," Cole corrected. "The windshield is angled. The engine block will eat the 9mm rounds. Keep your head below the dashboard. Do not stop until you clip the air stairs." Kate slid over the center console, gripping the leather steering wheel. Cole opened the passenger door and slipped out into the freezing mountain air. He closed the door with a soft click. Cole crouched low, jogging toward a stack of wooden shipping pallets near the open service gate. Kate watched him disappear into the shadows. She took a deep breath. She didn't calculate the odds. She didn't run the diplomatic protocols. She dropped the transmission into drive and slammed her boot onto the accelerator. The Audi lunged forward. Kate hit the service gate at 40 miles an hour. The heavy steel chain snapped like brittle twine. The gate flew open, rebounding off the fence with a metallic crash. She hit the high beams. Blinding halogen light flooded the tarmac, illuminating the side of the Falcon 900 and the two PMCs. She laid her hand flat on the horn, a continuous blaring klaxon that shattered the quiet mountain morning. The two guards spun toward the noise. They raised their MP5s, shouting warnings that were entirely drowned out by the horn and the roaring V6 engine. Kate ducked her head below the steering wheel, peering only through the narrow gap between the dashboard and the rim. The first shots cracked. Sparks flew from the Audi's hood. The windshield spider-webbed directly above Kate's head, showering her lap with cubed safety glass. She didn't lift her foot. She steered dead center for the gap between the black Sprinter van and the air stairs. The guards realized the car wasn't stopping. Panic broke their discipline. They stopped firing and dove out of the path of the 2-ton missile. The Audi smashed into the aluminum air stairs, buckling the metal framework with a horrific crunch. The airbags deployed instantly, punching Kate in the face with a cloud of white powder. Guard 1 scrambled to his feet near the nose gear of the jet, raising his weapon toward the smoking Audi. He never saw Cole. Cole emerged from the shadow of the fuel truck. He moved with silent, brutal efficiency. He drove his right boot into the back of the guard's knee, shattering the joint. As the man collapsed, Cole wrapped his right arm around the guard's throat, locking in a chokehold, and violently twisted his torso. The guard went limp. Guard 2 rolled out from under the wing. He brought his MP5 up, tracking the movement. Kate kicked her jammed car door open. She fell onto the tarmac, raising the Glock. "Drop it," Kate screamed. Guard 2 hesitated, his eyes darting between the woman on the ground and Cole standing over his partner. Cole didn't wait for the man to decide. He scooped up the unconscious guard's MP5 with his right hand. He didn't bother shouldering it. He aimed from the hip and fired a 3-round burst into the tarmac an inch from the second guard's boots. "The next 3 go in your pelvis," Cole rasped. "Drop the weapon." The guard looked at Cole's dead left arm, the blood soaking his shirt, and the absolute terrifying calm in his eyes. The guard let the MP5 slip from his shoulder. It clattered onto the concrete. "Kick it under the plane and run," Cole ordered. The man kicked the gun away and sprinted toward the perimeter fence. Cole let the MP5 hang from its sling. He looked at Kate. She pushed herself off the tarmac, wiping airbag dust and a trickle of blood from her nose. She nodded once. They walked up the buckled aluminum stairs. The cabin of the Falcon 900 was a different universe. Cream leather seats, polished mahogany paneling, soft ambient lighting. The air smelled of expensive cologne and aged single malt. Richard Sterling sat in a plush captain's chair facing the front bulkhead. He wore a tailored, charcoal suit. A crystal tumbler of scotch rested on a mahogany side table next to a satellite phone. He heard the heavy footsteps on the carpet. He didn't turn around. "Tell the pilot we are leaving," Sterling said, his voice smooth, cultured, and perfectly calm. "The local authorities will be here in 3 minutes. Leave the car." "The pilot locked himself in the cockpit," Cole said. Sterling froze. The crystal tumbler in his hand vibrated slightly, sending a ripple through the amber liquid. He slowly turned the leather chair around. He looked at Cole. He took in the ruined arm, the bruised face, the blood-soaked clothes. Then his eyes shifted to Kate. Kate stood perfectly straight. The soot from the burning helicopter stained her neck. The blood of the Russian lieutenant speckled her canvas collar. She held the Glock leveled squarely at Sterling's chest. Sterling's carefully constructed composure cracked. The silver-haired diplomat stared at his protégé as if a ghost had just walked out of a grave. "Catherine," Sterling whispered. "Hello, Richard," Kate said. Her voice was ice. Sterling swallowed. He placed the scotch on the table. He leaned back in his chair, attempting to summon the authority of the station chief. "Put the gun down, Kate. You don't understand the geopolitical reality of what is happening here. I was managing a crisis. You sold an American doctor to the FSB for $3 million, Kate recited. You used my terminal to send the cable, so the treason would fall on a dead woman. You ordered the Ukrainians to shoot the survivors. Which part of the geopolitics am I missing?" Sterling looked at Cole. "Walker, you're a professional. You know how this works. The moment you pull that trigger, you become a rogue operative. The agency will hunt you." "I don't have a gun, Chief," Cole said, shifting his weight. "She does." Sterling turned back to Kate. He tried a warm, patronizing smile. "Kate, be reasonable. I have diplomatic immunity. I have a sanctioned flight plan. If you shoot me, you go to a federal supermax. Just turn around. Walk down the stairs. I will make sure you and Marcus are protected." "Marcus is in a Polish trauma ward," Kate said. Her finger tightened on the trigger. "A pediatric nurse named Anna is dead in a Ukrainian forest because she ran decoy for us. She took the bullets you paid for." Sterling raised his hands, palms out. "The money is untraceable. You have no proof. It's your word against a decorated station chief. The bureaucracy will crush you, Kate." Kate didn't shoot him. She didn't yell. She reached into her pocket with her left hand and pulled out her phone. She tossed it onto the mahogany table next to his scotch. The screen glowed. A live video feed of Tara Voss in the Langley SCIF. "Actually, Richard," Tara's voice echoed from the phone's small speaker, "the money is highly traceable. I just mirrored your Cayman accounts. I routed the $3 million into a CIA black fund. You have a zero balance. I also forwarded the encrypted network logs from Kate's terminal to the Department of Justice." Sterling stared at the phone. The blood drained from his face, leaving him looking old, frail, and utterly exposed. "Your immunity is revoked, Chief," Cole said. He stepped forward, grabbing Sterling by the collar of his tailored suit with his good right hand. He hauled the older man out of the leather chair and threw him onto the plush carpet. Sterling scrambled backward, his expensive suit wrinkling. Kate looked down at the man who had mentored her. The man who made war a math problem from the safety of a climate-controlled room. She lowered the Glock. "The Polish authorities are coming through the main gate right now," Kate said. "You aren't going to a non-extradition state, Richard. You're going to a black site. And I'm going to write the casualty report." Chapter 30. The smell of aerosolized jet fuel and scorched rubber hung heavy over Ramstein Air Base. A massive C-17 Globemaster idled on the gray concrete of the military flight line. The 4 Pratt & Whitney turbofan engines hummed, a deep, bone-rattling vibration that drowned out the biting German wind. Cole stood near the lowered rear cargo ramp. He wore a standard-issue gray Air Force sweatshirt. The left sleeve was cut away entirely. His arm hung suspended in a rigid, titanium external fixation brace. Stainless steel pins pierced the skin of his forearm, anchoring directly into the bone to stabilize the torn fascia and damaged nerves. A heavy dose of intravenous Toradol kept the agony dialed down to a persistent, sickening throb. A young CIA logistics officer stood next to him, holding a secure tablet. Tara Voss looked out from the screen. She wore a tailored black blazer. The Langley bullpen hummed in the background. She looked rested, sharp, and victorious. "Sterling broke," Tara said. The encrypted feed carried 0 latency. The Polish black site interrogators didn't even have to touch him. We showed him the bank traces. He traded his contacts for a comfortable cell. He gave up 2 FSB handlers in Vienna and a corrupt defense contractor in Warsaw. Cole leaned his right shoulder against a yellow ground support tug. "You swept the board." "We did," Tara corrected. "I pushed the paper. You broke the doors." "Keep the paper pushing," Cole said, shifting his weight. His ribs ground together. "The Russians know my face now. Sterling sold my operational alias. The FSB will put a bounty on the street." "They already did," Tara said flatly. "You are radioactive in Eastern Europe, Walker. The director is pulling you out. You have a long-haul flight back to Andrews. 6 months of physical therapy and desk rotation. Minimum." Cole looked at the titanium pins sticking out of his flesh. 6 months behind a desk. It sounded like a prison sentence. "I'll see you in Virginia, Voss." The logistics officer tapped the screen, cutting the feed, and walked away. Cole reached into his right pocket and pulled out a battered pack of Croatian cigarettes. He clamped one between his teeth. He fished for a lighter, but couldn't strike the flint one-handed. A silver Zippo flared under his chin. Cole looked down. Kate stood there. She snapped the lighter shut and slipped it into the pocket of a tailored tan trench coat. She looked like the senior political attaché again. Her blonde hair was washed and pulled back into a severe professional knot. The mud and soot were gone. But the transformation was superficial. She stood differently. Her weight rested on the balls of her feet. Her eyes didn't casually scan the tarmac. They dissected it, assessing the airmen, the cargo pallets, and the perimeter fence. The innocence was gone, burned away by the flash of a Makarov pistol in the fog. "Thought you were on the medevac flight," Cole said, exhaling a thin stream of gray smoke into the wind. "Marcus is on the flight," Kate said. She slipped her hands into her coat pockets. "They rebuilt the girl's artery at the Rzeszów clinic." She stabilized. "The Air Force critical care team took her, Marcus, and the nurses 30 minutes ago. They fly to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center." "And the volunteers?" "Greg lost his spleen, but he'll breathe. David went with him." Cole took another drag. The smoke burned his bruised lungs. "Anna." Kate looked away. She stared at the massive gray hull of the C-17. The wind whipped the hem of her trench coat. The State Department initiated a Red Cross recovery protocol. The Russians agreed to release her remains at the Hungarian border tomorrow. She comes home in an aluminum transfer case. Silence stretched between them. The jet engines whined. They didn't offer apologies. Apologies belonged to the cubicles. They both knew the brutal mathematics of the exchange. Anna pulled the dogs. The rest of them lived. The transaction was permanent. "You aren't on the Landstuhl flight," Cole observed. "I'm heading back to Zagreb," Kate said. Cole raised an eyebrow. Sterling burned your terminal. The FSB knows you shot their lieutenant. You go back to Croatia. You have a target painted on your back. Sterling left a vacuum at the embassy, Kate said. Her voice carried the same cold, absolute authority she had used to break the Polish border captain. The political section is compromised. The intelligence sharing network is shredded. Someone has to rebuild the framework. Let Langley send a new chief. Langley doesn't know the players, Kate countered. She met his eyes. The green irises were flat, devoid of fear. I do. I know the fixers. I know the border guards. I know how the money moves. I'm taking Sterling's chair. Cole studied her. She wasn't playing the bureaucrat anymore. She was claiming the territory. She had seen the raw, bleeding edge of the intelligence war, and she was choosing to step back into the arena. It gets lonely at the top, Cole said. And it gets dangerous. Kate pulled her right hand from her coat pocket. She held out the Glock 19. The slide was locked back. The magazine was removed. She handed the heavy polymer frame to Cole. I signed this out of the embassy armory, Kate said. It's untraceable. But it's loud. Cole took the weapon with his right hand. He felt the cold steel of the slide. He looked at the gun, then at her. I thought analysts didn't like guns, Cole said. Analysts prefer data, Kate agreed. She pulled the loaded 15-round magazine from her other pocket and handed it to him. But I learned something in the mud, Walker. Data doesn't stop a bullet. You need the gun to protect the desk. Cole slid the empty pistol into the waistband of his sweatpants. He slipped the magazine into his pocket. A loadmaster in a green flight suit stepped to the edge of the C-17's cargo ramp. He blew a shrill blast on a silver whistle and waved a glowing orange wand toward Cole. You're right, Kate said. Cole flicked his cigarette onto the concrete. He crushed the cherry beneath his boot. He looked at Kate one last time. They didn't shake hands. They didn't embrace. The bond between them wasn't forged in friendship. It was forged in survival. Keep your head on a swivel, Ellison, Cole said. The FSB won't forget the roadblock. I have satellite overwatch, Kate said, the ghost of a hard smile touching the corner of her mouth. I know how the math works now. Cole nodded once. He turned and walked up the heavy grooved metal of the cargo ramp. The titanium pins in his arm throbbed with every step. He didn't look back. Kate watched the massive hydraulic pistons engage. The cargo ramp slowly folded upward, sealing the cavernous belly of the transport plane. The C-17's engines pitched into a deafening roar, pushing the massive aircraft down the taxiway. She stood alone on the freezing German tarmac. She watched the plane lift into the overcast sky, banking hard toward the Atlantic. Kate turned her collar up against the wind. She turned her back on the runway and walked toward the terminal. The paperwork was waiting. The reports needed drafting. The desk was calling. But as she walked, her eyes tracked the shadows between the concrete hangars, dissecting the blind spots, watching for the threat she now knew was always there.